बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन है। वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहला वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट। वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की तू किल देख मेरी, या फिर देखो मेरी केड़ी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें करूँ पुश रैंक। मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स। इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है फोन पे, पाउडर है उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे। फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में। और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
But I'm a peak, but I was a peak. ले पहन की यार में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटल में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा। कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रे को हैकर कहता रह जाएगा भैया किसको पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। हैकर है लॉबी में हैकर है बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है। हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर हैं। मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल। मैं एलजी यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ। मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो, अच्छी सिखाते हो, तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए। और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की। सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको एक सिंसियर प्रोफेसर की तरह दिखूंगा। और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर। फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था। एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्ज़ाम्स आके रुक गई, तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया। और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की, स्टॉर्म, AK और अर्पित। तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी, मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया। सो इट इज़ बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो, गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो।
कभी मिला आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं। इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट। दो पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो, वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं। यहाँ पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है। हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं, मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं, रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं। इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो, ब्रदरहुड कह लो, बॉन्डिंग कह लो, कुछ भी कह लो। वो कहते हैं ना, ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर।
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम पीजी स्टॉर्म है। मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ।
स्टॉर्म जो है ना, वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है, इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो।
प्रीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे। एक राउंड में प्रीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्रीसर को नॉक किया था। फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है।
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल। मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करता है।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया। मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था।
और इसलिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशन में अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है कि कोई रश कर रहा है या ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है तो वो दे नहीं पाता। गेम में बेसिकली अर्पित और स्टॉर्म ये दोनों रशर है, क्लोज रेंज फाइट्स के एक्सपर्ट है और वो हमेशा आगे भागते हैं। मैं स्नाइपर हूँ और इन गेम लीडर हूँ, तो मैं सबसे पीछे रहता हूँ। उन दोनों और मेरे बीच में रहता है एके, जो कि एक फ्रैगर है और एक असल्टर है। स्टॉर्म और एके जाते हैं रश करने के लिए, फिर क्या हो जाते हैं दोनों नॉकडाउन।
स्टॉर्म तो बोलता रहता था कि भाई तू आगे चल, मैं तेरे पीछे कवर देने के लिए हूँ।
और मुझे और अर्पित को जाना पड़ता है रिवाइव करने। नॉर्मली जब कैजुअल मैचेस खेलते हैं तो एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने में से लोग ऊपर नहीं आते। यही लोग प्रोफेशनल मैचेस खेलने जाते हैं, कोई क्रूशियल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के गेम प्ले को इतना ज़्यादा समझते हैं कि बोलना भी नहीं पड़ता है और एक दूसरे को असिस्ट मिल जाता है। धीरे धीरे व्हाट्सएप के नंबर एक्सचेंज हुए, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट हुआ और फिर हमारा एक टाइम था कि रात को 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है।
रूटीन बन गया हमारा कि 9 बजे है तो अपन गेम में आना है। स्क्वाड पे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैसेजेस आना स्टार्ट हो जाता था कि भाई आ जाओ।
सुबह से लेकर शाम तक 9 बजे का वेट करते थे, बिकॉज सभी लोग उसी टाइम पे ऑनलाइन आते थे और उसी टाइम पे खेलते थे।
और अगर मैं लेट हो गया हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को फ़ोन पे फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, सर कहाँ हो, 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है, स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। उस टाइम पे बॉन्डिंग ऐसी थी ना कि अगर कोई मुझको बोल जाता है ना तो दे आर बी लाइक सर आप जवाब नहीं दोगे, आप क्यों अपना मुंह खराब करोगे, हम बैठे हैं ना आपकी ओर से। एक टाइम था जब स्ट्रीम पे बिल्कुल वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेट हो गया था मैं। इन लोगों ने फ़ोन करके बोला कि सर आप लाइव करना शुरू करो, आपको वॉचिंग आ जाएगी। मैंने लाइव स्टार्ट किया, 5-6 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। आई वॉज सरप्राइज कि ऐसे कैसे। मगर फिर मुझे एक दिन बाद पता चलता है कि ये लोग अपने मम्मी पापा के फ़ोन में लाइव स्ट्रीम लगा के बैठे थे। ये लोग एक बैकबोन है, एक रीज़न है कि आज मैं एक चैनल लेके खड़ा हूँ।
एक टाइम था जब मैं फाइनेंशियली और मेंटली बहुत डाउन हुआ था।
एक के पापा को कोविड हो गया, ज़्यादा ही सिम्टम्स थे, तो वो पूरा प्रेशर में है। स्टॉर्म की एग्ज़ाम्स, पापा का बिजनेस, जितनी भी मतलब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ थी वो उसको कैचअप कर रही है।
पढ़ने के लिए मेरे को घर से दूर इधर आना पड़ा। थोड़ा अकेला फील करता था, इंट्रोवर्ट था, इसीलिए ज़्यादा दोस्त भी नहीं थे।
एक टाइम था जब हम दिन में 6 घंटे खेला करते थे और अब 6 महीने हो चुके हैं, साथ में नहीं खेले।
अब टाइम नहीं मिल पाता, पहले पढ़ाई थी, अब जॉब है।
तो फिर सबके एग्ज़ाम्स आने लगे, सबका थोड़ा बिजी शेड्यूल होने लग गया, तो फिर सबने थोड़ा खेलना कम कर दिया।
मैं बहुत मिस करता हूँ उस टाइम को जब हम सभी लोग गेम साथ में खेलते थे। काश कोई उसी टाइम मेरे को बता देता कि फ्यूचर में मैं गेम नहीं खेल पाऊँगा, तो उसी टाइम में 3-4 गेम शायद और खेल लेता।
कभी मिला आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं।
याद आती है?
बहुत ज़्यादा।
फाइनली गाइज आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड, सो आई कांट बिलीव कि मैं गुवाहाटी जा रहा हूँ।
इतना मीटिंग्स कैंसिल हो चुके हैं कि हम लोग हमेशा इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, भाई कब आ रहा है, इधर चलते हैं उधर चलते हैं साथ में।
सब अपने काम में बिजी रहते थे और कुछ ना कुछ फिर रहता था, इसलिए मिल नहीं पाए।
पर मिलना है, साथ में बैठ के गेम खेलना है।
भाई मेरे को तो उन लोगों से मिलना है, एक मीटअप तो बस कुछ भी हो करके रहना है।
मैं रियल लाइफ में भी देखना चाहता हूँ कि वैसे ही है या कुछ चेंज है उसमें।
सो अगर अब मिल जाते हैं ना तो मज्जा पड़ी जैसे।
भी जैसे रिसेंटली प्रीसर की शादी हुई है तो हम वहाँ जाने वाले थे, लेकिन हमारे एग्जाम्स आ गए थे तो मैं जा नहीं पाया।
79 years since our last war. I don't think it can go on much more. I can feel it. We can feel it. We got peacetime kleptocrats keeping score. Keep our heads down, let them get some more. We don't need it. Let them see.
एज अ फैमिली आप जैसे कोई चीज़ को हैंडल करते हो, हम बिल्कुल उसी तरह उस चीज़ को हैंडल करते हैं। और उसके अंदर फिर ना कोई बैरियर आता है या फिर ना कोई ऐसी चीज़ें आती है जो हमें रोक सके। एज अ फैमिली, एज अ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट हमारी बॉन्डिंग है, सब बोल सकते हैं। मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ लाइव फ्री फायर मैक्स गेम की तरह है। कभी आप जीतोगे, कभी नॉकडाउन भी हो जाओगे, पर हिम्मत मत हारिए, क्योंकि गेम की तरह जिंदगी में भी कोई आएगा, आपको रिवाइव करेगा और एक ना एक दिन आपका बुया हो ही जाएगा। तो फोन उठाओ, अपने दोस्तों से बात करो और गरीना फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलो।
They're making bad days and worse. Bad days and worse. Bad days and worse.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. You need to fight back! Sonya is controlling you!
No, old friend. She freed me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Crips and with me is Arka. After a grueling set of in-game qualifier matches and the first round of the online qualifiers, we have now reached the second phase of the online qualifiers. Things are going to be even more difficult here. How are you feeling about this, Arka?
I am super excited, to be frank, because there's a new update which has just come around recently, and that means that we can expect something new from these players. And not only that, we can also expect something new when it comes to the overall standing as well, because previously it was 9 teams making it through into the next round, and now it's going to be scrutinized even more. It's just 6 teams who are going to be making it through. The best of top 18 of this country will be stepping forward.
Yeah, and the best of the best will have to put their best foot forward. There is no scope of any errors over here, no opportunity that you can squander. Things are gonna get even tougher over here, because in the first set of the online qualifiers, these teams were divided up into 4 groups, and top 9 from each group would move ahead. So from 48, we then moved down to this number, and from here, only half of them will make it across. Here we have 3 groups of 12 teams each, and only half of them will make it to the league stage.
That is what makes things much more interesting. But yes, Crips, I still feel that, this is just the beginning of all the decimation we'll be able to see in furthermore into this tournament. The first week has been kind of a game changer for few teams. They would have understood where they have done wrong and what they have to do. But before we speak more about it, let's look at the event timeline, where in-game qualifiers happened at July 13th, and then the online qualifier phase, which is right now happening. We are on August 2nd. We're going to be left out with one more day, and after which we're going to be having 18 teams moving forward from here to play the league stages.
Exactly, and the league stage is going to be across 4 different weekends. In the first 2 weeks, a couple of teams will qualify, and then in weeks 3 and 4, the rest of them will make it to the grand finals. But before we head to the grand finals, there's also going to be a separate class squad mode match on 5th and 12th September for weeks 1 and 2. And then the grand finals of the TEZ FFMIC 2025 will happen on 27th and 28th September. The details of those grand finals will obviously be provided to you later, but because this is a long tournament spanning across several months, these teams will have to be on top form all throughout. And the format just keeps on getting tougher and tougher. So while you know about the dates, let's take a look at how these teams will move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, the format explainer, we have tried to do it as simple as possible. As you all know how things started off, 48 teams made it to the online qualifiers. And then in the online qualifiers, things started to get spicy, where 4 groups were there, 12 teams from each group. Then we had to break that down to 9. Then we came to 36, which is now divided into 3 groups of A, B, C. From here on, 12 teams will be making it into the grand finals. Now, let's not forget the league stage is divided into 2 modes, and that's going to be class squad and battle royale mode.
Yeah, so for the Battle Royale mode, the 18 teams from online qualifiers will compete across 4 weeks. Weeks 1 and 2 being obviously longer than weeks 3 and 4, because in weeks 3 and 4, the top 2 teams from each single day will make it to the grand finals, and that's how we'll get the first half of the grand finalist teams. And then in the last week, in week number 4, the top 6 teams from the overall standings will move ahead, giving us our top 12 Battle Royale finalists. Now, obviously, in the Battle Royale finalists, we have 12 teams, but the top 8 teams from the overall standings in week 2 will get a chance to compete in the Clash Squad mode league stage as well. And this is slightly separate from the Battle Royale mode, because it has its own prize pool and will be treated in a different format, as you can see on your screen. We're going to be starting off with best of 3s and then finishing the grand finals of Clash Squad mode in best of 5s.
Yeah, the grand finals, it is going to be one beautiful ride, because it's going to include both these, right? The class squad as well as that of the battle royale. And let me remind you, in battle royale, things get much more interesting with the champion rush being used over here. And for those people who are wondering what is this champion rush, each of these teams will have to play a maximum of 10 games. and after which, if any of the teams have been successful in crossing 80 points, they'll activate the champion rush. And with this, the very next game or any game after which, if they are attaining a booyah, they're going to be crowned champions. But in case they are not crowned champions, then the number one team in the overall standing, or the first team in the overall standing, obviously becomes the champion and walks away with TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025 champions.
Yup, and that prestigious trophy comes with a lot of money as well. There's a total prize pool of 1 crores, 80 lakhs of which has been dedicated to the Battle Royale section, and 20 lakhs of it has been dedicated to the Clash Squad section. So all the teams, the top 12 finalists who make it to the LAN will obviously have a chance to win a big chunk of the Battle Royale prize pool, but most of them will also, or rather more specifically 8 of them will also have the chance to earn the extra 20 lakhs coming out of the Clash Squad prize pool as well. Let's see how these prize pools are going to be broken down. The champion takes half the money straight up. Out of the 80 lakhs, 40 lakhs belongs to the champion itself. Then 15 lakhs to the first runner-up, and then 7 lakhs to the second runner-up. And the amount keeps decreasing as we go lower in the standings, the lowest being 50,000. So basically, if you make it to the LAN finale, a minimum of 50,000 rupees prize is guaranteed to you. And then on top of that, the MVP of the tournament also gets his own little kitty of 50,000.
Now, this is where things get much more interesting, because this has been the chunk of 80. Let's talk about the rest 20, where in the Clash Squad, the champion team is going to walk away with 10 lakh. The first runner-up is going to walk away with 4 lakh. Here again is going to be the same thing. If you just make it into the top 4, into the top 8, you're going to be rewarded with something or the other. So the minimum you're going to walk away is 40,000 rupees. So I believe, you know, the more hard work you do in the beginning phase of the tournament, the more money you're going to be rewarded with. And that's going to be continuing until the final day of this tournament.
Exactly. And then on the final day, these teams will have a chance to not just win all this money, but also be the champions of TEZ FFMIC 2025. Now, obviously, you guys are familiar with the point system. A booyah gets you 12 points. Coming in second gives you 9 points, and in a similar fashion, the points keep on decreasing based on your placements, the lowest being 1 point for 10th place. The last 2 teams don't win anything, and 1 elimination point every time you manage to get that elimination. Obviously, there's gonna be a tiebreaker rule also, the number 1 condition being the number of booyahs, but we rarely doubt that the tiebreaker system will ever be needed. What's even more important to know is that each player is only allowed to have 1 unique active skill.
Yeah, and this makes things much more interesting, right? Because we all know that all these teams were looking forward to find that perfect combination so that things become better. And now an added, you know, a tinge of lime to the dish they were serving all this time is that they'll have to now cope up with the little bit of nerf when it comes to the shotguns. Before which, we're going to be looking at the team list. Group A are going to be duking it out. Big names out here. Think about Total Gaming, then you have Godlike, then you have TSG Army, then you have Jaunty Gaming. Like, name the biggest of the biggest names. Most of them are present over here in Group A.
Exactly. I mean, Godlike Esports set a record basically by getting 4 booyahs in a row in the previous stage of the online qualifiers. Let's see if they're able to dominate Group A with that much consistency once again. You also have big names like Krusty Sports, led by Duker, the coach. Total Gaming have had some team lineup changes, but their core is still the same. And then on top of that, you have teams like GW Manish, who also were very consistent. Classy FFE Sports were also really good in fighting. So these guys have some good fraggers. HN Elite, there's 2 players that I would really love to put my eyes on once again. It's Luffy and Scout, because they really impressed me in the first leg of the tournament. Even with GW Manish, players like Soban and Sovik are extremely good when they rush together. Blackbirds, now this is the team that kind of flew under the radar, but keep in mind, there is one name that you will find in this team that has been synonymous with Indian Free Fire Max, and that's going to be Radhe Thakur. That is a really good player that I'm very excited to see again.
Now, this is where the destruction comes in front of us, right? TSG, Army, and Godlike. Both these teams, aggressive when it comes to frontal battle. Both of them have been legendary. From one side, you have Nobita doing the job with Yogi. On the other side, you have Siddharth doing the similar, kind of a thing with Legend. So I'm hoping to see these two teams, lock horns every single time. But again, Total Gaming, will we ever see Fauzi Ajay again coming back in the playing four with the new update coming in? That's the $1 million question, which is going to be answered throughout the day. The map schedule pretty similar to what we have seen previously, but this time the only change what I see is in between those default maps we have some unique names, like Nextera is the second, Solaris will be played fourth, and Alpine in fifth, whereas Kalahari, Purgatory, and Bermuda will be respectively placed from game 1, 3, and 6.
Yeah, and generally we used to follow a pretty standard schedule of maps, but in this tournament we've decided to shake things up. So the map order will be randomized for every single group. In fact, later on in the day when we start with Group B, this probably might not be the same map schedule. So these teams will have to be consistent all throughout. There were some previous tournaments where we saw that the teams would perform really well on Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, because we would then go in that particular order, and then they would have a decent enough buffer of points which would keep them secure all throughout the rest of the day. But now with the maps being shaken up, it tests not just your stamina and not just your mental fortitude, but also your consistency. And it's way harder to stay consistent when the map order is being shuffled every now and then.
Now, we have to speak about Mr. Consistency. That's the complete squad of God. Like they've got around 4 booyahs back to back, which is kind of a history made when it comes to the first leg of this tournament. And now we'll have to see whether they'll be able to maintain the same kind of momentum, because I believe that with a lot of new updates which have come into the game, most of these teams will now look forward to kind of first get adapted to this update, try to find the right kind of cards which to be put forward first, and then probably come into counter strategize in the further games. So I think Group A will set an example of how it's going to look, but the advantage is going to be taken by Group C and Group B.
Yeah, Groups B and C will probably have a little bit of advantage as they watch Group A duke it out. And we won't keep you waiting any further, ladies and gentlemen. The teams of Group A are about to go loggerheads at each other. We are dropping hot into the first game of the day in Kalahari.
Kalahari, the map where every single sniper's dreamland, from every look and corner, you can just start sniping and picking up frags. And let's see whether they're going to be used as the flight path starting all the way between Mammoth, or starting all the way from Mammoth and ending somewhere between Shrines and Council Hall. Now we'll have to see whether there's going to be any kind of a drop clash. Yes, Refinery seems to be having a bit of an early skirmish where we can see that 2 big bulls have locked horns, but Godlike, it seems like they're trying to make the opponents pay, but I don't think so it's going to be easy for them, as Eco with that Orc is trying to make sure that he has his team up and breathing.
Meanwhile, towards the sub, you have another team fighting each other. It's West Nation who are fighting with GW Manish, and even Aerobots are right behind them. So this is going to be quite difficult for them to handle. Sheik manages to get that finish. Meanwhile, in Refinery, Godlike have acquired 3 finishes. That is amazing, because now Blackbirds are on the verge of elimination, leaving only Radhi Thakur to do the surviving. Continuing onwards in the sub, Aerobots taking control of the top half.
Now, this is where they're keen to put an elimination, put an end for this complete squad. They've got 2 eliminations, or rather 1 elimination, and they've got 2 or 3 players already trapped behind a specific spot. Now, Halim, I think he's trying to press himself way too much with that Bison, but let's wait and watch whether that's going to pay off, as Noxious down on his knees is in deep troubles. He needs to not only get revived, but also needs backup, because once he's back up on his feet, I do believe that the rush coming in from the side of Aerobots can weigh a little bit heavier, or a bigger chunk for them to chew.
Yeah, but Aerobots are kind of stuck together, which is nice when it comes to trading. But Ali might just be in a bit of trouble, because Noxious and Avik are trying to push him from the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Soban is going to provide cover from an off angle all the way on the ridge. So this is quite difficult for Aerobots. They can't really isolate any of these gunfights. And GW Manish are in a position to provide each other some amazing amounts of backup. And this might just come to a stalemate, both these teams might just stop fighting here. Meanwhile, the fighting which was going on towards a refinery has also kind of stopped because Godlike, they were chasing Blackbirds. Radha Thakur being the only man surviving. Radha Thakur managed to get the res on his teammates. And Godlike accidentally ran into Crushed Esports, but now those two teams have also disengaged. So yeah, that is going to be quite interesting. Meanwhile, in the sub, with the battle between Aerobots and GW Manish, which had come to a standstill at this point, might just reignite because PSG have entered the fray.
TSG, the team which relied completely on elimination points to make it through into the next round, are now going to have a bit of a problem. But ARGs, they're looking forward to have a good start. And it seems like CFF are giving them a hell of a run because it's going to be hard for them to kind of survive from here on because most of the players have been taken down. Bloody on the other side gets traded off, all thanks to TSG from a distance, was slowly starting to look like a blessing in disguise. And I do believe it becomes easier for teams now to pick up fights.
Trust FF, Classy FF rather, these guys, they came in to get a third party. They got 3 eliminations and now they're like, okay, we can just cut our losses and get out of here. We got the points that we wanted, but TSG won't let them leave. They've got them cornered over here. Reddy has been shot down. Abhay kind of trapped inside that compound. He's trying to keep himself alive with the 2 walls, but he will be found and the Bison sprays him down. That's a double takedown for Krish, and TSG also farming some finishes. Meanwhile, that one person from Classy FF who managed to escape first, he has just rezzed everybody. So yes, TSG were avoided some free points, but Classy FF will continue strong in this fight.
On the other side, TG versus Godlike. The big bulls have locked on. Shanky gets taken down. Aztec also gets taken down. And it seems like Godlike have still got that rhythm from the previous week. And they're looking forward to get some more in their name. Nobita trying to do his best. He's been moving around. He was waiting for Yogi to come in from the other direction. The duo yet again goes in with the trade game, tactical gameplay, and gets some more eliminations in their name. But Shanky, he's got to be bleeding out. Now Mafia's got a responsibility. He needs to avoid the opponents to come back on their feet. But Godlike, they're not having any kind of issues. And look at them, got 9 eliminations, and it has just been 4 minutes inside the game.
Man, these guys have not just weapons in their hands, they have sickles, they have fertilizers, they are farming this lobby. They are chasing people down to the ends of the earth. Like, initially, Godlike Esports dropped into its refinery, had a drop clash against Blackbirds, won that battle, sent Blackbirds packing all the way down to Mammoth, where Radha Thakur managed to get the res, and then Godlike started to chase Crust Esports. They followed Crust towards Foundation, where they ran into Total Gaming. Now, Crust Esports might just have managed to escape towards Oldhampton, but Godlike still strong in that area. Elsewhere, on the other end of the map, you have a battle in confinement when HN Esports managed to pin down 2 members of Jaunty Gaming up on that rooftop. Vincent has the high ground, but he just simply can't find an angle onto T2, so he won't be able to cover his teammates just yet.
HN Esports immediately fall back. A wise decision coming in from their side. They know they've burned their resources enough. They're going to let one man deal all the damage against the opponents, and the rest of them are just going to fall back. Whereas on the other side, Vincent, who just took that high ground away from that of HN, will now look forward to hunt down some players. And sadly, Jaunty Gaming are not going to find anybody close by, as confinement is going to be completely under their control. But the best part is, from here on, the more they loot, the more deadlier they become.
Absolutely. There's nothing that will stop them from getting deadlier. And even though Jaunty Gaming managed to get all their players back online, they've had a rather slow start. So HN Esports looks like they bit off a bit more than they could chew. They started fighting against Jaunty Gaming in confinement, and now they find themselves against another team in Bayfront. It's Velonix and TSG. Both of them were converging upon HN Esports, but it seems like HN Esports will get to live another day. SJL is desperately trying to juke around, but 3 members of TSG corner him and pump him down. Sadak also manages to find Raj, so that's 2 members of Velonix out.
TSG, I wonder what they're thinking right now, because there were some mistakes being made, but I could sense that Velonix were under pressure. I could sense that they were in fear, because all they were trying to do was evade from a fight, and eventually when put under pressure, that is when they wanted to take that fight. And I believe that can only crumble you and not allow you to bring up your fullest potential. So let's hope and see how Velonix will make a comeback in the upcoming games. Probably TSG Army they're going to be very happy with what they've done so far. Bayfront completely under their control, nobody to tag them out. I still feel that teams like TSG will have to have a controlled aggression from here on to attain that booyah.
Yeah, getting that booyah is going to be quite difficult for both TSG and Godlike now, because I think Godlike were at like 9 eliminations, TSG were at 8. So both these teams have a bunch of points in the pocket already. Now they need to focus on their placements, and doing so will get them a lot more elimination points as well. Krusty Sports, they were chased down towards Oldhampton, but rotation for them should be quite easy. And yes, I was about to bring up Godlike, because these guys have gone all the way from Refinery to Foundation to Oldhampton, and now they are up at Shrines. Total Gaming are also heading towards Shrine, but I don't know if they're aware about the positioning of Godlike over here. I think they're just moving here because they anticipate the next circle to move in this direction as well.
Yep. That's what both these teams are thinking right now. So does the side of TSG, as they made Bayfront one of their primary locations to hold on to. And let's not forget that Jaunty Gaming were somewhere near the confinement region heading towards the council hall. Now they'll also be making it into the Shrine region. So the northern side of the map is going to be completely packed with the firepower. Whereas on the other side, we can see towards the Foundation region, there are two teams still fighting it out. CES gets in closer, almost on the verge of taking out the side of BBs, who's kind of survived. The last man was able to bring back all his teammates back. And the difference between the first and the second week, Crips, I believe, is the number of eliminations is now going to be weighing more.
Yeah, Krusty Sports had to suffer a couple of losses early on, but HN Sports, these guys have no intention of stopping, and they are up against Best Nation. Speaking of stopping, Unstoppable is living up to his name. He's got a bunch of eliminations to his name already. Ayush should be able to come back in, and Rez Nova as well. This almost could have been the end of HN, but they will survive just by the skin of their teeth. Scout, the last man standing, gets T2 back online, but he's going to have to do so very quickly, and that too outside the zone, because he is, if I'm not wrong, currently in command post trying to get his players back. So he's going to have to tank the blue zone damage and come back up.
Oh, speaking about Kalahari, how can we not speak about snipers? And now we're able to see that Soban, who had showcased some phenomenal gameplay in week 1, is again looking forward to pick up frags from a distance. Whereas on the other side, Johnny Gaming, we were speaking about it, they get in closer. Ginotra is going to be cooking up that grenade. Can it do the damage? Can it get that opening, what they're looking at? The Riptide Rhythm has now exposed the rest of the team, as Godlike is going to be looking to fall back. For the first time, I'm able to see they tuck their tails and fall back. And slowly and steadily, we also have to watch out how Total Gaming are going to contribute to this fight, because they're not far away, as Kunal and Jarvis are pushing forward to make sure they put pressure over the side of Godlike. Ginotra from a distance is looking forward to pick up frags, which might not be going their way right now, because the trade game has started off and Godlike seems to be having an upper hand.
It seemed to be a 3v3 battle at the start, but now you can see Eco providing Overwatch from behind. Godlike have had a lovely reset. They managed to get their players back up online, and Yogi sniping off Vincent mid-air. And that should be a good confirmation, putting Godlike at 12 eliminations. I love the way how these guys managed to reset. Look at how quickly Nancy just got back and tried to get the res on his teammates. Meanwhile, Eco and Nobita were just providing backup. And they knew that they did not have time to heal, especially with all those glue wall melters being thrown at them. So they just used the heal drone at the best possible time so they could just get back up, patch themselves up, and start fighting once again. But now Godlike, they should be much more careful on top of those ridges. Yes, Jaunty Gaming tried to get control of the northernmost ridge, but they were sent back packing, and now Ginotra, he's probably going to have to go outside the zone towards Council Hall, towards that vending machine, and get his teammates back. Bayfront was an area of heavy activity, and now CFF and HN, they both will have to abandon Bayfront, tank the blue zone damage while racing each other into the zone. Will they be able to do so? Wild Fox has his ankles broken, but Luffy will be pumped down. That's a great shot by him. Now trying to go around the other side. Reddy knows where he is, using the grapple gun to chase him down. But is he actually going to challenge him? No, he doesn't want to do it one by one. He would much rather wait for his teammates and then tackle Arnav.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because the lurking snake, who's just holding back this position, can now backstab them as they make it inside the circle. So they'll have to be dealing with two different damage altogether. But whereas on the other side, BB, Radhe Thakur in the crosshairs of Reddy will be missing a few shots, but that doesn't matter because finally one or two connects from the other side. And BB were in deep troubles as two of their players have been eliminated now.
Yeah, Blackbirds, they just cannot catch a break, man. They just about managed to recover enough to heal, and luckily, Classy FF is not fighting them. Unfortunately, though, Vash Nation will fall. Those guys were way outside the zone, even south of Refinery, so definitely things were getting tougher for them, considering they had to travel such a big distance. But Classy FF, they want this quadrilateral compound. There's 4 big houses in this northern area of Bayfront. Classy FF controls 1, Aerobots control 1, and then you also have Total Gaming in this mix. But TSG have left the area. TFG just they just use the mini launch pads and get out of that. But they land straight into the crosses of Godlike, and Godlike are going ham on them. They're picking up all the finishes. Classy FF have no choice but to relinquish that house to Aerobots, and Aerobots will go indoors first, and then they're gonna try to capture CFF as they take off. Can they land some shots mid-air? This might just be difficult, but out of the frying pan into the fire, Classy FF managed to dodge Aerobots, but they land straight in the crosses of Godlike again. And even one more team has been eliminated. HN and Velonix, they were out, but TSG, they cannot survive any longer. They just about managed to escape, and Aerobots in a lot of trouble now. Jaunty Gaming, the last few members of Jaunty Gaming are in trouble.
No, I don't think so. This affair is going to end anytime soon. And look at what's happening over here. Aerobots, they've got a bit of a hard cover from where they're trying to capitalize the rest of the lobby. If you try to stay out in the open, you're going to be punished by Godlike as they're raking up more and more eliminations. And let me remind you, they've got 17 so far, and they're looking for more as they're hungry for more. And I think that number is going to just keep counting up as most of these players will have to now come into the crosshairs of Godlike as they make it inside the circle. GWM, whereas on the other side, trying to hold on to the small ridge, to the western side of the circle, will now want to push inside the circle. So let's wait and watch what's going to happen. But as of now, Total Gaming are pushing against the side of CES.
This entire corridor has been torn asunder, lit up in flames as Total Gaming use their flames to purge the exterminators off of these narrow corridors of shrines, and now they make their way out of the pyramid, ready to intercept Godlike, who already have one ruined house in their name. The heal don't deploy so that Total Gaming can quickly get back up in fighting position. It's a 3v4 battle, but Nobita, the current damage king with 3,600 damage, will look to avenge his fallen teammate. Total Gaming trying to find angles on the other side, but they can't really go ahead from the other entrance because GW Manish can take pot shots at them. So now Total Gaming, all they can do is cook up their nades and hope that Godlike will be flushed out in the open, and they manage to do so. Nobita and Nancy have to go all the way around the other side while Eco continues to hold inside the house, and GW Manish are also very keen on rushing them right now. Meanwhile, Aerobots have an angle onto Godlike. This is turning into a very messy 4v4 affair. Krusty Sports find themselves caught in the crossfire, and they will be completely torn apart in this cluster. The goo wall melters between GW Manish and Godlike are just insane, and the only thing separating them is one brick wall. Total Gaming take a lot of damage from the nades, and GW Manish go on the right hand side. Gone of it. Total Gaming trying to hold on to their lives. The lead finds the off angle, finds one knock. Can Aztec hold on though, because the lead has been taken down? It's just down to Aztec keeping the hopes of Total Gaming alive. GW Manish will grow full in, and they will be out. Aerobots now take their chance. This is their moment to get the clutch against Godlike. 2v3 battle. Eco and Nobita, they both are trapped inside this tiny little glue wall, but the Oscar Dash comes through to bust up from the glue walls. It's all up to Nobita. It's all useless. Aerobots take the first booyah of the day.
They come in slow, they strike hard, and they make sure they snatch away that complete, booyah into their hands. Aerobots have done an amazing job. But again, Aerobots, I really like the way they came in slow. They understood that now we'll have to pressurize one team and restrict them from coming to the center of the circle. And when the time is right, let's try to pounce on the weakling, because Total Gaming and Godlike, when those two teams are fighting, it's just worth spectating them for a brief period of time. And that's what I believe Aerobots were trying to do. But let's not forget that Manish as well, they had a bit of a contribution for the complete Total Gaming to get eradicated, because they were also being that strong strong fortress for the side of Total Gaming from not coming from the eastern side of that circle.
Yeah, GW Manish and Aerobots, they were both stuck on like towards the eastern ends of the circle. And I was actually thinking that both of them might actually not have an advantage as they move into this very tiny claustrophobic circle. But somehow Manish, they moved in first and they cushioned the blow for Aerobots, engaging both Godlike and Total Gaming at the same time. Obviously, because GW Manish got completely clobbered up in that tiny area, Aerobots had enough breathing space to come in later and take fights on their own terms. They had the mental bandwidth to reset their fights and get into this with a clean slate.
I mean, look at it. Godlike has got the maximum experience playing with any other. If Godlike has got an experience playing against any other team, that has to be Aerobots, because both these teams coming in from the Tamil Nadu region, they've always been active in the scrims which happen out there. So I do believe that Aerobots had a better reading of Godlike compared to any other team in this lobby. So they understood, like, you know what, we need to first break down this team, divide and then conquer against them, and that's what they did. They made sure that Nobita stays away because he's that frontline assaulter you want to avoid at any cost. Took down Eco, broke that chain of healing, and then eventually they targeted Nobita at the final moment. So Aerobots did everything right, stuck to the textbook basics of holding the center of the circle, making sure the topography is under their control first, and I do believe that things fall in place for those who work hard properly.
Yeah, but speaking of working hard, even Godlike were pretty hardcore this game. They were the exterminators of the lobby, man. They were the manifestation of the Grim Reaper. Because you see, any team that tried to take launch pads and go towards the northern side of the map, they were landing straight in the crosshairs of Godlike. I mean, they had a bunch of finishes. I think they had like some 12 finishes before the final battle even began. And they were also shooting down members of Crust FF, of Classy FF, even TSG. They flew into the crosshairs of Godlike, and that gave them a bunch of eliminations before this final battle even began. But it's an intense final battle, so let's take a look at this in the replay.
I mean, I really like Total Gaming's approach in this final moments as well. They picked up as many frags as possible outside of the blue. And I believe that, that is going to be adding a lot of points to the overall standing as well. Whereas Aerobots, even though they've just taken the biggest chunk of getting that booyah when it comes to placement points, I think they're going to lack when it comes to eliminations. Teams like Godlike, who have raked up more than 20 points, I believe, in terms of eliminations, will be looking very strong at the top of the table with no issues whatsoever to continue the domination.
Absolutely no issues. All the teams who managed to get inside the top 4 over here had a bunch of eliminations before that final battle even began. Obviously, Godlike being on a whole different level. But it's a great start for Aerobots, especially considering that they were the last team to enter that center circle. In fact, they did not even bother moving up until the final circle started to completely shift away from its center. So, yeah, these guys were in the eye of the storm. And surprisingly, that's where it is, the safest in a storm. Except the only difference is there's no wind roaming around. There's a hailstorm of bullets. Godlike Esports with 21 eliminations. That is some ridiculous number. 30 points in total in just the first game itself. I mean, we knew that this team had like 4 booyahs in the previous stage of online qualifiers. But even without a booyah, these guys have left Aerobots in the dust. 7 whole points ahead of the booyah winner. With Aerobots at 23, they finished second. Total Gaming Esports, good mix of 8 and 8, 16 for them in total. And GW Manish managed to rack up only 5 eliminations, so only 12 points for them. And after that, it's a bit of a, a bit of a tie with Blackbird, CFF, and TSG all having 11 and 10 points respectively. So yeah, after that, the lobby just kind of dwindles down. But Godlike Esports were just farming everybody. They were farming finishes left, right, and center.
Somewhere I feel that Jaunty Gaming, the kind of fight they bought in against the side of Godlike, if they had continued to somehow pester them down, got a little bit closer in comparison to what they had previously, they could have eliminated Godlike and got that prime position, which could have paved way for them to get more eliminations. But I don't know how things are going to turn out for the side of Jaunty Gaming after this, because I really love the way Eco was giving that backup from a distance. But coming back, let's look at the MVP. It's going to be Alim. not much of a changes I see. I can still see Tatsuya being their primary character, and then Ford, as always, has become the new favorites to everybody, because this man can tank damage outside of the blue, and most of them are trying to do so. Whereas on the other side, we also have to look at Joseph. Even though Tatsuya is a faster character itself, Joseph's additional speed can make things much more interesting.
And Joseph also makes sure that you don't get thrown around by anyone else using their abilities like Oscar or Tatsuya. And even the nades won't really push you back that way. So great stuff by Aleem. In fact, we saw him fighting right at the start, right? When he and his team were engaged in a battle at the sub right off of the drop. Aleem was the one who was flanking for his team, trying to get angles onto his opponents. And when he couldn't do that, he just focused on surviving, and the team got the booyah in the end. Not too many changes in terms of the passive abilities. I do see Coda being used, which is kind of nice to have all that information, but almost everybody in this team is using the Ford, Joseph, and Tiva to get the faster reses online, except for Shamopi, because obviously he's using the sniper default preset that's Skylar, Raphael, Maro, and Moko. I do think that Olivia being available for Hyper is gonna be quite interesting, since he's also got Tiva. Both those characters can help your teammates reset back quickly after a fight. And yeah, the addition of Joseph just makes sure that they have their footing.
No, somewhere I've started to wonder, why aren't people using grenades? Especially for teams like Godlike and Aerobots. Both of these teams are capable of having that Alvaro. And let's not forget, with Alvaro, you have got that Beastin. And with the new update, we have seen that Alvaro's grenades can deal much more damage than what it used to before. So I still feel that, trying to clear off a building, or probably trying to get that confirmation, the grenades can still be used.
Yeah, the grenades can still be used, and while we didn't see much of grenade action in this particular game, we saw a lot of glue wall melters being used towards the end of that match, which was quite essential, because if the glue wall melters were not used, Godlike Esports would have cocooned themselves inside that little ruin compound, and then they would have been able to reset. Let's take a look at the match stats. 201 glue walls destroyed, which kind of makes sense, right? Because you saw so many glue walls being deployed right off the get-go. You had that fight in the sub, which Aerobots started. You had that fight in Shrines, which Aerobots ended, and they got the booyah. And in between all of that, Godlike Esports were just using their Skylar Riptide Rhythm as much as possible whenever they wanted to hunt down people. In fact, they were able to get TSG in their crosshairs midair. Even Classy FF got in their crosshairs midair. And the moment these guys land, these guys will use their glue wall to keep themselves safe from any shots who, any people who will be trying to shoot them midair. And at that time, that Skylar Riptide Rhythm is going to be really useful.
Absolutely, right? The first game is already done. The next game is going to be next era. Things are going to look much more interesting over here, with a lot of urban warfare possible. I would want to see which of these teams would want to, kind of prioritize the circle yet again, because Godlike has now shown us that the more you prioritize the circle and have a high ground, you'll be able to attain a lot of eliminations. And next era, even though it has got a bit of an urban warfare where you can still hide away from those snipers, it still gives you an opportunity when it comes to high grounds or top of TV tower in case the final circle forms in at that region.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting when we get in towards next era. I kind of want to see some fights in Deca Square as well, because, that place is literally the face of the map. It's appearing on the face card, but you don't often see a lot of fights over there because it's so open, teams tend to avoid it. So that's kind of why I want to see a lot of fights over there as well, especially when teams manage to just hot drop over there and you're scrambling to get weapons. It's really interesting. But apart from that, I also like fights in Intellect Center, because once you drop over there, just rotating in and out of that place becomes a hassle.
Now, the final circle happening at Intellect Center can be different, because three teams trying to block three different entrants. It all comes down to, again, trying to fly yourself into that small island. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But I would want to see something unique happen in this game, where Godlight gets challenged from the get-go, and probably. I do not want them to get eliminated at the very beginning, but if some team is able to restrict them, put fire in their heart, I do believe that it can be a very different story.
Yeah, let's see if Godlike are able to continue the run of dominance or not. As we hop into the next game, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nextara on your screens. And the players are ready. They are in the skies, about to drop down into this game to continue their run of dominance.
Oh yes, the flight path on our screens anytime soon is going to be again a default flight path, allowing all these teams to respect one another, go to your respective drop locations, and not have that early clash, which teams do not tend to do. Look at Rustown. I can already see two teams heading towards that region. Manish yet again wanting that early blood with CFF, whereas the southern side, as of now, I can see Aerobots having a kind of a weird split because Halim is at boxing gym. The rest of the teams are to the northern side of that region, and then you have Charm all the way to the southern side of the map.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting spread. I only see Aleem in trouble because he has been found by Jaunty Gaming. He was the only person who kind of landed away from his team, so Jaunty Gaming get first blood. Meanwhile, up here, you might just have a clash between Classy FF and GW Manish. Now, I'm not sure if these two teams are very keen on engaging right away. Fight is avoidable. Both these teams are, there's a pretty clear line that you can draw between them. But take a look at Vile Fox. He's trying to use the TPP to get the angles on Savik. And Noxious, does he know that there's a player right underneath him, though?
Oh, look at who's going to be coming in the backlines, the third-party kings. The previous game, this team was able to, do something phenomenal. And that's what they're trying to do again. The third party this fight. And somehow CFF, they've been cautious enough. They immediately fall back. And they also make sure that they do not engage in any of these fights. And I believe that stepping away from a fight could be the primary advantage for you to re-strategize against both these teams. Whereas on the other side, I can see that Godlike as well as Total Gaming have started to pick up frags as well.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised that Godlike is going at it again. It's just kind of unfortunate that Blackbirds were their first target in the previous game as well, and now they've found Blackbirds again. It's almost like both these teams are just hell-bent on facing each other. Meanwhile, Total Gaming and Vesh Nation, these guys are about to fight each other as well. And Shanky is just struggling to connect those shots onto Unstoppable, but Unstoppable takes a wide peek into the open, hoping that the jump would be able to save him. Feeds into Shanky's crosshairs yet again, and Total Gaming up at 2 eliminations.
Shanky did everything right, but I feel that Vice Nation is going to be in deep troubles because Ayush, the last man standing, he's trying to do his best. Yes, does retaliate well, puts down Mafia, but what he needs to do is watch out on the other side because he doesn't. He gets shut down and he gets eliminated. An early disappointment in this game for the side of Vice Nation. As Total Gaming, they have the perfect start. They've eliminated a team early on, and also they're looking like they want some eliminations.
Speaking of eliminations, take a look at Nancy. He's third party once again, and this time he's got Blackbird in their crosshairs, who are actually just really busy fighting the members of GW Manish. But oh my goodness, what on earth is that? Arjun got surprised as Nancy flies in towards him, surviving at 1 HP. He just needs to connect a single bullet. His teammates come in and help him out as well. So Nancy will go down, but Godlike are still a 3-man strong lineup who can take pot shots from anywhere. Meanwhile, BB Blackbirds have at least managed to repel away their initial skirmisher, HN, banish them towards Grav Lab so that they can go rest their fallen teammates. And luckily in all of this, Godlike is not looking to third-party them any longer. So they're safe for the time being.
If Godlike is falling back, remember that they're planning something bigger. It's better you shut them down when they get closer to you, because if you let them breathe, they become the predator of this lobby. And hoping to see them do something different yet again, we'll see that Jaunty Gaming have got 4 eliminations in the beginning, and they're also looking pretty strong. Whereas right opposite to them, I can see the team which I had a lot of hopes on, that they might come up to be the most aggressive team of this lobby. And I know that Crips, you're going to agree with me on this. TSG are not looking that great when it comes to the first game. The second game, yes, they've got momentum, but can they capitalize on it?
I really hope so. TSG They know for a fact that Jaunty Gaming are right next to them, but they kind of want to avoid this fight, so they are just going to dip out of this. They take up the jump pads on top of the roof, but Jarvis with the Woodpecker finds Sid mid-air, and he is going to get shot down. These guys are playing Bird Hunt. Meanwhile, at the same time, I saw members of Total Gaming walk past them in the vicinity. In fact, one of those members is already in Zipway. Do they know about the presence of Aztec over here? Because Aztec is kind of alone. Now Shanky Delete come flying in. This should be a clear indication that the alarm bells should be ringing. Mafia spotted by them. Definitely Ginotra has taken shots on them, and Delete finally finds Ginotra. Instant glue wall comes in, trying to get the res on him again. But they don't have the Oscar dashes available anymore. They can use the Skylar Riptide Rhythm, but Shanky gets another one as soon as it busts open. Wait a second. Jaunty Gaming might just be able to do this. Vincent gets one. Jarvis on top, finds the angle, finds the knock on to Mafia. Can they finish them off? Shanky has no choice but to just dip out of this, tuck his tail between his legs and make a run for it. And Total Gaming, no! Jaunty Gaming finds them again. Vincent has the angle. And once again, Total Gaming on the brink of elimination, managed to escape, but only for a second. They will be put down on the ground again, and after having such a lovely game one, this is a rather disappointing start for them. But the same could be said for Aerobots as well. After getting the Booyah in Kalahari, Nextera is just simply not going their way.
I believe it's because of their split. Like from the get-go, we could see them. They had a very wide split, which kind of was not helping out for them. But I do understand that they're looking out for some eliminations here and there. The solo players are looking a bit overconfident, I believe, as they're looking for fights. And what they're doing right now is just adding points to the opponent's table. And that could be a bit of a problematic situation in the overall standing. But let's see how they can counter it out, because they've got 3 eliminations so far and they've done a decent job in game number 1. So in game number 2, as of now, the biggest disappointment obviously is going to be Total Gaming, because they were looking so strong from the get-go, and all of a sudden an unwanted push against the side of Jaunty Gaming. I did not see anybody deploy binoculars. I did not see anybody looking forward for a UAV to get the location of the opponents. Blindly rushing against a strong team like Jaunty Gaming, they had to pay a very, very hefty price.
Yeah, and they probably didn't use any of those abilities because Aztec was already present over there, and he gave out the information that, yeah, we can probably send it in right now, but I see another fight brewing on the horizon.
Oh no, Godlike.
Take a look at TSG. They are about to match against Aerobots. Meanwhile, Godlike, on the other hand, they were about to clash with Jaunty Gaming, but they will just get to Mordor Ruins without doing much. TSG in a lot of danger. Christian said go down again. It's all up to Ace Ayush. He's got 1,000 points. He should be able to get 200 more and get his teammates online again, but he's got a long way to go in the zone. And it's going to be a lengthy rotation inside. It's not just Aerobots in there, but even HN, who are in a bit of trouble. Lovely shot. They find Luffy. And another one. Oh my goodness. T2 goes down as well. Aerobots are on fire. Sheikh finally pays the price for all that over-aggression. And Aleem and Sham will continue making their way into the zone while they're trying to gatekeep HN at the same time.
Oh, this is where I can see a different outcome altogether, where Vilonix at one corner is being pounced upon by the side of CES, whereas Godlike is trying to lock horns against the side of Jaunty Gaming. All of this happening on the eastern side of this final circle, and I'm hoping to see most of these teams fight it out, to gain some more elimination points. But Vilonix, since they've been pushed away from one team, it seems like they're landing into another. CS is chasing them down. Black, the last man standing. What can he do? Because they need points out here, and I don't think so he's going to be breathing for a long time.
Oh my goodness, Lonix go down again. That is just absolutely unfortunate. Meanwhile, HN have a little bit of a mistake over there. Scout just blew himself up with a grenade launcher, and that is going to be so difficult to come back from. HN Scout finally gets rest, and this time he'll be able to finish off Ace Ayush. So TSG also in a little bit of trouble. Ace Ayush was the one who actually started the survival streak for his team, managing to get away and keep his players alive, but it's all up to Legend right now. T2 and Luffy both just shooting at him with the P90s, and that's what happens when you've got the super res. The P90 will help you get at least a rolling start when your feet hit the ground, and TSG are out. TSG, Total Gaming, both these teams had decent games last time. Obviously, Total Gaming being better off in the previous one, but they've now both been eliminated, and it is just very problematic for all these teams.
Absolutely. Now we can say that fortune favors the brave in this game, because slowly and steadily we're able to see that those teams who are trying to have a defensive gameplay are being hunted down, eliminated, and making sure that they kind of crumble in that pressure. Whereas on the other side, those who dare to step out and pick up frags, they're being rewarded with not only eliminations but also some booyahs as well. For now, Aerobots are looking pretty strong in this game. So does the side of Jaunty Gaming, because both these teams looks like they have a long way into the circle. And yet again, we have the side of Godlike almost holding that corner of the circle, which always tend to move towards the final moments of this game.
Oh, can they get a lead? Yeah, Itchin finish him off. Sham, Hyper, and Sheik. They'll have to somehow tank the zone damage while also dodging the bullets of T2. I don't think this is going to be possible for them. Itchin, on the other hand, they don't want the stragglers anymore. They know that Sham and Sheik are in a lot of trouble, and unless they've got launchers, they won't be able to get anywhere. Oh, Luffy and Sheik both racing each other to the launcher. Can he find Luffy midair? No, but at least he can get inside the zone, and he is actually going elsewhere. He doesn't want to land in the same spot as Itchin. Wise call, but will that keep him safe? Because on top of that bridge, I see another team, and he might just land in the crosshairs of Classy FF. Okay, Arnav Scout managed to land slightly far away. Classy FF don't seem to have noticed them yet, because they've got their hands full with Krusty Sports.
Krusty Sports, they've been playing this perfectly, if you ask me, because they've got decent eliminations, and now they've got the prime position inside the circle. All they need to watch out is that lurker in the backlines. Yes, I can see that Sheik has got way too close towards the side of CES. In case they use binoculars just to check the backlines, they could find one player close by. But it seems like the complete attention is towards the side of CFF. And that means that Sheik can breathe for a really long time now and probably backstab, especially when CES is very weak on their knees.
Yeah, but this entire western periphery of the circle is heavily occupied. You've got Krusty Sports, CFF in the warehouse. You've got Black Pearls in the triple-story house, and they're just about to be forced outside. So how will they find cover? And look at the zone shift. Not a single team inside that zone. And it's way out in the open. There's only a couple of roadblocks that will help you get some cover, and that's not going to be enough. I mean, Blackbirds, they are the prime example of this. They just had to give up a tiny bit of their house and come outside, and even then they can't find cover. They will be eliminated.
Oh, this is where things start to turn interesting, because now we can see that HN Arnav is the only man inside the circle with some hard covers. And I do believe that I can see a turret, if I'm not wrong. But yes, coming back. CES, they've found out that there's another player close by. They're going to be pouncing against him. Sheik is going to be caught. Sheik is going to be eliminated. And Aerobots, who were looking so good in game number 1, have now been eliminated, giving path for another team to take the booyah in game number 2. As CES are looking strong, pouncing upon the side of Jaunty Gaming has also made sure that their complete attention is towards the side of CFF as well.
Bloody just leaves that gas station compound, coming in towards the warehouse, and Krusty Sports have a tiny house to their name. Both them and Classy FF are just trying to hold on to this hard cover as long as possible. Meanwhile, Jaunty Gaming on the other side are sharing the house with one player from HN. That is rather interesting. I don't think they've got an unpaid tenant living inside that house, and they haven't cleared out the top side of that house, so Jaunty Gaming might just be in for a nasty surprise. But as long as they're focusing on Krusty Sports, HN can live to fight another day. Now Classy FF go up against this rush. Meanwhile, Godlike Nobita is trying to get third-party angles onto everybody. Yogi and Nobita are trying to pick shots at everyone. Oh my god, Krusty Sports just cannot catch a break. Classy FF rushed them, and they get sent into the crosses of Godlike. And now Godlike once again have such a lovely angle. Not a single team close to them. They can take shots at CFF all day long. The only problem is that they're going to face Jaunty Gaming might just steal away their finishes. But it seems like Godlike are really good at stealing away those frags as well. Jaunty Gaming get only one. And Godlike say, not today. Jaunty will be forced to abandon this house much faster. Take a look at the zone. Godlike Esports can continue holding this area for way longer than anyone else.
Absolutely. Now, Jaunty Gaming, not only do they have to say take down one of the players in the higher grounds, they'll also have to strike at Godlike right now because they kind of, have their walls against the rock. And I believe that from here on, it becomes much more easier for the side of Jaunty Gaming to strategize against the side of Godlike because they have divided attention. Two players are looking at that solo survivor coming in from the side of CFF, as Jaunty Gaming previously shown to us that they can pounce upon the side of Godlike, and if given a chance, they can eliminate the side of Godlike. That's what they're trying to do. Some throwables being used, glue wall melters being exchanged from both the sides. Vincent had an opportunity to take down the player, just misses it out a little bit. Ginotra slowly showing that his experience might come into play. Getting in closer, he's got that shotgun as well, and let's not forget he's cooking up a grenade. He's being that grenadier for the team, lands it to perfection. Will be getting one knock as well. Godlike, they're going to be coming into a cocoon. They need to watch out. Nobita gets taken down. Eco will have to be the support player who's always been picking up frags. Eco takes on Jarvis. Kunal gets taken down. Ginotra and Vincent are coming in from two different angles. Nancy gets in closer. M18 trying to sing that songs of death, but I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them. A 1v2 situation now converting to a 2v2. Nancy buying time. Vincent on the other side trying to do his best. Ginotra is getting in closer. He puts down Eco. Nancy, the last man standing. He's going to be backstabbed. Jaunty, both of them are trying to do their best. Now, Jaunty Gaming, they need to be careful because they've got one more lurking snake in the backlines who watch all this happen. And I believe a 1v2 could take place in this lobby.
Yeah, and he's deployed a drone as well. So Bloody knows exactly where the two remaining members of Jaunty Gaming are. 1v2. Bloody uses that bloody skirmish between Jaunty and Godlike as the best possible distraction to get inside that zone, and he's got the high ground as well. Jaunty Gaming don't want to keep their position a secret, but now they must have heard the footsteps of this player as well. They know that Bloody is right around the corner. Freeze bomb deployed. Cassie abilities, they have been activated, so Jaunty Gaming can go in with the bonded heals. They close in the distance. M590 in his hand. Can he use this nerfed shotgun to his advantage? 126 HP to his name, and he's trying to get away as quickly as possible. The Riptide Rhythm forcing him to reposition. Vincent and Ginotra hot on the chase, and they find him down. Jaunty Gaming get the booyah on Nextera.
Absolute phenomenal gameplay coming in from the side of Jaunty Gaming. They have to give credits to Ginotra for bringing that opening against the side of Godlike. What a move coming in from this man. He understood that he needs to hold on to those glue walls until the glue wall melters get cleared off in front of Jaunty Gaming. And once he understood that now is the time to push, he did put down, the prime players of Godlike. And again, we have been speaking about this. The only way for you to put down Godlike is to divide and rule against him. And that's what Jaunty did exactly. One player at a time is what they tried to take down. And they were rewarded with a very, very beautiful set of eliminations after which.
Yeah, the trading potential between all the members of Jaunty Gaming has been phenomenal so far. Like the way Ginotra just sped up every single time to give his teammates some backup is just absolutely insane. I don't know which one of these players had the Tatsuya equipped, but I'm pretty sure that these guys were using the Tatsuya dashes to get in range of their teammates and help them out rather than trying to get themselves into a position to fight somebody or in a position to escape. And that's how Jaunty Gaming used the trading to get themselves this booyah. And when I say trading, it's quite simple. If one of your players goes down, you need to make sure that the other player, your opponent who knocked down your teammate, gets eliminated instantly. And that's how you just keep taking care of each other that way. Just focusing on survivability more rather than trying to eliminate the other team on the basis of your own merit. You use your teammates to help. And Jaunty Gaming, their teamwork was phenomenal against Godlike. I mean, they've got the disadvantage, right? Jaunty Gaming, they were out in the open. There was a treacherous gap between that one rock that they were holding and hard compound.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Godlike had the cover of those shipping containers. So they had to go through the open. Jaunty Gaming had to take more risk. And even then, they managed to win it out. What a game it was from Jaunty Gaming. In fact, I want to see that final battle once again because that was absolutely nuts.
I mean, this was the moment where Eco, he gave that opening, but the one problem which I saw from the side of Godlike this time around is not prioritizing to pick up their players every time and then. But whereas on the other side, Jaunty Gaming, they had a very different approach. Vincent was like, you know what, I'm gonna do the fragging, you do one thing, you just lurk the enemies out of their hard cover, and that's what they exactly did. Speak about 30 points in one game. Jaunty Gaming has replicated something much better, has got 32 points in the second game, and shown us why they are also one of the other teams to watch out for.
Absolutely spot on by Jaunty Gaming. They did not really have that great of a time in the first game, because when they took their jump pads in Kalahari, they landed in the crosses of Godlike and they were able to shut them down mid-air. But this time they get revenge for what happened to them in Kalahari, and Jaunty Gaming prove once again that they are the OGs of the Indian Free Fire Max scene. And Godlike, sure, they might be amazing, but you cannot battle legacy. Cross Esports also having a good game finally. It was slightly lackluster for them in Kalahari, but now with a 17-point game and 11 eliminations, they are starting to prove why they are also one of the most feared teams. HN Elite though, these guys snuck under everyone's noses. They basically piggybacked off of Jaunty Gaming's momentum and used the same building to keep themselves alive.
10 eliminations, MVP. I don't know how to put this, but Vincent, I believe that he's more of a frontline assaulter than being that, sniper. But yes, Skylar being used at the close range was phenomenal to watch. There were moments when Riptide Rhythms were used just to make sure that there was no glue wall whatsoever for his M18 to sing songs of death. He's got that Mokomaro as well. But this man, and I still wonder from which angle did he find so many eliminations being a sniper.
Oh, wow. I mean, if I'm not wrong, Vincent racked up a bunch of those finishes very early on in the game as well. Like, he was responsible for getting all his teammates out of danger in the early game fights. And then towards the end, he racked up 10 eliminations by himself, while his team had 20. So that's like 50% of the frags.
Yeah, Ginotro on the other side using Cassie. He did everything right for his team. He knew that he could deal some damage. He also proved to us that, trying to use that beast in as well as the Alvaro can always be an advantage as it also is getting that buff. So I believe that Ginotro has done the right set of, holding the right set of attacking when the time was right, but his teammates have also done a great job. Kunal and Jarvis, at given point of times, they were ready for that trade game.
Yeah, and I noticed no Tatsuya being used over here. A rare usage of the A124. I kind of want to know if it was used in that final battle against Godlike, because I was wondering why Godlike weren't. Yeah, because I noticed that they had their Tatsuya dashes available, but they didn't use them. So maybe they couldn't use it because it was fried by the A124 EMP. So yeah, that could explain why Godlike were unable to reposition and trade each other out. Otherwise, Godlike are generally a team which play quite close to each other and they trade frags really well. So I saw the only way to disrupt them is to stop them from using the dashes, which could explain why the A120 was so useful.
Absolutely. 93 knocks against 80 eliminations. That shows that this time around,
not bad.
It was a different story altogether. 45,000 damage being dealt in total. 133 glue walls have been destroyed. The longest elimination is slowly, building up, as now it's 255 meters, which is much better compared to the first two maps. The first map.
Yeah, and there were several people using the jump pads in this one as well. So I'm guessing that this is one of those finishes where a player mid-air gets shot on by someone on the ground. Maybe that's why there's a 250-meter long elimination. But I wish we got to know who this player was as well, so we could applaud him for his long-range, consistent sniping. Let's take a look at some more stats from this game, which bring us to the overall standings. Godlike, as expected, at top. 48 points for them in total. Jaunty Gaming climb up to the second spot with 40. Aerobots, consistent across both the games, but still lacking, something. They have a Booyah, courtesy of which there are 37 points in the top 3. And then you've got Crust Esports quite close to Total Gaming with 25 and 22 points across them. And then Total Gaming is tied with CFF at 22 points. So the current cutoff after game number 2 is 22 points. Keep in mind, these guys have 4 more games left for the day, and only the top 6 teams will make it into the next stage, into the league stage. So teams like Blackbird, TSG Army, HN Elite, GW Manish, Velonix, and Besh Nation, they are in a lot of trouble.
I'm hoping to see some changes happen out here. TSG Army, I mean, this was one of those teams to watch out for. Yes, they've got 14 eliminations against placement points. I do understand that has been their primary objective from the day one of this tournament. But somewhere I feel that now they'll have to inculcate that controlled aggression. They need to prioritize the circle first, like that of Godlike, because that is going to eventually reward them with a lot of eliminations. And not only that, we are also able to see that in case they're going in for a fight as well, they need to stop relying on the trade game. They need to stick together, push in together, and make sure they eliminate squads, or else they might end up at the very bottom of the table by the next game.
Yep, it's going to be quite difficult because 4 games is not a lot, and they need to be consistent across all 4 of them to stand a chance to get into the league stage. So we will be back with the next few games, ladies and gentlemen. But after a short break, don't go anywhere. The action is going to get even more intense.
Group A having the most aggressive teams out of the lot that we see in 36, and rightfully so. They have been super aggressive right from the start. Unbelievable show as we start and end the first two games. Now we jump into game 3. Welcome back to TEZ presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me is going to be Auzora, and we are back for this game 3 action to find an idea of what's going to be happening in game 3, because so far, Auzora, the top teams have had a tad bit of a starter trouble in Group A.
True that. I mean, talking about the way we discussed even post this break, we were thinking what happened exactly towards the aggressive gameplay, those maneuvers, those rotations, and they've been caught stranded. And if that is the case, right, Lucifer, then I believe that most of the teams, in case of showcasing their aggressive game style or play style, they might fall into the trap of being outside the tournament. So I'm hoping that they can go ahead and find that perfect spot, the balance that they need initially in order to get those points, and then slowly build up the entire pace for themselves.
I'm hoping and worried at the same time because of what we've just witnessed, because as we jump into game 3 of Purgatory, this is where it all started in Group D for Godlike. From here itself, they started their consecutive booyahs, and so far in the previous 2 games, Auzora, they have come in the top 2. They've been in the fighting rounds, but now in Purgatory, it could be a starter for a booyah. Let's see as we jump down right into it.
Purgatory being one of the top maps where I could see multiple teams going ahead and forming themselves for a safe cocoon. For example, Note House, and we can see Wesh Nation heading towards those corners. Earlier on, whenever we could see those battles in week 1, it was not looking that good. But at the dead center, we can see so many teams coming down in the action. And once they pick those weapons, it's all gonna be chaotic house. Godlike against Total Gaming, and Total Gaming, there's a knuckle cluster being fed upon, and wait a second, there was an initial confrontation going on here, and Nobita, he's been the first one to depart.
What's happening here? These top teams having a clash right at the flight path start, crossroads? Godlike, this says that they want the booyah. Same goes for Total Gaming. Hey, both the teams have had their booyahs when they played in their respective groups in week 1, but hey, this is week 2. Here, you mess up, your qualification becomes dicey, especially already Total Gaming feeling the heat. And look at this, not stopping at all. A 2v1, and Delete had nowhere to find an opportunity to get away. He was stuck in that trailer van, and with that, they make sure he departs. However, his teammates, they have survived, should be reviving him, but they've gone in the crosshairs of Aerobots. And Mafia, he is downed and eliminated. Aztec, he has been found. Total Gaming, I think one last survivor. Where is he?
Oh, he's running away as far as he can get from the arms of the opponents. He's still alive, still surviving, and that's what the team needs. The kind of confidence that they have. One elimination strong is what they're looking, but that only solo person, what can he do for the team, as he needs to bring back 3 more alongside. You talk about Aerobots. They've been performing really nice when it comes to getting the first maps booyah, and from there on they're just converting it. And here's the thing, right? The presence of mind, which they could have received yet another elimination, and Shanky, he is the last hope for Total Gaming. This might go south. Total Gaming, what is the kind of response that you're going to give at this point of time? As I can see, there's another play coming from the hindsight as well, from all 4 directions. If Shanky is going to be shanked up to death, then it's all done for a last moment. But Total Gaming, they're not going to rise up in the map of Purgatory, as they have been punished down to bits and pieces.
2 games. Auzora, 2 games.
Back to back.
Total Gaming suffer a loss like this, yeah? It's only game 1 which is keeping them afloat in the charts for now. But this was the halfway mark. This was the segue to you recovering. And that recovery has not happened. And to be the first team to be eliminated, the teams like Wesh Nation, the teams like Blackbirds, CFF have had a little bit of an issue when they were getting down, especially Velonix. They've also been one of those teams who've been getting eliminated very early on. But the likes of Total Gaming going down like this is gonna hurt. But hey, that floater of game 1 is going to work out for them. But let's wait till when
As Jaunty Gaming, they couldn't wait. They snapped the booyah they got, and they're looking for another as they're looking for to snapping their bullets to their opponents of Aerobots. They've already grabbed that one elimination. There is another player, but that is not the only battle. HN Elite with the battle of their own with Blackbirds.
Blackbirds yet again soaring high with confidence, looking at the way the shots are coming in. Kid, he's no more Kid. He has already adulted himself with the way those frags are coming in. HN, one player. T2 just surviving with the nick of the HP, but I believe that all of those hopes are going to shatter real soon. Backs exposed, and T2, he thought that he can survive the wrath of Blackbird. And no, that was not the case. He knew what he was messing around with. HP would have looked really good on him, but unfortunately, he has been taken down. And here's the thing, right? The last man standing of HN, he has managed to bring back a couple of players. Again, this is a golden opportunity for them to take this fight over and over, but I'm hoping that they can at least somehow manage to square out things against Blackbird.
Wait and watch, just like how Jaunty Gaming is now waiting for another opportunity, but Velonix, they aren't. They did get shot down afar from an opponent, but instantly they answer back with an elimination that they grab in their direction.
Yep.
Jarvis, he knows there's an opponent. Flash freeze and instant glue wall. He knew there could have been a nade coming his way, but Vincent, along with another third-party team who never knew that this could happen, and Vincent is taking this advantage. Use the Skylar, Riptide Rhythm, trying to break their bones as well, but there's another player covering them from afar with the VS. That's going to be Junior. And Vincent has to back off from the opportunity where he could have grabbed free points. But it doesn't look like it's going to be free anymore. Etazo took the jump pad to get to the roof, but managed to go across towards the play zone.
That's smart.
I don't know if
That's very smart.
Oh wait,
Vincent,
actually it's smart. It's working out, Azora.
Yeah, it is going to work out. Vincent, he has no clue onto what's going to happen right in front of him. Just wait and watch. What is Vincent doing?
What?
He's still surviving. Etazo? Oh, come on. That was a really nice heighty advantage, and all of a sudden, every single thing is in shambles. Etazo somehow fighting for his dear life. Shots fired, and Vincent, unfortunately, he's going to be the one who's been taken down. Even though he had the information, the insight that the player is right behind him, he could not get the advantage of that. And if this is the case, Lucifer, then most of the teams are going to wash hands from free elimination points.
Yeah. I think this Group A, when we saw the group reveal as well, expected to be very chaotic, very aggressive, and an anomaly as well. And so far it's turning out to be the teams who know that they could also be at the brink of elimination, because compared to week 1, this week 2, it's about being in the top 6. So the other half of the teams, they're out of Group A. They're out of Free Fire Max India Cup. They're out of all the run that they tried to be the best of the Indian team. And we could see how tough every team is giving it their all here in the Game 3 as well. And what a way to start things off as we are coming to that 50% mark. I don't know which team to call like they're not having their good time. Vice Nation, if I want to put them under the radar, I think, Auzora, we clearly know how they managed to qualify, right? Their survival instinct is really good, phenomenal. They will read the points that they need, and that could happen right again as well. And look at them, they're not eliminated. And that was a similar case that happened in Game 1. Game 2, yes, unfortunate for them. But here, Game 3, they're still surviving. With only Total Gaming, who have been completely eliminated. 7 minutes on the clock. 11 teams still surviving. Tells us that everybody, Azora, everybody is on the hunt for those points.
Purgatory being one of the maps where I've seen multiple teams go in for those last moments. And I'm talking about the end game over here. That just means one thing, like you mentioned, elimination points are there as a brownie point, but at the same time, you need to even predict where the circle is going to head towards. And right now, as I can see, it's towards the southern side. So campsite being one of the centric focus points where teams, if they head towards the nearest vicinity, or if it's say real estate, then it's going to be a really good situation for them overall. But talking about TSG, they have also had a very rough patch, and I get it that earlier on it was a really decent game coming from their end, but later on, the rotations were looking very wonky as the first pancake that you ever make. But this is that one bad situation where I can say that Blackbirds are here to hunt yet again.
They're finding the knocks. Make it a counter. One of their main players, Adit Thakur, he's been down. But there is an onslaught of his teammates coming in, covering. Kid going all out. Rocha, he's also down, and Velonix, they pick them off one by one in Blackbirds. There's none of them surviving. Velonix, what a turnaround. Two of their players were knocked first after Blackbird's players were revealed. But Velonix, their fight is not done for. Now it's Godlike Esports. Quickly, one of their players used the launch pad, made it across, but SJL, he's still here, picks an elimination amongst the four, going in for a 1v1 fight with Yogi, doing utmost damage, but Nobita coming in with a dash, an instant knock on him. But DVG, what? Wait, I thought most of the players also left. But DVG is backing now. Yogi is down, looking for another 1v1. Nancy surviving. Puts DVG down. What is happening here?
Oh my god, that push was a bit premature. If you had come 5 seconds earlier on, it would have been a really good clean-up shop. Godlike for now, they're looking super strong. 6 eliminations, and CFF, the team that played so well in the previous one, is currently struggling. And I'm hoping that they can at least get the advantageous position onto their name, but the previous fight was so clean. Godlike, they have played it to perfection, even though there were a couple of players running away, but it doesn't matter. It's about the way you finish up, and that's how they did. They cleaned up the entire area, and it looked really nice. But overall, if you talk about the circle, it is heading all the way towards the southern side, and now the big drum roll part, which we will understand onto which side will the circle more focus towards. Oh, it's again the southern side. And TSG is lucky that they're inside.
I think this is their game now. Just like how we are seeing Godlike with CFF. They've spotted HN Elite using the tower, the height advantage, but Bloody is not rallying even a single bullet. He's just giving information to his teammates. Godlike maybe could use that as well. But GW and Manish, a team we expected, they were the epitome of consistency when we saw in Group A, right? In their Week 1 matches, they played fabulous. But here, they've still not started off. They've not found any momentum. And similar, TSG, we spoke about them. Maybe this circle moving in their direction could help them out. But it is Vice Nation who are moving in the likes of Aerobots, and the fight breaks out.
Vice Nation, that's not a good idea at all. And I'm just saying it out of, curiosity and hyper, looking at the way he's charging forward. Vice Nation, they're not looking like they have a really good stand, but really good knocks coming in through. Shake, what can he do for the team? Deku Noob on the other, and he has been knocked unstoppable. And looking at the way Ayush is rushing forward, Shake, he needs to somehow manage to run away from this position. Unstoppable, good shots coming in from his end. And that one solo player who wanted to survive has skedaddled his way across, and he needs to stay there till the very end as he's the last man standing. Vice Nation, I thought the entire execution was a bit premature, but the way they executed it with just one man going down on his knees, that was just amazing.
Yeah, hands down. Even I thought Vice Nation, especially in their fights, have not looked great, right? To be honest. Now, Aerobots, they're a team who already got a booyah to start the day off. However, things have turned around. I think Vice Nation have now understood survival is not going to get them through. It did get them to top 9, but top 6, not the same cards. Godlike, they know what they've done in Week 1, and that's what they're inclining to do here in Week 2, Day 1, Game 3. They know there's a team right ahead of them. They were the ones to knock them. But can they make it work? But right now, TSG, who did have the circle, it still moved away from them towards the southwest. So TSG, they have to make their move. But before they could, they've spotted Jaunty Gaming. The fight breaks out, but the fight also along the lines of Godlike and GWM Manish and CFF Esports.
Oh, this fight has been prolonged for a really long time. Vincent taking a couple of shots, and on the other end, Jaunty Gaming, they're on the deficit. They don't have the height advantage like TSG does. And talk about rotation, they can rotate much more sooner than what Jaunty Gaming is currently at. So all the ways they are at a deficit, and I'm hoping that they can run away from that area as soon as possible. On the other end, it's Godlike who's been taking the constant brunt force of GW Manish, and one by one, every single one of them is succumbing to non-existence. Eco being the last man standing. And Godlike Esports, they have been swept clean as GW Manish. They have 6 total eliminations, but now they're going to fight against the blue. And if this is the case, then they need those heals being clocked in real soon.
Their positions have been revealed at this riverbed. HN Elite on one end, on another end, it's going to be Crust. Reviving their teammates is going to be even harder. And look at Arnav's movement. He's been sneaky. GW Manish, Noxious, and Soban. As soon as these glue walls drop, they could be in trouble. They're at the edge of the circle, so for now, they could be happy. But TSG, will they be? Because now there's a fight that they have to deal with, and Sidak is down. It's Vice Nation. They just converted on Aerobots, but TSG hammering their bullets, finding those knocks, getting those confirmations on the elimination, unstoppable. And Noah are the last 2 survivors against the lot of 3. But Jaunty, they decide to pitch in, but Kunal, he chimes in a little too early, and TSG quickly grabbed that elimination, and Ace Ayush out in the open. Unstoppable puts him down. Jarvis gets that elimination. What an exchange of a battle, and TSG, they're stuck. Glue walls all around them, Jaunty Gaming all around them, and Krish and Legend, the last 2. Can they push them out? There's the buzzer, the hooter, inclining that the play zone will start moving. They have to make a move right now, but Jaunty, they are not giving them the space. Legend makes a quick run away, gets a vehicle. Krish trying to see if he can provide cover fire while that's happening. But Legend, wow, what a fast approach. And the last survivor from Vice Nation is out.
He is out in the open and out for the count as well. Jaunty Gaming on the other end. The backs are still exposed. You need to watch your back. Vincent Job is way too low of HP. And I believe Krish is still running forward, leaping in order to get inside the circle. And if this is the case, then it is going to be very dangerous for them to even survive. But Jaunty Gaming, they have been eliminated. Cross Esports on the other end. Really good third parties coming in from their side as well. Couple of players from GW Manish. And on the other end, it's Cross Esports led by Duka, who can go ahead and seize this moment of glory and get the booyah as they have the man count advantage alongside the circle as well. GW Manish still facing the brunt of blue, and Noxious being the last man standing. What can he do? Soeb rushing forward, and Noxious way too low, and down goes the entire count. What a game coming in from Krusty Sports. A lovely booyah indeed.
Unbelievable stuff. They could have picked fights very early on. Krusty Sports were at the edge, the western end of things, the eastern end of things, and they could actually picked up a fight with GW Manish, Godlike, HN Elite, CFF. They could even take up in a fight against Jaunty. They could have taken it against TSG, but they didn't. They wanted this booyah. They know it's about being in the top 6, and what a smart game coming in from there. And all the 4 players survived. All the 4 players made it even to this last fight. The numbers worked in their favor. The angles worked in their favor. And from there on, they just pelleted bullets. There was nothing else that anybody could do against the likes of numbers, right? And especially because they had all the information while all these teams were fighting. Crust were like, this is a movie until the end, but the heroes are us.
That's right. All of those trailers that we could see earlier on, lovely fights, Lucifer. Not gonna lie about that. It was about beating the compass and reaching in towards a circle. But Crust, they were so smart. They could pick all of those crumbs and yet again make a really nice dish out of it. Moreover, getting the booyah itself will give them the kind of confidence that they needed for so long. And trust me when I say this, Lucifer, Crust Esports were there in my top 3. But then unfortunately, I did change it, and I put in Total Gaming into one of those top 3 contenders who will at least reach towards and get those points. So I'm hoping that the aggressive gameplay comes in from both the ends. I'm talking about both Total Gaming alongside Crust as well. But the final moments, Lucifer, it's one of the places where I would say GW Manish is going to kick the bottle and say that, oh my God, we should have been inside the circle and that would have been a real nice situation for us. But overall, they were very down with their man count, so they could not do much.
But I think it's still about them feeling happy about what happened in this game. Is they ended up in the top 2 compared to the previous results that they had. This is the best standing, and now they've reached in the top 2, meaning they have enough points that they could put them in a safe spot compared to the other teams who are lacking behind. We'll talk about that, but quickly talking in this game 3 standings, it's 22 total points for Crust, 10 eliminations, 12 placement points, which we generally see. GW Manish on the other end, 9 placement points, but it's about the 7 eliminations, a little shortfall compared to the likes of Godlike Esports. Godlike, I think their movement around the play zone was very erratic. They went everywhere they heard sounds. They went towards the side of Fire Brigade, they decided to take a fight. They got those eliminations. From there, they were trying to move in. GW Manish, they spotted. CFF, they spotted. Every elimination, they were just raking up. So I think in that elimination card perspective, Godlike should still feel okay. But TSG, a tad bit of a better game again, 12 points in their name. But the teams who have not gotten points are Velonix, Blackbird, CFF, and the most disappointing and disheartening for all the major viewers is going to be Total Gaming with just a single point, Auzora.
It's all right. They can go ahead and convert this in the upcoming maps. We're talking about the MVP. It's going to be Zoeb, who gets 4 eliminations with a damage of 1800 and assists being 3. Oscar has been his active approach, which means that if he dashes through either of the glue walls, he can shatter it down alongside knock back the opponents as well. So overall, a really good approach coming in from his end. But AC-18 hands off a person who rushes down the throats of the enemies. That's one of the things that I need to think about.
I agree. I think this kind of happened when we were also kind of deciphering the update that came through. A little bit of a tad buff that AC-80 got teams towards the end, right? They're quickly changing things and taking an opportunity on that. Maybe that's working out for them. But let's quickly talk about even the Booyah team stats. We can see Steffi, we can see Tatsuya, Skylar, Oscar. These are our generals. I think I was maybe anticipating this update could make a change, but we did not see a big push in terms of nerfs or buffs. So teams are still happy about it. And Arvon clearly indicating that they just need information, and Crust, as we clearly saw, the manage to get the Booyah on basis of information is worked out.
A lot of information, to be honest. A lot of information. They have dished out a pretty decent damage overall if we talk about the highest being 1800. But overall, I can say the eliminations are looking really good. Double digit there alongside the position advantage as well. 12 coming in from that corner. So I was hoping more of a elimination kind of a game coming in from Crust, but it's all right. They can go ahead and manage to rack up more elimination points in the upcoming maps. All they needed was a tad bit of confidence, and now that they have it, they can go ahead and convert it. But here's the thing that I want to go ahead and highlight, Lucifer. That is, once you get a Booyah, right, you always have that one bullseye target on your back. And I'm hoping that Crust Esports, they stray away from this as far as possible, and at the end, get that Booyah converted. But game summary, please shed some light.
I think here we have seen a little bit of a north in direction of increasing longest elimination distance compared to the other stats. Other stats have taken a little bit of a toll, and I think that was the case when we were even discussing about how things are now kind of changing based on this new update. Teams are now very resourceful because now they understand if they don't decide to be resourceful during that mid game, their end game, their final fight is going to be super tough, and therefore we can see Nox also on the lower end. We did not see many revivals back to back, right? Only one team, Total Gaming, got eliminated very early on. All the other 11 teams survived, and towards the end it was just quick team elimination. So revives not looking great, meaning Total Nox are going to be on the lower end. Eliminations as well suffer a similar situation with the total damage at 39,000. Not a big game here, so we did not see a lot of points being raked, Auzora. So there is still a chance, even though we are at the 50% mark, the segue is done. Teams still stand a chance to make a comeback, but it has to happen in the next game. But it's not going to be an easy one. The next game is going to be on Solara.
Solara being one of the most recent maps where teams are still figuring out what can they do better in order to go ahead and get those eliminations, alongside which are those places which are heavily contested and drop clashed. So these are the couple of things which needs big answers. And right now, looking at the way how volatile Group A is, I'm hoping that elimination streaks are going to start from the word go itself. Jaunty Gaming have
I agree. I think right from the get-go, it is going to be unbelievably strong from every player. Yeah, it happened here as we started Purgatory. I mean, the flight path just started from Crossroads and instant fight breaks out. That tells us that teams are now going to target each other. The drop points will be clashed upon because they know the need of the hour is those elimination points. Because even when we saw the tiebreaker, yes, the first comes Booyah, but then when we see towards the top 6, around the 5, 6, 7, 8 positions, it will be based on that 1 point, some team having an extra elimination and could work in their favor. So now I'm a tad bit worried of how things are going to go down in Solara. We've spoken about this, as even Azora mentioned, it is the newest game that we have seen. But hey, is this going to be a good game for especially the top teams? And I think the top teams, when we speak about the fights happening, it has been chaotic and it is a tad bit unexpected that they are also facing this brunt, but it was bound to happen. When Group A got revealed, this is why I was so worried that every team is going to have a problem. Because when I was just looking at the stats in details, right? TSG was the most aggressive team, expected them to be all out, and that's how the game started, even on Kalahari, even on Nextera, even in Purgatory a little, but after that, nothing much. So starting has been good for TSG, but the ending not the likeliest. But still, I think Godlike, they've been doing still well. Nobody has to be worried about their team because at all times, they've been in the top. So Godlike, even though they did not get a consecutive Booyah, their fans, their players, they don't have to be worried about getting eliminated. However, the likes of HN Elite, Blackbirds, Vice Nation, Crust, now that they have gotten a Booyah, they'll also be a little far from being worried, but there's still a long way to go for their end. Even CFF, a little up and down of a game. GWM Manish, now could have been a better game, maybe a Booyah as well, but they're stuck to that riverbed and thought maybe that could work out in their favor. Unfortunately, the numbers weren't. But hey, they came to the top 2. They're hoping to be better in Solara, and it could maybe work, but it is not going to be easy, as we said. It is going to be the most aggressive. Let's jump down to Solara, where we'll decide if this Game 4 is going to be decided in any of these teams' favor to get them towards the top 6. Because from here on, the hunt becomes real to get those points. If they don't, they will miss out on their chances. They'll miss out on the opportunity as the flight starts from Windmill.
Solara being one of the most contested maps, where we can see TV Tower being center of the attention. And I'm sorry there, Lucifer, to leave your side for a tad bit. There have been some minor inconveniences. Now it's all fixed up. And talking about Delta Isle, we can see TSG yet again reaching in towards the nit-grits of the map and getting the really nice loots. Plus, the best thing about this map is that you can easily skateboard your way through and reach to any of the given directions. So let's see how well can teams go ahead and capitalize this one.
I'm surprised there's no drop clashes, which I highly inclined on. And I think now all that hype that I did, I'm like, but I think this is teams now understanding the heat of the movement, Azora. I thought teams could take the other direction of full aggression, but they've taken a direction of being composed. They understand now. They make those happiness, their erratic approach could actually be their deficit, lose out on points, maybe even eliminated right out of week 2, and especially with such big names, it could be troublesome and trouble strikes. It looks like Godlike again, a very early on fight. CFF, they were close, but we did not think the fight will happen. But one lurking player, and they quickly grabbed that elimination. Godlike decided and they thought and even sought after this fight, but they understood, hey, it's too early. Let's not incline. It's okay. They got an elimination. Eco, as you can see, barely at the edge of it, spotting on the house to see if somebody overextends, if he can exchange that knock, because his teammate, he's brought back up.
Oh, here's another thing, a smart one indeed. Godlike, they just wanted to understand who their neighbors are, and right now they're all rushing in, thinking that they might be easy targets. CFF, they haven't had a really good game coming in previous maps as well. Talk about the way even the end circles are going for them. It's completely nullified. So I'm hoping that this time around they can at least do something. One elimination point, it looks like a hot streak, but here's the thing. Godlike, once they all band together and move forward, then CFF, they need to be very aware about when they need to head forward. CFF, for now, rushing. 3-man squad, and Bloody, he's just waiting with the height advantage in order to scope in and snipe anyone he sees.
From Bloomtown all the way to studio, this is a fight and a chase. Godlike are so unhappy that they got that elimination against the likes of CFF, but now it's 2 more players. Yogi and Eco. The chase did not work out. Nancy and Nobita covering. Nobita on the top. He was the one who got revived. Has the
not good.
P90 on hand. Starts firing, but not a good position. A savior's grace from Nancy on his teammates, but that's a second elimination, as you rightfully said, Azora. They grabbed his elimination point twice, and now godlike. The IGL's down. Yogi. Nancy spotted. Eco trying to make a quick getaway. Elimination, one more, and that's 4 total eliminations that CFF grabbed. That is a lot of points very early on, and godlike, they have to back off. There is nothing else. Early elimination meaning a lot of points given away. A team so aggressive, just because they took that fight head on, they lost the numbers, but thankfully they backed off.
Oh, well, that was the kind of Mexican wave that they could not tackle down as soon as possible. GW Manish on the other end, launch pad taken. What was Sheikh doing? I mean, the shots were looking clean, but there you go. Finally, the bird is down. One player down for the count. GW Manish, for now, they have somehow managed to head towards Aquarium, and that's one of the places where they want to keep till the very end. But I think that Aerobots, they're going to rush forward. They've already found the window of opportunity, and they know for a fact that they might be just one vending machine which they need to fend off to. Look at the way they're just rushing down. This can be a fatal demise for them. And on the other end, we can see some really nice shots coming as well. Krusty Sports, no more targets on their back as they are taking Total Gaming's persons one by one. Aztec being the last man standing. And yet again, Total Gaming, they're not able to shine. They're not able to perform. And this itself strikes the warning bell to which they have to respond promptly.
Not looking good, but for now, Aerobots, things are looking good in their favor. GW Manish, for them as well, things are turning around, not in their direction. Last man standing, Noxious. They're trying to grab the elimination. Sheikh and Aleem together try to pounce, but isolating the duel. Now Noxious stuck, and he puts him down. Nice one. Quick brought back. Aleem as well gets an opportunity to stand up on his legs, and that is an elimination being grabbed. I'm trying to search if there's still one player surviving from GW Manish. It's not one, actually 2. But the fight is not stopping now. TSG against the likes of Crust, who took that booyah. And TSG is saying, how did you manage to do that? We are not going to let you do it here in Solara. But the fight is also with Jaunty Gaming, another third-party team.
God.
What is happening here in Solara? I accounted for the fight to start early on, but it took a little 5-minute break. And after that, it is looking unstoppable. Jaunty, not just picking up fights against TSG, they're taking eliminations on Crust as well. But Legend answering back one by one, grabbing those eliminations with Sidak. But on the other end, it's Ginotra trying to bring back Jarvis right across the glue wall. Legend gets the hint. Jarvis is up, but is he up for a battle to survive? As Legend, yes, goes down. His teammate had just got closer. Jarvis has to now stay back away.
Oh, that was a really nice rebuttal there, Jaunty Gaming. They have come back from nothing to every single thing. 5 total eliminations, and said, I'm glad that he has run away from all of this scaffolding. A good call. And TSG, they're still fighting to survive. All those 3 players, they need to come back into the action. And this fight is not over yet. They're going to go against each other door-to-door once again. And this time, let's see who's going to throw in that Vital. For now.
Now, we have 3 teams who've been eliminated. Total Gaming, Velonix and Blackbirds. But it could have been TSG. Jarvis, the man who brought them back up for Jaunty and pushed the likes of TSG. Thankfully, Sidak, he was trying to get closer to help out Legend over there. But as soon as a player got lost, Sidak decided to back off, as you can see. For now, GW Manish also taking a safer route, as Aerobots is not stopping. All the way from Bayside Aquarium, now Delta Island, they're still chasing the likes of GW Manish. I don't know how far this is going. But what a game of Solara it's turned out to be. 3 teams out and under. HN Elite, they also need a better game. Vice Nation, maybe one fight worked out in their favor, but the others yet to be awaited for. At TV Tower now, Jaunty Gaming, they're the best and the prime position because the angle they're coming in from, the northwest region, no teams at all. They're entering right above the compounds towards Funfair. and southern cluster, eastern cluster is all about to form. CFF trying to get closer, godlike from Funfair towards the likes of HN Elite, who are just about TV tower. Arvan used. I feel like now Arvan has become like a character, and it works out in their favor sometimes. Arvan with that information of 4, HN Elite could be in big trouble. Godlike. Nancy, he was the one who was the savior previously when the fight broke out with the likes of CFF, who are still right behind Godlike. Things could go wayward, but jaunty, you could see them from afar. Vice Nation, I think they should wait, compose themselves, and then pick up the opportunity. Could work out in their favor. Again, an Arvan coming through, but Aerobots, they're not in the clear. They're looting, but it's been all spotted from Crust Zoeb. A little late on the trigger, and he gets counter knocked from Sheik. Brilliant shot. His teammates will, however, help him out to get back on his legs. Not to be worried about, because he's on the roof. It's not going to be an easy elimination point to be grabbed. Aerobots, how do they enter the circle now? They're still outside, the zone shrinking. But I think they've put up enough glue walls. They also have a player watching their backs, and I think it's Crust who also decide to cut away from this fight. They take the jump pads, and Aerobots, they spot it happening. But looks like Ace Ayush was somehow a little afar from his teammates, and GW Manish, a free frag in their name. Aleem becomes right now the leader in the eliminations at 3. Highest elimination also in their team's name at 5, and then comes in Jaunty Gaming. This is close. Let's wait and watch if things work out in favor of Aerobots. They've gotten a booyah. Can they get a booyah again? HN Elite, now they see some kind of movement right ahead of them. Calls being done from Arnav. Luffy taking the shots. They're right behind the rock. It's not a great spot to be at, but they're, yes, happy that they're at the edge of the circle. GWM Manish behind them. This western cluster, I'm worried about what could happen on that end. But the circle shifted. The circle's favoring Godlike. Right dead center almost, and the other teams at the vicinity around it. Aerobots at the edge. Crust right behind them. Again, another fight about to break out. So crucial here, especially for Vice Nation. Crucial for CFF Esports. GWM Manish. HN Elite somehow in the mix of it. They are towards the top 6, but it's not going to be easy as Vice Nation. They're jumping into the compounds of HN Elite. Now if HN Elite win this, they will be feeling safer. If Vice Nation win it, they are going to be feeling that they are getting points in their favor. But is it going to be enough? Because if this fight breaks out, there's Aerobots and Crust who will decide to pick an advantage in this fight.
Well, true. But they're a very hard nut to crack. Nation, a really nice compound. HR on the other end. There's some really nice neighbors who are not taking any shots. And the moment I told that, there's some really nice nades being bounced off. They could know he is around the corner. Looking at the way Krusty Esports are also building around that entire area is so astounding. Imagine you are going downhill and still having the confidence to move forward and keep moving in and rushing in towards the enemy's faces. Aleem, that's a really nice angle, but I would say that he can be the first casualty coming in. But Aerobots, what are they up to? Melters, oh, that can be a mistake coming in. But GW Manish, one player is already down for the count. Aerobots, they are taking eliminations left, back, and center. And this is one of the play areas for players to go ahead and get all of those points for themselves. And GW Manish, they're not at the really good end of it. They are running away from the entire action of it. But it's just that one player trying to swarm in and get the height advantage. But how long can GW Manish continue this entire wrath?
They've withstood one in previous game in Purgatory. If they withstand this, their options of qualifying could look better. But I like the chances that Aerobots took. They could have fought out with 3-4 teams in that mix, but they decided it's better between just 2 teams, not multiples of it. Using the slider, Soban, he does make it through, but not completely safe. higher on the damage scale over there. Does take a beating and then back off. Noxious and Avik, they're both stuck for now. Soban getting closer to help his teammates out. The zone shrinking. Aerobots, they also lost the player. GW and Manish, they've also lost the player. So it's going to be a 3v3 on both these two teams' ends. But who's going to have a better time as the circle shifted again, and Aerobots, they're getting back to the same spot where they ran away from.
Oh, no.
And now Crust are behind those big rocks.
All of that is fine. And I'm looking at the mini-map, the way every single thing is clustered. Eco, he is getting the advantage down and completely eliminated. One player of TSG is completely taking the big front force approach of this entire team. Krusty Sports, they're still looking down upon Aerobots, and one by one those knocks are coming in. Ayush, he's still rushing forward, even though Rhythm is on him. He doesn't care. He wants to get those elimination points, and he wants it so bad. 3 eliminations strong. They need more, and just 2 players surviving. Eliminations are coming forward. GW Manish, another knock coming in from there, and couple of players already gone. Shobin being the last man standing. And look at Godlike. They're still standing tall with 4 players right in front of them, and it's them who made the entire game of GW Manish so bad. And there's one player still lurking, and that is from the likes of Jaunty Gaming. What can he do in the midst of all of this action?
You can see now so many teams left out with very fewer glue walls that we spoke about, the resourcefulness that teams had to count for. But Godlike now getting closer to the likes of CFF, but the last survivor, Vincent, he'll be worried about himself because he's the last man for Jaunty Gaming. They got a booyah in Nextera, but now being the last man surviving, he's worried with this onslaught of 2 different teams. But nobody's inclining to him because Godlike, they've started a fight. 2 of the players from CFF are down, and nice launches being used. It's one last Bloody trying to make sure he survives for the team, going on a fight, but Nobita finally finds him, and that's Godlike eliminating another squad right after GW and Manish, teams who are looking for points, and Godlike denying them all.
All of them denied. Jaunty Gaming, one last player still surviving. And he's just there. He's existing. And if he spots the player to at least get an elimination. But no, he could not take his weapon out at the nick of the time. HP way too low. And this is that one free point that they were looking.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. He just had a sniper. He couldn't switch to another weapon, and finally taking them down. But Godlike is not stopping. They're gonna take more teams down. HN Elite, they get spotted out in the open. Knock has come through, but the elimination not yet grabbed. Quick on the revive. HN Elite, it is going to be a 4v4 fight. 50% chances on both the ends, but HN Elite, they are the teams who need the points. Godlike, they were on the tabletop, and they will still end up in the top, meaning they take away a lot of points from the other teams. HN Elite, right at the brink of success as we spoke about. They did clean off with Vice Nation. Now they survive for this 5v5 fight. They have the height advantage in this ridge, but is it going to be enough for them to survive? Godlike, one player already picked off. It's Nancy, Nobita and Yogi. The IGL, I think his position's not yet revealed because the eyes are glued on Nancy and Nobita. And Yogi takes his shot, but instantly Arnav, that's a quick reflex, and Yogi is in trouble. They try to rush him, but Nancy, as the savior he's always been for this team. Arnav jumping, trying to spot Yogi again, back down. Now Nancy has no other options left, has to go for a battle onslaught, give it his all, look forward to elimination, gets the knock, trying to grab those eliminations, spotted on Arnav, gets that knock as well. He's brought this down to a 1v1, T2 and Nancy is not stopping as he grabs this booyah. What a show coming in from him, a 1v4! Unbelievable! He came to save his IGL, he ended up saving his whole team! What a show from Godlike Esports! What a show from Nancy 15! Their fans, they're gonna be so happy, and they are gonna be feeling like the gods they are here in Free Fire Max, and maximum performance coming in from there. And this is what I feared. I thought it would come from Purgatory, but it is now here in Solara. Game 4, I have no thoughts left. How that 1v4 was missed out. That 1v4, an opportunity of HN Elite to make sure they seal their opportunity of qualification in Group A. All gone, Ozora. I am shaking. Nancy just single-handedly showed us that he's not there to survive for his team or bring them back. He is there to lift them to a booyah.
Not only that, Lucifer, I'm going to tell you a couple of things about Nancy. The entire team is filled with lethal one of them. Each member is capable of doing a 1v4 clutch. Moreover, the combination that they're running forward with, one is getting Oscar, one is getting Tatsuya, and they're just rushing and gushing down the throats of the enemies. And that's the kind of gameplay, that's the kind of confidence you need in every single game that you keep your foot forward into. And this is the place where I would tell Kalahari being one of the maps where again Godlike was put through every single test. They were having the lower advantage. They could not do much there. They were having all the teams rushing upon them, and still they managed to back that booyah. And this is the kind of gameplay we saw in first week. This is the second week, for Pete's sake, and look at the kind of performance they're still showcasing. And overall, I would say that this team is looking super solid and concrete. You talk about overall standings, you talk about overall gameplay, every single thing is compensated for.
Let's take a look at this, the final shot. How did they manage to miss these opportunities?
Ooh,
Nancy,
smoking gun,
the mammoth. Oh, there was Nobita as well in that 1v1. I could barely spot, but Nobita, brilliant assistance coming in from his end as well. And it came down to a brilliant 1v1, Nancy and T2. Nobita had no angle that he could fight with, and Nancy takes it like the boss he is. Wow. He was completely commanding in that, and so snappy. And now I have to give kudos to Nobita. I did think that he was the last, Nancy was the last survivor, but Nobita helping Nancy, giving him that confidence to keep going on like that. Hats off, man. Salute. 28
Hats
total
off.
points coming in from Godlike. 16 of that, all eliminations.
All eliminations. Godlike Esports. Group A being so volatile always gives that one perfect gold who is like formed with so many difficulties, and it is going to be hands down Godlike Esports, who have been soaring high with every single situation thrown at them. And it's not even an easy one. It's like a 1v4 which has been clutched. Moreover, I do understand that Nobita was there in the background. He was trying to provide the support, but it was Nancy who did the heavy lifting. And what a lovely game. Elite as well, HN Elite, they have received total of 19 points overall. A really good, I would say, gesture that they could go ahead and at least squeeze in 10 total elimination points. But it could have been big. It could have been at least 12 and 12 in total, making it a 24. So I don't know where they fell short, but yes, they need to refine their firepower. Talking about the MVP in the map of Solara, it is going to be Nobita. The background support that he has provided, he himself has chosen to be the support character as well. And this is the kind of loadout that he's carrying forward in order to tank up so much damage coming in from the blue. And Joseph, the Silver Spoon, always giving an edge towards anyone who's trying to nullify all of his utilities, or I would say his characteristics. He always brings in the golden gun smoking out there. So really good performance, and overall I would say Godlike has been soaring high in this group.
I mean, soaring high, taking away points, name it all, they've been doing it. They've been the bullies, if you would want to say, of this Group A. They've been taking away so many points that the teams towards the bottom are missing all of it. Skills-wise, eliminations-wise, damage-wise, everything somehow favoring the likes of Godlike. They started off very early on where they could have actually been eliminated by the likes of CFF, right? We saw that fight. It was, yes, started by Nobita. He did go down twice, but it was because of Nobita that towards the end also his teammates managed to survive and it worked out. And Nancy, here's Tatsuya to perfection. What a play coming in from his end, man. I think, yes, we missed Eco and Yogi towards the end. We thought, yes, Yogi is going to be the one surprise package that nobody could have an idea about. But quick on the heels was Nancy to fight off and fend off once he understood that, hey, even with Yogi being there, even his position not knowing, but Arnav who peaked out at the right time was the reason Yogi fell down. Otherwise, there could have been an opportunity that Godlike completely as a team could turn things around. But look at the damage coming in.
A lot
Nancy
of damage.
becomes the our MVP. Why it was Nancy? Because we saw his POV. But Nobita, why he was the MVP? Look at the damage. 3,000. And this is a team who's never bowed down below 1,500 in damage. And that's what they're doing now as well.
Of course. And that's what the entire thing is. 4 digits all across. Previous to this, we could see all of the team stats coming in, and few of them were soaring with around like 4 digits, and the others were at 3 digits. And this is the kind of performance that every single one of them is showcasing from the likes of Godlike. And yes, overall, really good game coming in from there, and Solara has been a boon to them. And I'm just hoping
is the opportunity that every team is looking forward to. Hope is that small ray of sunshine that teams are looking forward to qualifying. And this game summary tells us that this game was, yes, chaotic. Not as great as what we witnessed in Nextera, but 93 knockouts. Yes, there we ended up seeing 100, but here it tells us that teams were so adamant that they wanted these knocks and eliminations. Eliminations not much, because Godlike kept sweeping everybody off, and whenever they took a target in front of them, whenever it was a team, it was a full team wipe. Total damage at 44,000. Again, same, many teams decided to take fights and back off, and that's happened multiple times from Aerobots as well. We thought Aerobots could be one of the teams, Crust as well, but that same position where Aerobots decide to back off and then come back became an opportunity of crushing defeat for many of those teams. Between we jump to this overall standing, Godlike on top, Jaunty right below them, then coming in is Aerobots. This is what we said, not much to be worried for there, and Crust as well. HN Elite managed to dodge that danger as they jumped to that 5th spot because of the 19 total points they managed to grab at 50, but they're only shy of 9 points who are at GWM Manish with 41 at the 6th spot. But TSG Army, they were at that 5th spot feeling safe and sound, but this previous game, which did not work in their favor, they've pushed down to the 7th. CFF, they try to get closer and closer every time, but missing an opportunity of converting a lot of eliminations. They're only at 14. That tells that CFF are missing opportunities, but the team that a lot of our Indian spectators are going to be unhappy or seeing this team at the 9th spot is going to be Total Gaming. Everybody expected them to find a lot of points very early on, and they're also a team who get Booyah in their name. But here, so far, this 4 games that we witnessed, Kalahari, Nextera, Purgatory, Solara, none of them worked in their favor, and along with them, Blackbirds, Vice Nation and Velonix, a team who have been on a downward performance. All the previous games, they've been one of those first teams to be eliminated here in Group A. It is going to be a worrisome situation now that we have ended almost around 60% of the games. 2 more left. That's going to be Alpine and Bermuda. Let's see if they can do it after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. It's the final stretch of Group A. Talking about Group A, it has been the group of annihilation, assassination, attrition, and by this, the group has turned volatile because every different map comes in with a different team taking away the booyah. This is me, Tanya, and alongside it is Arka. Arka, how do you feel right now having only 2 maps remaining for this group?
I mean, I'm confused right now, to be frank, because the T1 teams, especially Total Gaming right now, being so disappointed with their performance. I do understand that they're keen to get those eliminations. I do understand that sometimes things don't go your way, but for some reason, they're not adapting according to the lobby. They're not able to, try to be having that controlled aggression, slowly taking the game forward. But I'm hoping to see a difference now because the final 2 games are going to be much more important for these teams.
Yes, absolutely, because these are the final 2 maps remaining, which are going to be high in intensity, which will be the most powerful, vigorous, and fierce coming in from each and every team as well as players.
Absolutely. Now, this is going to be the test of tides for all these teams because this map is going to be one of those maps where most of the teams in the bottom will have to attain a booyah for themselves. Not only a booyah, but they'll have to find a good average as well. In these Chinese terrain, we're going to be stepping into the map of Alpines and hoping to see a good flight path so that teams can get some really good action.
Well, talking about a good action, we have mostly witnessed that 3 teams head over towards Dock. Let's see if Total Gaming, CFF, and Velonix are looking forward to do the same. Well, before that, we have seen a lot of drop downs. GW Manish on Blue Village. And there's a split of 2-2. On the grounds of Fusion, we already spot Krusty Sports. We might get to see the first blood drawn there because the firing shots have already initiated and the damage has already been exchanged.
Absolutely. Now, again, we'll also have to talk about, how things will turn out for the side of Krusty Sports, CES, because they've been doing phenomenally well. They've got good average in every single game, and now they're looking forward to, some early skirmishes so that they can continue that momentum. But one issue what I can see in this fight right now is that the more they elongate this fight, the more chances of being third-partied.
Well, talking about third party, it has to happen because everybody has got some sort of drop clashes planned, and sometimes you get unplanned clashes as well. Right now, Soban, the player who is down, will not be revived. Instead, there will be an elimination coming up, but there's an instant trade. Zoeb down on the knees. Will he be revived or also left with no mercy? No, he will be revived, and Krusty Sports stand squad strong on the ground of Fusion. Well, there's one player who is quite far away. Zoeb with no health kit on his hand. He has to make sure he finds some and heals himself up because at any time from now we can get to see some fights happening, and there are already some lead showers on the grounds of Forest. 2 players of Krusty Sports, and talking about which running in the open, and it's going to be Noxious, so it's going to take the advantage of it. No health kit, no loot, nothing doing, and everything that a player needed. Noxious, he had a long range VSK in his hand, and he got the elimination point secured. Fusion has been the mix of fights and crash landings right off the start on this map, but let's see if it continues to do so.
Yeah, we'll wait and watch what's going to happen next, but for now, another fight brewing up slowly. It's going to be Blackhawks trying to swoop down against the side of CWF. And hopefully we'll be able to see a very different approach altogether because both these teams are not placed that well when it comes to the overall standing. So they need to not only pick up frags but also try to survive until the end. So CFF, as of now, are looking forward to, try to hold their ground as much as possible. Whereas Blackbirds, as always, are looking forward to, somehow try to break the side of CFF one player at a time. CFF, Bloody, at a distance, has got a very good angle against them. Was not able to land that headshot, will be using that Riptide Rhythm to open the space for himself. Whereas Abhijay will be the solo man inside this building with Wild Fox trying to approach in closer. CFF, they need to regroup because as of now, we can see that Blackbirds, they're coming in like a pack of wolves.
Well, the Blackbirds are trying to get all the information they have about Abhay, and they're looking for to go for 1 versus 3 where Kid will be spotted, taken down by CFF, and there's a confirmation nearby, and one by one Blackbirds are falling, be CFF who is doing the better work. Revive Wild Fox as early as possible. Pushing against Arjun. They are exchanging the damage, and to the result, Abhay will be spotted. Arjun will be spotted, taken down, and Blackbirds are losing numbers.
Oh, forget about not only losing numbers, they need to also watch out for the backlines because TSG, it seems like they've sensed something close by. The Sharks have smelled the blood and they're looking forward to come in and tag them off. CFF on the other side. Yes, Radhe Thakur gets taken down, and before which he was smart enough to revive one of his teammates who did go out at a distance and will now look forward to revive his teammates. The primary objective of Blackbirds was to get some eliminations, and it seems like they were not rewarded much, all thanks to that fortress being strongly held by the side of CFF.
And right now, Total Gaming and John T Gaming, two bulls locking horns against the compound. Jarvis being the only one standing. Aztec having all the information that is needed, and he's trying to aggress, he's trying to push, to which Shanky and Delete both will be spotted and taken down in no time. And there's no scope of revive. If they are getting revived, that Shanky played, it was something out of the box, and obviously Total Gaming's first priority will be revive the teammates, make the squad stronger, and CFF will also come into the mix on the same compound where we will spot TSG, the fight of the rooftops and on the lower side.
TSG, we already spoke about this. The Sharks have sipped the blood, and now they've come in closer to chew upon the left out meat. CFF, they've recovered well, and they'll be looking forward to, kind of make TSG pay, just like how Blackbirds did fall in front of them. As of now, it's going to be Ayush who's put down Wild Fox and got the confirmation as well, which is going to make CFF so weak on their knees as they'll have to fall back and make sure that they have a different approach altogether. Ginotra is going to be reviving one of his teammates as well, as CFF is getting to that vending machine as quickly as possible so that they can make this even Steven. A 4v4 fight is the only way for them to tackle the aggressive TSG.
But are they looking forward to take the fight? That is going to be a question, because I do see players of CFF trying to escape away. Now they are taking a break, they are cutting the fight and trying to move away. But TSG trying to chase the numbers, trying to chase the players and trying to get those most crucial elimination points. And Circle is also going to take a shift. Total Gaming on the grounds of Doc, not willing to get eliminated early on. They did not have a good time in the midsection of the day or for Group A. Obviously, now their main motive will be to survive until the final stretch. If you look on the Western lands, Southwestern land on the grounds of Fusion, GW Manish, Vash Nation, they are sharing the grounds and will be having a fight real soon. And there is a cross fight across the islands between Aerobots and Blackbirds. Vending machine is the key position right now to not only upgrade the armors but also to bring back the players. Do they have enough tokens though? Blackbirds trying to aggress, moving away, entering the land. But before that, GW Manish trying to capture the compound, which is already held strong by Vash Nation, using the explosives, throwables, everything that can create space for them.
Now, getting into the circle has to be one of the primary objective for the side of GWM. And before we could speak about it, two players get punished, it's taken down, and now pressure is going to be mounting against the shoulders of the rest too. Avik is way too close and personal. I don't think so it's going to be easy for him to, from here on, revive his teammates. But if he's able to do it successfully, then the story can be different. And now the last man standing, he needs to be careful. He needs to come around unstoppable. He's going to be stopped in his path. And there it is, Avik pulls off a 1v3 and a phenomenal gameplay coming in from his side as well.
And it was exactly that they were trying to do. They created space, but space for how long? Aerobots have joined the party on the grounds of Fusion. Long range weapon used here and a crispy clean shot coming in from Shyam OP. Again, this is the second one where Noxious will be spotted and taking down Aerobots. Now taking the wrath of counter wrath coming in from Blackbirds. Two players were down but immediately revived. And here we go. The zone is closing in. And what are they up to? They are holding this bridge. They are near to the gate. What are the plans of escape? Do they have the launch pad in hand? Because they will have to outside. This might end up in early elimination, which no team would want to have, because 10 teams are still intact.
Absolutely, 10 teams still intact, trying to look forward for a big game. A booyah is required for the teams like TG as well as TSG. because they have a lot of fan following. They need to make sure that, they do not disappoint their fans. Again, on the other side, BBs, they're trying to do their best. They do see that aerobots are trying to get away from this position, but for some reason they're not able to land those shots mid-air. Whereas on the other side, one of the player gets knocked out by a skill, and GWM, they are on the receiving end of things. But Kid, he needs to be careful because Halim has info that BBs are trying to come from their backlines.
They are tanking the zone damage. Aleem will be able to support himself well enough to get a compound. And talking about the launch pad and escape plan, it worked just wondered for aerobots. Now there's one player still in the zone. Is he having the ability of forward equip? Because that is the only way he can decide to have the late rotation. Team Godlike, the dominant one, the consistent one, from week 1 until week 2, they are having a good positioning. It's only Yogi who is at the top of the tower, have got the information of Team TSG. Gradually, it's going to be Blackbird running up in the open. There's no other way to enter the circle but this, and they're going to reunite with Radhe Thakur. And the compound looks pretty safe, and they should be able to get a good rotation and vending machine nearby. They should be able to do some shopping, but only if they have good amount of tokens.
Now, here comes a question, right? A tricky one. I believe that no other team is able to master the new meta or try to adapt to the new update as much as Godlike has done, because I can still see that they're using that M90 in close range, M590 in close range. They're relying on the old school M10 in times when required, whereas the rest of the teams, they're all relying more on the Bison. What do you have to say about this? Do you feel that it all comes down to synergy with the new update, or do you feel that you just have to go to the best gun you know to use?
Well, I believe they have got enough experience. Talking about Godlike in particular, even with the changes, they are able to adapt with as and when whatever necessary. And I have already spotted about Godlike. As soon as they land, whatever weapon they are having, and they are able to excel in the situation. But talking about the adaptation to the current meta, I do believe Godlike is one of a kind team where they not only prefer having certain sort of weaponaries as and when needed, and they are doing incredibly good. Talking about Team TSG right now, they are going with the basic play style, focusing on exactly what was needed and AC80 equipped. So now they are also trying to go in with the meta requirement, because AC80 has certainly got some buff which each and every player should be using from mid to long range.
Yep, AC80 has to be one of the primaries for that of the snipers or the woodpecker users, to be specific. Whereas on the other side, we are also able to see that a few of these players are also bringing in the Alvaro and the grenades, and slowly and steadily most of those assaulters are starting to pick them up. Well, Onyx, one of those teams who are trying to play it as safe as possible, slowly trying to spread their wings. And I hope it's not too late for them, because they had to be aggressive from the get-go, and it seems like now making it inside the circle, they're going to have more than one team to gatekeep them.
On the course, we do see one of the teams getting eliminated, and it's going to be GW Manish. But before that, Velonix have pushed themselves into a fight which they wouldn't want to have, but certainly they are able to get some knocks. Are there any confirmation? Chrono White was used to give comfort DVG for a while, and they managed to entirely eliminate a team which was quickly escalated and quickly eliminated, and into their favors. A perfect play style, which I wasn't expecting this sort of outcome.
Absolutely. Velonix, I hope to see them perform much more better, because as I said before, they are the flag bearers for the Kannada gaming community coming back. Over here, Total Gaming, they're holding the center of the circle, and so is the side of TSG. In one way or the other, we see that Godlike are also trying to make it to the center of this circle. So the big names, all of them trying to survive at the very center, will now be the center of attraction, because these two teams are now placed at one corner of the circle where most of these teams are trying to enter from.
Well, we already have a name for the Damage King coming in from the side of Godlike. They have been performing pretty clean, and I do believe they will continue to do so. Right now, Total Gaming with total 9 elimination points. Now they are heading towards Team Velonix, who just eliminated Trust Esports a while ago, and now they have got all the required information. Yogi being spotted here was taken down by Team Total Gaming. They have the covers of the rooftop. This tower, which was well equipped by Yogi since quite a while, has the advantage has been taken down. Godlike with 3 men strong, and the man who did heavy lifting has been taken down. 8 teams still in the lobby, and Godlike Iko you going in towards vending machine. But is he aware about the existence of other team? I believe no, he wasn't aware about the positioning of Team TSG. Iko will be spotted and taken down in no time. Sure, he was able to revive Yogi, but at his own cost, at his own sacrifice.
No, I don't think so. That was a fair trade because he had all the resources and he better had to survive until the final moments of this game. But TG, Total Gaming, they're holding this ground hard and they're holding some high ground so that they can get a peek and a chunk of all the pies which is going to be taking place. Whereas the circle is now going to betray all these teams, and each of these teams will now have to make it inside the circle. As Godlike are left out with 2 players, and this is for the first time we're able to see the dominating teams are not left with all 4 players. Jaunty Gaming, they're going to be the happiest because they're the only team closest to the circle looking forward for a good booyah.
Team Total Gaming with 16 eliminations strong. TSG is 1 player just around the corner. Does he have the opportunity to revive his teammate? Looks no. He's chasing out of the shrink, trying to save himself from one tent to another. And there comes Riptide Rhythm. Nobita with Parshin against Team Total Gaming. Went in towards vending machine with sacrificial move, and yes, indeed it is. He sacrifices himself to revive his own teammate, and that is part of the play.
Oh, I don't think so. It's a good one. But ultimately, we're able to see that Total Gaming is slowly able to build momentum, are slowly able to show that why they're one of the fan favorites in this game. And finally, Iko and Marco, both of them come and land at a better position where they're able to punish the side of Total Gaming. And let's not forget that the fight is going to go much more crucial from here on as Godlike gets eliminated from one corner. Aztec is trying to survive. The onslaught coming in from the side of Jaunty Gaming as well as BB are going to be so ruthless. And with that, we're coming down to the 2 teams on our screens right now. Jaunty Gaming, having the man advantage, are now pushing against the side of BB.
It's a 4v2 situation. Jaunty Gaming, the stronger one here in terms of numbers, will take away the booyah. They started off picking fights early on until the end. The only team to survive as a squad. And Vincent is doing even better by every map that he's playing. With that, Kunal, Ginotra, Jarvis, obviously it isn't possible without the team's support. Jaunty Gaming, hats off to the consistency that they have been showing today.
Yeah, Jaunty Gaming, never expected them to be doing good. But yes, we did speak about the possibilities of this team doing better than the rest of them. All because, you know, they knew how to have that controlled aggression. Even in the first week, Jaunty Gaming never relied too much on being aggressive, never relied too much on the center of the circle. Their position was in such a way that they wanted to find or strike a balance between the position point, the placement point, as well as elimination point. And that has moved forward to second week, and it has helped them to almost achieve the top spot in the overall standing.
They are doing very consistent, not only in week 1, but I believe today as well, where the stakes are even higher. It's only half lobby that is going to move ahead towards the league stages, and it is going to take a lot of efforts. Talking about Godlike, sure, they have been doing incredibly great. 1 booyah already equipped, and they are more elimination-focused game rather just surviving until the end. And that strategy is working just perfectly fine, coming towards Team TSG. Now, finally, they are also starting to show the true colors with whatever they possess in terms of experience, in terms of firepower and everything that is needed from that team. They are able to contest the grounds very strongly and are able to pick up 2 fights at a time and successfully winning those.
I mean, on one side, I was kind of disappointed with Godlike because when they had 3 men standing, when they had control of the circle, they dared to step out of the circle, get into the territory of the opponents just to get 1 revival. And in that course of time, they did lose out on more than 1 player. And I believe that probably they're going to be gnashing their teeth and cursing themselves for doing so. Whereas on the other side, very happy with what Total Gaming have done. And we're going to look like, we're going to look at what happened at the final moments of this game.
Jaunty Gaming, squad strong team, 8 eliminations on their name, trying to push in. Kunal did tank the damage, but that damage was not enough to take him down. Instead, they wiped off Blackbirds, taking, and there's one name that we should be talking about in this map. Finally, Total Gaming is not getting eliminated early on. They're not spotted in the latter half of the leaderboard. Finally, they are spotted on number 1 position with 19 strong eliminations. Even then, Jaunty Gaming taking away the booyah, but the number 1 positions is held strong by Team Total Gaming.
Yep, absolutely. Now we have been speaking about the average, right? So we'll have to discuss to see which of these teams can make it through and what could be the average of trying to maintain the top 6 spots. But for now, Velonic slowly trying to spread their wings, but not wide enough for them to scoop off just 10 points, and they'll have to do something miraculous in the final game. Same goes for the side of Vice Nation, who went down way too early. HN Elite as well, even though they had built that momentum, it seems like they can lose their place in case they don't perform well in the next map.
Well, we should be talking about one man from Team Jaunty Gaming, and that has to be Vincent, which I already talked about while we were watching on the Booyah screen. He has 5 eliminations and almost 2400 worth of damage. Sure, we do not see any assists coming from him, but if we talk about the overall character ability, he's using Skylar, he's using Moko, he's using Raphael. The way he has put up all the character abilities is just about right. With the weapon that he's using, AWM, that is much more of an information based character skills.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a sniper is doing justice, I never expected that after this update we're going to be looking at snipers being the MVP, but finally we're able to do some justice to few of these players who are actually showcasing that their capability in sniping is phenomenal. On the other side, A124 is starting to become the new favorite for all the teams out there, because in the final circles you need to stop your opponents from moving around a lot by using Oscar or Tatsuya, and A124 has been played a prime role in restricting the skills of the opponents. Same goes for the side of KC. You need to still have that KC, you need to heal your teammates, but combining that with Alvaro as well as Nikita, this combination I was not expecting.
Well, he did it. They did it pretty clean. And if you also talk about Kunal once again, he's using two passive skills which have worked wonders for them, and one of which is obviously Luna. Now that is also putting them into fight or flight mode, and thus we know how Jaunty Gaming is winning away so good elimination points. These are the Booyah stats: 5 coming in from Vincent, 4 eliminations from Kunal, 0 eliminations from Genotra, and Jarvis with 2. Sure, we do see Genotra with 0 elimination points, but look at the number of assists. It's 6 already, and damage almost better than other two teammates, which is to 18-20 to be precise.
Yep, the game summary has a different tale to unfold, as we have got just 71 eliminations in comparison to 97 knocks. In this map, they were trying to survive, they were trying to get in those revivals, and slowly and steady we were able to see that if your player gets knocked out, it's not that it's going to get confirmed immediately, until and unless you have that strategy of getting in closer to revive him as well. 121 meters, a decent long distance, but 143 glue walls destroyed. What do you have to say about that?
Well, the cover that was needed was provided by the glue walls, rather the hard compound, and they did it very well. I mean, even in terms of entering towards the vending machine, using the glue walls to save themselves from any sort of explosives, those are much more than needed. I would say this has been one of the maps where the revivals did take place, and there are total 71 eliminations, and thus we are able to see a lot of elimination points being secured by multiple teams at a time. Team Godlike, sure, they did not survive until the end, but they did have the number of elimination points. We are already down with 5 maps already, and now we are left with only 1 map remaining for Group A.
Oh yes, the last map. It's going to be the map of Bermuda. I think it's the best way for you to end this group. It's the best way for you to showcase your ultimate talent, to show what you're actually capable of. The point standings, trust me when I say this, there are still chances for team at the very bottom to pull off a phenomenal gameplay, a 30 to 35 pointer to make it into the top 6, and then from there on qualify into the next round, and after which be the part of the prestigious top 18 teams of the country.
And this is the final chance for bottom 6 teams that they have to bring in whatever best they have, because they have worked through a long journey all the way from in-game qualifiers to online qualifiers week 1, and now this is the last ray of hope where they can bring in whatever the best they possess and qualify themselves towards the league stages, because map of Bermuda is one of the most comforting map, and yes, as you mentioned, I would not deny to agree upon it. It is one of the best ways to end up the day for Group A.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting to see, right? To slow, when you see the big names, we saw that Total Gaming are able to perform now. We saw that Jaunty Gaming have done a great job. We have seen that Godlike is able to pull off something phenomenal. They've been consistent throughout. The one team which I am kind of concerned who have not lived up completely to their name has to be TSG, and I'm hoping to see that TSG will be able to attain one booyah to show us that yes, the top teams of the country are here to show you that they are still the dominators of this tournament. And again, the next map just around the corner. Tanya, what are your expectations on this final map?
Well, I do believe the teams who are in the rock bottom of the leaderboard, the last 3-1, are trying to bring in whatever they can to disrupt the top teams, because that is how the things work. If you can't do better, not every team should be allowed to do better. They are going to make sure to intervene any fight and also switch their typical landing points. And let's see if that is going to be the case of scenario, because I'm pretty excited to have a look at the final map for TEZ FFMIC India Cup, and it is going to be on the grounds of Bermuda.
The default map is now going to challenge each and every team to bring in their A game. The teams on the top will look forward to end the day with a high note, whereas the teams on the bottom, they're going to give their 100% to make sure they disrupt the T1 teams from making it through into the next round. Let me remind you, sometimes when you know you can't make it through, you just leave a mark, and I'm expecting some teams in the bottom to do so. And hopefully the drop clashes from here on is going to be avoided for a brief period, because I am not enjoying the fact that in the final circles there are more than 3 teams duking it out to show which among them are the best to get qualified into the top 6.
Where I would want to share something. Team Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming have been landing on the grounds of Mill. Team Total Gaming taking it very seriously, switching themselves the landing points and heading towards Observatory. And before that, Mill is the position where Team Jaunty Gaming is trying to disrupt Vash Nation. Unstoppable down on the knees. Will he get the opportunity that where he can be revived? I believe no. Ayush down, Deku down. So is Unstoppable. It's all down to 3 elimination points, and it's a squad wipe. Not even a minute in the game. What a quick elimination for Vash Nation, and this is the least amount that they might be expecting.
Wise Nation teams are going to be shattered, and also some of them are going to be walking away with a lot of fans, and I'm hoping to see that this time around Jaunty Gaming show us that they are here to make a statement. They are here to say that we are the team to watch out for. You guys might be looking at Godlike, but we are the most deadliest team when it comes to this group. Yes, CS on the other side, they'll also need an average in this game, because they will play somewhere in the top 5 before this game, and they'll look forward to, get an average of 5-6 points so that they can cement themselves into that top 6 position.
On the grounds of Observatory, Arka, we did spot Team Total Gaming landing. As soon as they spotted that there's a rotation coming in from another team, they decided to move away. Now that is, I would call it a smart move, where you just cut off any sort of battle, go in towards the position where you are safe, where you can be productive by getting some better amount of loot, and then pick up fight. But Team TSG has got hands upon Team Total Gaming. Siddharth not only able to get the knock, but also elimination point. One of the players of Team Total Gaming has got eliminated, which was Delete, but Aztec makes sure of giving him revival as early as possible. Graveyard it is. Blackbirds versus Crust Esports. Crust Esports holding the biggest compound of Graveyard, and they have got the information. UAV has been deployed, and Arjun will be the man where the players are starting to put margin towards. And this was a wrong move.
Oh, absolutely wrong, as 2 players gets taken down. Rochak on the other side was able to land 2 crucial eliminations for his team. Blackbird, they're looking to have a very big game out here. And I do believe this is the kind of start they'll be looking out for. Another player, Ayush, right in front of his eyes, is going to be chasing him down. Rochak on the other side puts another player down, gets the third elimination for his team. But again, we'll also have to wait and watch what Junior is going to do. The last survivor of this kind of from the side of CES has successfully revived one of the players, and a UAV is also going to be deployed just to make sure the info is being relayed to his teammates.
The info was denied, UAV was destroyed. Crust Esports choked into a small compound, particularly if you name one, it's Junior. Blackbirds versus TSG. Sadak trying to play away as a support sniper player for his team and give the strongest support possible. They are using the launch pad right on the face, trying to escape, and none of the player was knocked down except for the one who was a little delayed on using launch pad. And now they are trying to trail them using the launch pad in the same direction. Is it? Is it done? Are they going to land up at the exact position where the team were trying to escape?
No, I don't think so, because I don't see anybody close by. But Blackbirds, they were quick on their feet. They immediately not only changed their position, they flew away, found themselves some vehicle, and then evaded from that fight as well. TSG, they're hungry for some eliminations, and that's what they're trying to do. Oh, before I could spill more beans, it seems like they've landed exactly where BBs are. Arjun gets taken down. Kid and Rochak are the two players who needs to be careful, as one of these players have already decided to stay away from the other. Radhe as well as Arjun have now been called back into this game, and TSG will look forward to get more eliminations as BBs have been caught off guard.
TSG has turned on the beast mode on, because look at them. They managed to get those eliminations, and now again using the launch pad to enter observatory where they are having some sort of information. Yes, they're trailing them very wisely. They are trying to get those elimination points. They're trying to eliminate an entire squad, but Sadak being spotted, and he is very low on HP. There's no way he can survive this battle with a long range weapon. It was supposed to be the other way around, and Sadak will be saved for sure, and Blackbirds getting eliminated. Blackbirds still have a room of opportunity where they will be able to revive, but Sadak taking this sort of a move for a close range with a sniper now, that was something that no sniper would do. This was an out of a box moment, and right on time, where TSG's entire team ended up not allowing him to just get eliminated.
Absolutely. I'm also waiting to see how teams are going to be, using this situation under their control. Because BBs on one side, yes, they've done a decent job. They've been one of the most consistent teams, but they also need to find another average, right? They need to make sure that they cement themselves into the top 6. But since, they have some ample amount of points, they need to survive into the final circles. Because the last time when I saw the points table, I do see them at the very bottom, at somewhere between the 8th to the 10th position. So they would want another 20 or 30 pointer to make through. So does the side of TSG. And the only teams they can eye upon are Crust and HN, so that they get eliminated first and it becomes easier for them to follow up.
Jaunty Gaming versus Team TSG again. Two big names against each other. Just under the mill, Legend was spotted. Throwables were used. Flame guns were used. And he was taken down, realizing the threat is real. Team TSG using launch pads to just move out of sight. They do have a sniper. They do have a long range weapon with one of the players, which is Ayush spotted, and the confirmation will hop in. It's again Vincent from Jaunty Gaming, one of the player to always watch out for and keep an eye upon, because his next move is sometimes very, very unpredictable and ending up into all the favors that is needed for Jaunty Gaming. Sadak is being pushed. Throwables will be introduced, and Sadak, there's no room of space where he can survive. 3 players pushing against one with a long range weapon, and it is a wipe off. The team who was supposed to be one of the strongest one to qualify is now down to ashes.
Oh, this is where Jaunty Gaming might have broken the dreams of one team in making through into the next round. We'll have to wait for the points table to give us that confirmation. But BB's Blackbird, they're also trying to play it as safe as possible, and look at how many eliminations they've got for themselves. 9 so far, and they're playing it safe. They do not want to make any kind of hasty moves, but at the same time, Jaunty Gaming, what have they done? It seems like now they're choosing their next target to pounce upon, as CES is the closest to them. as one of the players now trying to scout out the next best team to be targeting outside of the circle.
Trust Esports, one of the teams to take away the booyah, and now they are going for the late rotation. Steffi, Olivia, Thiva and Joseph being equipped, using the vehicle, and there's no Milsha. They are trying to move and pave their way towards the circle. Team Total Gaming already on the edge of the circle. Are they aware about the position of Team Aerobots? I believe no. Mafia was spotted and taken down, and the point has been confirmed as well. They are trying to retaliate, but the retaliation came a little too slow. Aerobots stand strong and intact with a 4-man roster alive.
Absolutely. Total Gaming also looking to make sure that they have the center of the circle. Evading and running away from a fight is going to be the primary objective of all the teams at the very top of the table, because they know that if they survive until the final circle, the placement points is going to be more than enough for them to make sure that they continue into the next round. Yes, Velonix, they've got 3 eliminations, and slowly we're able to see them come in our elimination feed as most of their players are getting taken down. Black also gets eliminated. Now it comes down to the 2 players, HN Esports. They also want to give their very best before they can put their arms down, and it seems like they're having one ball of a time, picking up so many frags as DVG, the last man standing for the side of Velonix, will immediately giving that revival. DVG coming from the other side with that Bison. Can he land a shot or 2? It seems like we can't. HJL with the shotgun, still holding his ground, and now we'll have to see whether Godlike will be interested to be a part of this fight.
2v4 converted to 2v3. SJL has got some plans of his own, trying to take down Arnav. Sure, there's a maze of blue wall over here. Velonix with very low on HP for all the 3 players. They're trying to push it. One player down on the knees, going for the last man.
Oh no!
Instead, he will be spotted and taken down. It's all down to Raj, the player with the long range weapon, trying to confirm if there's any elimination or the knocks, and he wasn't able to get any. Instead, he lost 2 players. He has revealed his position. Now all he has to do is just move out of sight, move out of vision, to not get eliminated, to survive, to get those placement points.
Now, what's more important for Velonix is to be choosing a spot from where they can revive the teammates. They've got a healthy start, right? But look at what Raj does. All of a sudden, he puts 2 bullets right through the skulls of HN and eliminates them, making them again on the verge of elimination from this tournament itself. How many points have they got? Have they got enough to maintain the top 6 spots? That's the big question, which is going to be arising in front of us anytime soon.
Raj became the king of that area. I mean, I wanted him to escape. Instead, he had his own plans, his own different plans, which worked wonders. 7 elimination points for that team now. Only work left for Raj is to revive his teammates. Team Jaunty Gaming with 9 elimination points, holding the grounds of Peak, and Peak will be denied by the circle. And they are still trying to accomplish with all the required loots, because they were just revived. They did take a fight which did not end up exactly as they wanted to. GW Manish, I did spot Team Total Gaming trying to engage in this fight against GW Manish. Team Total Gaming versus GWM, starting with the explosives, the throwables. It's a split of 2:1. Shanky nearby on the compound, where Noxious as well as Soban are surviving. Avik is forced to come down. Sovik's position is also compromised. Now it is all about Godlike. Are they going to intervene, or they are going to allow 2 teams to reduce to 1?
Oh, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for the side of GWM, because the last man standing, Noxious, has a lot of responsibilities over his shoulder. The push coming in from the side of TG is looking unstoppable, and they're going to be stopping another team in their tracks, getting 5 eliminations. GW Manish, another team to get eliminated, but have they also done enough to make it into the top 6? Oh my goodness, all those teams who are closer to the 6th position are now out of the equation. Now this makes things much more interesting, because BBs, who were kind of below all these teams, have now got 15 eliminations, and in case they convert this into a booyah, they might make it through as well.
Team Total Gaming. Now 1 team is eliminated, heading for the second one, and they have all the information required against Aerobots. Got 1 elimination points, and coming back to what you were talking, Team Blackbirds have got lot more in the pocket than they can handle, and let's hope they handle ahead towards the booyah even better ways. 15 elimination points already, squad strong, and they are still looking forward to lock the horns. Are they going to win this battle? Are they going to win the duel? Shanky will be spotted and taken down. down by Aerobot's shake on the long range weapon. Revival should not come in handy because as soon as Delete trying to move in to revive the teammate, he was eliminated and so is the other team. Now Blackbirds will definitely intervene. This is Jaunty Gaming on the receiving end. Throwables will be introduced. Kunal trying to use P9 to right on time, and there's a long range weapon with all the information Arjun has, trying to get one knock, trying to get another, but all the knocks have been denied with a strong cover in hands of Team Jaunty Gaming.
Absolutely. Now we'll have to wait and watch what's going to happen over here. Jaunty are going to put an end for another team who are on the verge of getting eliminated. Oh my goodness, Tanya. When you look at the overall standing and look at which are the teams who are alive right now, all the teams who have almost made it through are now alive and kicking in this lobby. Now I'm waiting to see which among these teams is going to be walking away with that booyah. Nevertheless, if there's one team which is at the bottom of the table and still giving their 100%, that has to be the side of Velonix.
The center of the circle goes in the hands of Team Godlike. Now they've got the information of all four directions. They should be able to gatekeep with the compound in hand. They have got the information of Aerobots, delivered a lot of damage. Hyper will be able to save himself for a while with that blue wall. Still, he's making sure of to deliver the damages, and it was successful. Aerobots being eliminated. Now with the information of Velonix trying to get into the route, Godlike have been blessed with a perfect zone prediction, and now being in the center of the circle, trying to gatekeep all different teams might end up with throwables. But is it going to be the case? That's the biggest question.
Velonix, they'll have to hold on to their nerve. They need to be careful because now Total Gaming are directly pouncing against the side of Godlike. They've got the higher grounds, whereas Godlike are on the very next building of this location. Now snow grenades are going to be used in. Jaunty Gaming on the other side gets eliminated as Mafia has dealt the maximum damage so far with 2,900 and counting. With this moments happening, Velonix can slowly and steadily make their way into the circle. Total Gaming, they have an opportunity. Hashtag cooking up that grenade, will be landing it to perfection. Nobita is going to be tagged off. Yogi on the other side is now cooking that grenade with Nobita. It's going to be Yogi, both of them trying to do the maximum damage with those throwables, but I don't think so it's going to be easy for them. Total Gaming will now have to move out of that hard compound, completely pounce on Godlike in case they need this booyah.
And look at Velonix. They are waiting for one of the team to get eliminated. Now that's a perfect move as well. Team Velonix is trying hard for themselves to make a way towards qualification. Upper grounds and lower grounds. Only L-shaped compound that they are fighting for. 4 players of Godlike on the grounds, 3 on the rooftops. The lead with the shotgun in his hand. All the explosives, all the throwables have already been used, and only cover that Godlike has is the cover of the fence. Marco trying to make a move, and Velonix as well. Now this is going to be a hard time for Team Total Gaming while they're focusing on Velonix, and this is the right time for Team Godlike to just barge in and successfully. Nobita will push in, but he will be taken down, and the lead is already on the knees. The chrono ability was deployed over here, and it's Team Total Gaming who have successfully eliminated Velonix. Now it's 1 versus 1.
Unstoppable.
No, it's no more a 1v1. It's going to be a 1v2v2 situation. Whereas on the other side, Marcos, they've also dealt with, and I do believe a 1v2 situation where Total Gaming will look forward to end this day on a high note. Nobita gets taken down. Yogi also gets revived, and it's going to be a 1v2 situation with no breathing space whatsoever. Godlike says that this booyah belongs to us. No matter who walks into this territory, we are going to end this day on a high note, and this booyah is going to make sure that they stand tall in the overall standings, and I hope to see them on the very top position because Jaunty Gaming was the only team who was able to challenge them for the top spot.
Well, I do believe Blackbirds also did an incredible job in terms of elimination points. They were the kill leaders for quite a while, but sure, they did get eliminated early on. Team Godlike Esports, this is going to be the second booyah on their name. In week 1, they were able to procure total 4 booyahs, and right now on week 2, they are able to get 2 booyahs on their name. And this is not the team who relies upon placement points, who relies upon booyahs. They are more or less more of the dominators in terms of eliminators. So I believe even if they did not have this booyah in their name, they would have been in the tabletop.
Yeah, and hoping to see a very different outcome altogether when it comes to the overall standing, because Wise Nation, they had to stay alive. TSG, they had to stay alive. Think about another team. BBs, they had to stay alive. and I'm hoping to see the best of the teams moving on from here, because sadly it's just 6 teams who are going to be making it through and not 9 anymore. So for those teams who couldn't actually do well, like Velonix and as well as Vice Nation, I hope to see them bounce back stronger.
Well, talking about Vash Nation, they were jumping on the grounds of Mill, where Jaunty Gaming definitely made sure to not allow a single player just move away. Within a minute of landing, they made sure to entirely eliminate a squad, which was a very, very quickly escalating battle. Now, that is the risk when you go ahead, jump into somebody else's territory, and that is exactly where Vash Nation did wrong for themselves. And talking about Team Total Gaming, they did everything to deny an early on battle. They switched their landing position from all the way mill towards the observatory.
I mean, I want to look at the final shot, right? And I want to understand how actually Godlike was able to do something so good, because Total Gaming, even though they wanted to rush in, there was no abilities whatsoever. There was no throwables as well. And at one point of time when Venolix were doing so good, I don't know how come SJL came so much out in the open that he gets knocked out and Raj couldn't do anything much. But yes, this was the moment where Godlike just pounced upon, and with that they're going to be getting a valuable 21 points. TSG just 5 points, HNLE just 5 points, Krusty Sports with 6, whereas Blackbirds, they've got 20 points. And are these points enough for these teams to go forward?
Well, talking about Blackbirds, they have given everything that was needed for them to qualify. And if they are not qualified, I do believe it would be very sad on their end, because on the map of Bermuda, Blackbirds took a fight against several teams, managed to escape through the launch pad. And talking about Team Total Gaming, it was finally a map that they did better justice to their name, to the title of the experience. And with that, they were able to get on position 2 with total 20 points. But what about Vash Nation with 0 points, CFF with 1 point, Team TSG Army? Have they done enough to just qualify towards the league stages? Krusty Sports were very good in the midsection, but what happened at the end? They were taken down over and over time. Team Jaunty Gaming, they did it pretty clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, MVP of this game is going to be more crucial, because this was a fight for every single player out there to showcase their talent. And this time it's got to be Eco, that primary support, this lifeline for the side of Godlike. In so many games we have seen so far, is going to be standing atop. And look at that, just 3 eliminations shows that none of these players out there had a good outing, except for one and one alone with 1085 damage.
With 2 assists on his name. And if we talk about the characters that he has been using, he's using Olivia, Joseph, and Thiva and Cassie, a good support role. And we want to see about what happened to the Booyah team. What are their stats? If he's the MVP with only 3 eliminations, how many more eliminations were they able to get? If we talk about Yogi, he had Rafael, he had Maro, he had Moko and Skylar. Obviously, it matches up to the way of his playstyle of Sniper. Coming towards Marco, a good aggressive teammate. He's using Tatsuya and Nikita.
Yeah, and with that, it's got to be Ford and Joseph adding up to the speed and also dealing damage from the blue and still surviving. Marco has done a decent job, and no wonder he was able to survive until the very end with his teams. But again, 3 eliminations being shared by Eco, and Marco. It's just that the damage was a little bit higher for Eco, and that's why he lands up being that MVP of the game. Now, 2 assists, 3 knockdowns also is going to be a prime addition to the MVP title. Now, we also have to speak about one thing, Tanya, right now. What could be the cutoff of this? Because previously, we had seen that the game cutoff was somewhere a 10 on average in every single game for the top 6 teams. If that remains, then each of these teams would want to have 60 points to qualify into the next round.
Well, the game summary is matching up to the words where each and every team were making sure of the teams get eliminated, because there were a total of 48 players, out of which total elimination 66. So there was not much of the revival happening. Total knocks 88, and look at the damage, 41855. A lot of damage, and the glue walls destroyed. Arca with every single map, the glue walls destruction is increasing time and time again. Coming in towards the longest elimination distance, it was 123 meters on the map of Bermuda. I do believe it must be Yogi.
Yep. And I'm hoping to see some difference happen over here when it comes to the overall standing. But ladies and gentlemen, be prepared to see which among these teams are making it through and which amongst them are going to be going home. For now, it's going to be Velonix and Vice Nation at the very bottom. And the point difference between the teams out here is minimal. Let it be from the 11th to the 16th position, 6th position. It all came down to just 17 points. CFF at the very bottom with 50 points, who were just 8 points shy from making it through.
Talking about godlike esports, they were the dominant one on week 1, again being the consistent one. Jaunty Gaming following the trail. This was the exact result on the week 1 for godlike and Jaunty Gaming on position 1 and 2. Team Total Gaming had an upshift with the perfect playstyle that they produced on the map of Bermuda. Aerobots had to get a downshift with 71 points. Crust Esports with 66. And Blackbirds with 58. And now these are the top 6 teams who have qualified for the league stages. Godlike Esports, Jaunty Gaming, Total Gaming Esports, Aerobot Esports, Crust Esports, and Blackbirds with the amount of elimination points they procured in the final game.
TSG, a big disappointment, being exiting from this group, because they had a lot of fan following who had so much hopes that this team, who qualified with having maximum amount of eliminations from the previous round, will look forward for some more in round 2. But it seems like they've been stopped in their tracks. Same goes for the side of Velonix. They were one of those teams who came out of the box to showcase their firepower. Even they were restricted in their paths as well. But the best of the best have now moved forward, and this has been the story for Group A.
This is the story of Group A, and godlike esports were the wrecking ball for every other team coming their way. They made sure to continue the throne that they were holding over from week 1 until week 2. They ruined a lot of stories, a lot of teams' existence, and they made sure of showing all the presence that was needed. And I do believe godlike esports, one of the strongest team, one of the most consistent team, and they never fail to show up on screen. They are always there wherever there's a squad wipe.
I mean, I think it's good for us to say that right now they're the fan favorite team to be winning TEZ FFMIC India Cup. But let's not forget that, there are teams like Jaunty Gaming who almost give the same kind of a performance. It's just that a lack of a bit of consistency is right now holding them back. But in the grand final, since most of these teams will know each other's strategy, the story can be so much different. But 18 teams is what we're going to have after this, after tomorrow. So hoping to see Group B have a very different outcome, because it's a more balanced group in comparison to every other group which is out there. I'm waiting to see which of these teams will do well.
Talking about Group B, they are the players who work more upon surviving for as long as possible. Sure, they do have to capitalize on elimination points as well, but they are not the ones who will barge in some other territories, just try to get those elimination points. But Group A, the group of annihilators, and the king rises strong, and the king right now is none other than godlike esports. And ladies and gentlemen, Group A is all done and dusted. We have top 6 teams who have qualified towards the league stages, and we do now, after a short break, we are going to witness the fight of Group B. So do not go anywhere. Prep up your snacks, bring your best drinks, and we will see you on the other side.
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहला। वो जो छुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की, तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केडी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें, करो पुश रैंक मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है, फोन पे पाउडर है, उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए। फोन भी बदल देंगे फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में। और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
But I'm a peak, but I was a peak. ले पहन गियान में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटरी में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा, कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रेको है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया के स्कोप पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है। हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर है। मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल। मैं एलजी यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ। मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो, अच्छी सिखाते हो, तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए। और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की। सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर। फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था। एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्जाम जाके रुक गई, तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की, स्टॉर्म, AK और अर्पित। तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी, मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया। सो इट इज बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो, गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो।
कभी मिला आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं। इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट। दो पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो, वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं। यहां पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है। हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं, मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं, रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं। इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो, ब्रदरहुड कह लो, बॉन्डिंग कह लो, कुछ भी कह लो। वो कहते हैं ना, ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर।
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम पीजी स्टॉर्म है। मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ।
स्टॉर्म जो है ना, वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है, इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो।
प्रीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे। एक राउंड में प्रीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्रीसर को नॉक किया था। फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है।
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल। मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करते हैं।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया, मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था।
और इसलिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशन में अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है कि कोई रश कर रहा है या ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है तो वो दे नहीं पाता। गेम में बेसिकली अर्पित और स्टॉर्म ये दोनों रशर है, क्लोज रेंज फाइट्स के एक्सपर्ट है और वो हमेशा आगे भागते हैं। मैं स्नाइपर हूँ और इन गेम लीडर हूँ तो मैं सबसे पीछे रहता हूँ। उन दोनों और मेरे बीच में रहता है एके, जो कि एक फ्रैगर है और एक असल्टर है। स्टॉर्म और एके जाते हैं रश करने के लिए, फिर क्या हो जाते हैं दोनों नॉकडाउन।
स्टॉर्म तो बोलता रहता था कि भाई तू आगे चल, मैं तेरे पीछे कवर देने के लिए हूँ।
और मुझे और अर्पित को जाना पड़ता है रिवाइव करने। नॉर्मली जब कैजुअल मैचेस खेलते हैं तो एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने में से लोग ऊपर नहीं आते। यही लोग प्रोफेशनल मैचेस खेलने जाते हैं, कोई क्रूशियल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के गेम प्ले को इतना ज़्यादा समझते हैं कि बोलना भी नहीं पड़ता है और एक दूसरे को असिस्ट मिल जाता है। धीरे धीरे व्हाट्सएप के नंबर एक्सचेंज हुए, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट हुआ और फिर हमारा एक टाइम था कि रात को 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है।
रूटीन बन गया हमारा कि 9 बजे है तो अपन गेम में आना है, स्क्वाड पे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैसेजेस आना स्टार्ट हो जाता था कि भाई आ जाओ।
सुबह से लेके शाम तक 9 बजे का वेट करते थे, बिकॉज सभी लोग उसी टाइम पे ऑनलाइन आते थे और उसी टाइम पे खेलते थे।
और अगर मैं लेट हो गया हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को फ़ोन पे फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, सर कहाँ हो, 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है, स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। उस टाइम पे बॉन्डिंग ऐसी थी ना कि अगर कोई मुझको बोल जाता है ना तो दे आर बी लाइक सर आप जवाब नहीं दोगे, आप क्यों अपना मुंह खराब करोगे, हम बैठे हैं ना आपकी ओर से। एक टाइम था जब स्ट्रीम पे बिल्कुल वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेट हो गया था मैं। इन लोगों ने फ़ोन करके बोला कि सर आप लाइव करना शुरू करो, आपको वॉचिंग आ जाएगी। मैंने लाइव स्टार्ट किया, 5-6 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। आई वॉज सरप्राइज कि ऐसे कैसे। मगर फिर मुझे एक दिन बाद पता चलता है कि ये लोग अपने मम्मी पापा के फ़ोन में लाइव स्ट्रीम लगा के बैठे थे। ये लोग एक बैकबोन है, एक रीज़न है कि आज मैं एक चैनल लेके खड़ा हूँ।
एक टाइम था जब मैं फाइनेंशियली और मेंटली बहुत डाउन हुआ था।
एक पापा को कोविड हो गया, ज़्यादा ही सिम्टम्स थे तो वो पूरा प्रेशर में है। स्टॉर्म की एग्ज़ाम्स, पापा का बिजनेस, जितनी भी मतलब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ थी वो उसको कैचअप कर रही है।
पढ़ने के लिए मेरे को घर से दूर इधर आना पड़ा। थोड़ा अकेला फील करता था, इंट्रोवर्ट था, इसलिए ज़्यादा दोस्त भी नहीं थे।
एक टाइम था जब हम दिन में 6 घंटे खेला करते थे और अब 6 महीने हो चुके हैं साथ में नहीं खेले।
अब टाइम नहीं मिल पाता, पहले पढ़ाई थी, अब जॉब है।
तो फिर सबके एग्ज़ाम्स आने लगे, सबका थोड़ा बिजी शेड्यूल होने लग गया, तो फिर सबने थोड़ा खेलना कम कर दिया।
मैं बहुत मिस करता हूँ उस टाइम को जब हम सभी लोग गेम साथ में खेलते थे। काश कोई उसी टाइम मेरे को बता देता कि फ्यूचर में मैं गेम नहीं खेल पाऊँगा, तो उसी टाइम मैं 3-4 गेम शायद और खेल लेता।
कभी मिले आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं।
याद आती है?
बहुत ज़्यादा।
फाइनली गाइज आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड, सो आई कांट बिलीव कि मैं गुवाहाटी जा रहा हूँ।
इतना मीटिंग्स कैंसिल हो चुके हैं कि हम लोग हमेशा इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, भाई कब आ रहा है, इधर चलते हैं उधर चलते हैं साथ में।
सब अपने काम में बिजी रहते थे और कुछ ना कुछ फिर रहता था, इसलिए मिल नहीं पाए।
पर मिलना है, साथ में बैठ के गेम खेलना है।
भाई मेरे को तो उन लोगों से मिलना है। एक मीटअप तो बस कुछ भी हो करके रहना है।
मैं रियल लाइफ में भी देखना चाहता हूँ कि वैसे ही है या कुछ चेंज है उसमें।
सो अगर अब मिल जाते हैं ना तो मजा पड़ी जैसे।
भी जैसे रिसेंटली प्रीसर की शादी हुई है तो हम वहाँ जाने वाले थे, लेकिन हमारे एग्जाम्स आ गए थे तो मैं जा नहीं पाया।
79 years since our last war. I don't think it can go on much more. I can feel it. We can feel it. We got peacetime technocrats keeping score. Keep our heads down, let them get some more. We don't need it. Let them see.
एज अ फैमिली आप जैसे कोई चीज़ को हैंडल करते हो, हम बिल्कुल उसी तरह उस चीज़ को हैंडल करते हैं और उसके अंदर फिर ना कोई बैरियर आता है या फिर ना कोई ऐसी चीज़ें आती है जो हमें रोक सके। एज अ फैमिली, एज अ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट हमारी बॉन्डिंग है, सब बोल सकते हैं। मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ
लाइव फ्री फायर मैक्स गेम की तरह है।
कभी आप जीतोगे, कभी नॉकडाउन भी हो जाओगे, पर हिम्मत मत हारिए, क्योंकि गेम की तरह जिंदगी में भी कोई आएगा, आपको रिवाइव करेगा और एक ना एक दिन आपका बुया हो ही जाएगा।
तो फोन उठाओ, अपने दोस्तों से बात करो और गरीना फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलो।
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today.
freed me.
कौन है ये आदमी? पुष्पा को नेशनल खिलाड़ी समझे क्या? इंटरनेशनल है। पुष्पा का उसूल करने का वसूल।
पुष्पा सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं है, पुष्पा मतलब ब्रांड।
फायर नहीं, वाइल्ड फायर है। बूम!
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहला। वो जो छुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की तू किल देख मेरी, या फिर देखो मेरी केड़ी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें करूँ पुश रैंक। मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मैं तो आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है फोन पे, पाउडर है उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ। मैं ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे। फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में, और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई। हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो, हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना भाई। जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
Bad on my peak, but I was a peak. Lip and a ज्ञान में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटन में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा। कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रेको। हैकर कहता रह जाएगा भैया किसको पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। हैकर है लॉबी में हैकर है बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all are doing good. You guys are watching TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. It's me, Azura, alongside Arka, and we are already in the brink of Group B. So, how are you feeling, Arka? And what are your takes on Group B?
I'm excited when it comes to Group B because I was not expecting much when it comes to Group A because it was filled with T1 teams, those fan favorite teams who we knew will make through, even though we had a bit of disappointments at the end. Group B is kind of well balanced, right? You do have teams who have got firepower, you have teams, who have a good name as well. So my expectation from Group B is going to be more firepower, the better you qualify.
Well, that's true. Moreover, Group B is filled with a lot of surprise as well, Arka. Not gonna lie about the teams, it's already out there. BFA, Black Flag Army, the way they play alongside Ultra Instinct and Yarn Gaming, they always look forward towards those elimination game itself. And the others, they're a tad bit more on the reserving end. They have those supporters, they can go ahead and heal themselves and bring themselves back online. But here's the thing, right? The factor about being more towards the offensive side just creates a lot of chaos in the entire lobby. So I'm hoping that this chaos is going to be contained in a really nice bottle and then labeled it lightning ahead.
I mean, you forgot about the big blue shark, right? I feel that K9 Esports is going to be one of those teams to watch out for because now with a little bit of a change in the meta, I'm waiting to see what Duffy can bring on board. But before which, let's look at the prize pool of this tournament. It's going to be a huge amount of 1 crore rupees, where the Battle Royale phase is going to take 80 lakh rupees, whereas the Clash Squad is going to be getting 20 lakh rupees. And for those who are wondering how much is it further divided, where the Battle Royale, again, the champions will be getting the biggest chunk of both these Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad.
Well, true that. I mean, Clash Squad is just an additional bonus for you to go ahead and earn. But talking about the Battle Royale, that's where the majority of the chunk lies ahead. 80 lakh. And in all of that, you need to decide which position you need to reach. If you are the champion, then you receive 40 lakh INR. If you're the first runner-up, then 15. Second runner-up, 7. And all the way towards 12th place, you earn some money. It's 50,000. It's less, but I understand it. You need to just hit the mark towards the first to 6th or 7th spot in order to get the decent amount of chunk. But talking about the MVP, it's 50,000 INR.
Yep, it all comes down to your firepower. You can be equivalent to the 11th or the 12th team when you're walking away with the prize money, but also it comes up with the bragging rights of being one of the best to be playing this tournament. On the other side, you're going to have the Clash Squad, again the prize pool of 20 lakhs. The champion going to walk away with the biggest chunk of 10 lakh rupees, where the first runner-up is going to get 4 lakhs, second runner-up 2 lakhs, and then it's going to descend down until the 8th position is going to walk away with just 40,000 rupees. But the best part is, if you make it into the grand finals, you're not walking away empty-handed.
That's true. Moreover, it's like a permutation combination situation for you to go ahead and keep banking it up or multiplying the amount of money that you have already earned. So yeah, that's how you can go ahead and deal with this kind of situations alongside the bragging rights. But talking about the point system to which how you can go ahead and be called the champion, this is the way. If you get the number of booyahs, well, that's one of the best things. You get 12 points directly. The second position is of 9 points, third being 8, and you get points all the way towards the 10th position. But unfortunately, 11th and 12th, they're of no use. And one elimination equal to 1 point. That's another thing that you need to take care of as well.
The tiebreaker, where the number of booyahs will be given the priority. In case that also ties up, then the total eliminations is going to be given the priority. And if that also stands to be equal between two teams, then the ranking in the final game is going to be taken into consideration. But yes, this has been the talk of the hour. One unique active skill for each of these players, as they cannot repeat more than one.
That's true. It doesn't matter how many rebels dashes you're going ahead and picking. It's just one. You need to figure those things out. Chrono as well. all of these things, you need to just understand which role you're going to pick for the team, and according to that, decide on how well you can perform them as well. Of course, we have seen the support coming in. We have seen even the bombers alongside the way the rushers also implement their key gameplays as well. So overall, it's just one unique active skill which cannot be copied or replicated by your teammates. This is the criteria, and if you follow this through, then your team is going to soar high.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the most important part is the passive skills that you can repeat. And we have been seeing that there's a lot of passive skills which have been shared by all the teammates, keeping in mind either of, the game style. One is trying to be supportive and they have their own ways of doing it. But we are going to be looking at the team list now. Group B, it's filled with one of those most controlled, aggressive teams. K9. Let it be Aura Esports, let it be Black Flag Army, Gyan Gaming, Team Hind, Ultra Instincts. These are the teams who kind of held back with their firepower and only used it when required.
But talking about the underdog, Silver Eagle, Vintage, alongside Team Hind, they have been performing really decent as well. And I'm hoping that they can go ahead and fortify their entire section or their name towards the top 6, as this is the race at which you should not fall shy. If you fall shy, then you're going to get eliminated. That's straight up elimination at your doorsteps. And I'm hoping that you guys are prepared for all kind of shenanigans which tier 1 teams are going to put forward. And I'm talking about all of the underdog teams who can perform today and showcase that they're also one of those teams who can head towards the top 6 and eventually qualify towards the Indian Cup 2025 of Free Fire.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see as well, but let me remind you all, it's just the 6 teams going through and not the 9, and for which we'll be looking at the lineup to understand which among these teams will be playing with the best playing for. For now, yes, K9 Esports, they've been doing well. Aim God does come into the fray whenever required, but Dafiq and Honey have been the frontline assaulter for the team.
True that. Talking about Aura Esports as well, Anshu, Kaushik, Manish, Predator, these 4 have been those consistent players. And alongside Smoke being in the arsenal, I believe that he is also going to be swapping in the shoes of either of the players in the needing of the hours. So I'm just hoping that all of the other teams, for example, Black Flag Army, Silver Eagle, DYT Official, Rising Esports, are going to be prepared with their top 4 and their A game that they can go ahead and showcase. As we have seen teams falter, TSG in Group A, a tier 1 team who could not qualify. And that itself showcases a lot of I would say unpredictability alongside even the kind of mentality that the teams are setting forward in order to qualify towards the top 6.
Now, another big name who have been very, very aggressive when it comes to their gameplay has to be RNX Esports. We have seen that, Vota, Sohan and Ninja have been the primary flag bearers for the team. Gyan Gaming as well. Even they have done a beautiful job when it comes to the previous round. Yes, they were fumbling in the initial stages of that, first week, and then eventually they caught up to that momentum. If I have to speak about one specific team in this set, I would say that, Ultra Instinct is the team to watch out for as well.
Yes, Ultra Instincts, they have been showcasing a lot of 1v2s and 1v3s, potentially going ahead and shutting down such good teams as well. So overall, let's see how well they can also perform. Team Hind have been those center of attention most of the time. Whenever you see a circle is being formed, they're always in the smack center. And if that is the case, then Team Hind needs to go ahead and convert that in a really nice fashion manner as well. So that's one of the places that I'm expecting Team Hind to go ahead and refine themselves. But RN next, this is the talk of the hour. This is that team who brings every single thing on the slot. It is about the support, it's about those points, it's about eliminations alongside bagging in the booyah as well. So be aware, this can be that one team who can change the entire course of action.
Absolutely. Now let's see what is going to unfold in moments to come, because the map schedule is going to give us a clue as to which team will perform or prioritize which map to be dominating, because it all comes down to you getting that perfect start. The first map they're going to be playing is going to be Nextera, following up with Kalahari. Then you have Purgatory, in which we can see that 2 of the prime default maps is already being played.
Well, true. Nextera, Kalahari, Kalahari is a sniper's paradise, and next year are being one of the crucial maps where I've seen multiple teams go ham in every single situation out there. So I'm hoping to see a lot of third parties coming in at the beginning itself, and alongside that one solo player heading towards the enemy's territories and somehow getting those elimination points. Even though he dies, it's all right, but at the end of the day, he has at least brought in a couple of pieces of the pie. So I'll be super excited to go ahead and see how well the teams are going to be taming themselves in the map of next era, as that is going to be the conversational starter for them.
Now, this is the first time we'll see that this complete set of teams will be playing after the update. Right? It all brings us down to what kind of characters they'll be using, what is the new gun they're adapting to, because that one nerf coming in for M590 has become such a big pain for each and every player. You're able to see that only a few are still relying on this very gun, whereas the rest of them have now shifted to either SMGs or some vintage, shotguns like Max 7 or M10.
Well, that's true. Not only that, alongside the characters have received buffs alongside nerfs as well. Alvaro can go ahead and deal more damage, so all the bombers are going to be super happy. 1 second and tick goes the entire cluster of the grenade. And that itself showcases that at the end circles, team need to be very, very prepared with at least a graffiti blessing so that they can tank all of these damages coming forward towards them. And that's the kind of mentality I believe teams are going to set forward as well. So overall, the update is actually a really good one, Arka. It has always come towards the bright side of it. And M590, yes, it has been nerfed, but overall it's just the reload speed. Other than that, the damage is just pounding. So most of the clutch moments, we have seen those M590 shots buzzing in. And like you rightly mentioned, reaching in towards getting the SMG's meta, that itself is really good overall. But it all depends upon the character that you have chosen in order to give that a perfect complement, alongside get those speed boosts as well.
I mean, it's good that you bought in the Alvaro's point over here with Beast on being used when it comes to that increased damage of throwables, because I saw only one team using this to deal initial damage. 1 or 2 teams to be specific, one amongst them have to be godlike, because whenever given a chance, they did not head into the territory of the opponents until and unless they've used a throwable, done the initial damage, and then the frontline assaulters, they've got a chance to put down the player using that shotgun. So in case godlike have been dealt with, it's only been in that mid-range battle, only when their throwables have not tagged the opponents. And Jaunty Gaming is going to be one other big name who also had a similar kind of an outcome when it comes to those throwables.
Pretty similar. I mean, that's the kind of approach most of the teams are using as well. If you have the options of using throwables in a game, then go ahead and use it. It always gives in the initial bit of damage, and with that you can always keep pesting forward, and the opponents are always going to be caught in this one situation where they're healing or they're going to go ahead and initiate the fight or give the response to it. So overall, it's a very nice catching red-handed moment types for multiple teams, and I'm expecting the same thing to happen even in Group B as well. You rightly mentioned Group A. We did see few teams go ahead and utilize this to perfection, but now is the time for even Group B to replicate the similar kind of thing, alongside showcase what they can do better compared to Group A. As we all know, we keep moving from one group to the other. We keep seeing the benchmarks keep setting up towards the height, and once it reaches towards the pinnacle, we can just say that this team is just better than every single one of them, and godlike has reached towards that stance.
Yeah, absolutely. After week 1, where we thought that they might hold on to their horses, they have just let go of their dark horses and received almost 126 points in the 6 games they have played so far. 8 games they played so far. So no matter what it is, 6 games to be specific, sorry. So no matter what it is, it's good for us to say that those teams are finding an average of 10 points, which has been the cutoff when it comes to Group A, because 58 points is what the team had who qualified at the 6th spot. So the cutoff being 60, we'll be waiting to see which of these teams will have to find an average of 10 plus in every single game. And in case they've not done it in one map, the pressure starts to mount. Now they'll have to do the double of that in the next round, and that is going to keep mounting more and more until and unless you find a booyah with a big number.
Well, that's the thing, right? Unpredictability alongside the kind of maps that all of these teams are going to be thrown into. Next era being the first one, it's going to set the momentum. I've seen multiple teams going ahead and getting the capitalization in the early bit of the game itself. And provided if your end game is strong, then mind you guys, you will always back in that booyah. And once you back that in, you get double-digit points right there, which is 12 in total. So overall, it'll always build up a really nice repo. But here's the drawback of all of those eliminations alongside the position advantage. It's that you always get that the bullseye sign on your back, and once that is stuck, it is going to be impossible for you to remove that unless you have been taken down in the next following map, which is Kalahari. So overall, I would say that it's all about the mix and match that you can provide in, and alongside the kind of gameplay that you can showcase in the earlier bit itself to set the momentum.
Now, the usage of pets as well, right? It's become
Yes.
a drastic change as well. We have seen that, binoculars being used when you have Arvon has now decreased a bit. Even though I did see one or two of them use it, I did see Panda coming in for the healings for one of the players from the side of God. Like a very unique approach coming in
Very
from their
unique.
side as well. So I'm hoping to see some changes in the pets as well. But for now, it's good for us to say that let's not expect too much out of this group, because all of them know when to, activate what's coming up next in front of them, when to activate a very different or a unique play style only when required.
Well, like you mentioned, Arka, whenever you have the opportunity of getting early information about getting to know about the whereabouts of where your opponents are, you should go ahead and take the 100% out of it. And Dinoculus, I could see that it was being used for a longer bit of the time in the first week, second week. It has slimmed down to a chance, but I would really request all of the players to go ahead and start doing those permutation and combination in order to bring in the maximum value out of it. And like you rightly mentioned here, information game was on point, and Silver Eagle have been one of those teams who can go ahead and do all of these things at the nick of the time. So I'm hoping that this time around they can go ahead and showcase similar kind of gameplay, as they are the underdogs and they're competing against 5 tier 1 teams. So let's go ahead and see what will happen in the map of next era, and this is gonna be the start of Group B.
The start of Group B. I'm looking forward to see somebody pound their chest and say that this is our map, because the map of next era, the flight path itself, seems to be pretty interesting, starting all the way from Mortar Ruins, ending towards the Turbine region, a little bit of a northern flight path. That means that there are several teams who look forward to some early skirmishes, especially around the gym region.
Oh, true. Boxing Gym being one of the prime spots for mayhem. And I can see Rising Esports as well. They're heading all the way towards Deca Square. So early loot will be taken alongside reaching towards the center of the circle will be the primary aspect for multiple teams. But for now, I can see that multiple teams have chosen their own favorite spot. No drop clashes whatsoever. But in terms of rotation, I believe that Lexos, he's heading all the way towards Ronith. And that might be the first fight that we could ever see.
Obviously, right? And also to add a bit of a spice to this, enchanting gravy, we have started to see that bounties are also being put up. We can see that, RNX and SC as well, both of them did put up a bounty to see which is the team closest to them. And cleverly, they were able to fall back and evade from this fight. But that gives an opportunity for the other teams close by. K9, who are so close to SE, and also let's not forget that Gyan Gaming will now try to push towards the side of RNX as well.
Oh my god, so much information all across. But Silver Eagles, they're untethered. They're running away from that fight. And on the same end, it's Gyan Gaming reaching all the way too close. Mad Prince, both of these players are way too close in front of RNX. But we can see another fight brewing in, and it is going to be Urban Sky who can go ahead and get the first blood. They have initiated things to perfection, and it is Rising Esports who are taking the brunt force onto themselves. And this is not looking good for them.
Absolutely. RE, they need to be careful. They've already lost 2 players. One amongst them is down on his knees as well, but US, she now gets taken down. A good trade comes in from the other side. Reflexer immediately gets revived as Harsh He's still trying to hold his ground. He's still trying to make sure that he gives the kind of support required. Whereas on the other side, Ego as well. He's got an off angle. The Riptide Rhythm is going to remove all the glue walls out there. But Thorfinn, in case he comes to his crosshair, the Woodpecker is going to do its job.
Indeed, it will. Lovely knocks are coming through. And Urban Sky, they're prepared for this one. Last man standing. Thorfinn, he is fighting for his dear life and for the team as well. Ishan on the other end, way too close and personal. And he's not budging down. He wants to take this fight. And if he wins, then the entire squad of Rising Esports will perish away. And that's what they need. All four corners. And this is not going to look good. One knock comes through. But eventually the entirety of the team might fade away. Rising Esports, wait a second. Do they have another player alive?
Yep, at the very moment we did see that there was a revival which came through, and all of a sudden all of them have come in. But RIE, Rising Inferno Esports, Rising Esports, they just get eliminated out here.
Oh, they do. And all thanks to one team that they have initiated things so well. Urban Sky, but now is not the time to go ahead and talk about them. Now it's time for Vintage Esports to go ahead and showcase what they are made of against Gyan Gaming. Gyan Gaming, one player perished all the way, eliminated, and DYT in the midst of all of that, they've heard all of this conundrum and they want to take this fight. Couple of players inside the vicinity and the others, they're just chasing forward, pressing the W key and reaching in order to get those couple of elimination points, and that itself is going to be a really good start for them.
Speaking about good starts, one elimination already. DYT, they're looking forward to register another one. But for now, we'll also have to wait and watch how they're going to take this fight, right? Because it all comes down to that player from a distance. Salu is going to be shot at from a distance, but the retaliation has been beautiful as Madback's the last man standing. What can he do? Is he going to get hunted down? And it seems like he's kind of walking into a death trap. And some way or the other, he was clever enough to revive his teammates.
Lightning doesn't strike twice at the same spot. Vintage, what a way to go ahead and redeem themselves. And here's the thing, DYT, they came in with all of their hopes high, thinking that they can do something much more big and get those 4 elimination points. Unfortunately, they're going to fold their hands and run away and open up shop elsewhere. This is another place where DYT has been completely eliminated. The last man standing could not do much. And K9, in the midst of all of that, they are taking in this fight. Currently, they have 0 elimination points, and they would really love to go ahead and convert this one against Silver Eagle. And Silver Eagles have been that one team who have been a big thorn for them. And now, as you can see, a couple of eliminations and a knuckle sandwich from the likes of Zora Ark has already taken down one player to bits and pieces, and the second one follows as well.
K9 showing who's the boss of the lobby. So far doing everything right. The backup is on time. And also the front line, the assaulters are able to pick up one of those frags. And look at what Honey has done over here. Connects that shot to the head. Gives that opening. The fake sadly gets traded off. And now it's important for them to bring in this beast back into the lobby. Honey prioritizes that. Immediately falls back because the vending machine is not far away. And all they have to do is get there safely.
Oh, they're going to get there safely as well, as nobody is calling in for the pursuit. And they're right in front, but they're untethered. They have little to no knowledge about where the opponents are. And this UAV drone, which is going to give a lot of information, has been torn apart as well. Gyan Gaming, they're not looking that concrete. Earlier on, they were playing so perfect. And these are one of the teams who go ahead and they centralize themselves towards the elimination itself. Position point can be taken later on, but eliminations are the key focus for this team. So let's see how well can Gyan Gaming go ahead and convert, as they're only sitting with 1 elimination point. Matt on the other end, he has been taken out from the likes of K9 itself. And that itself is showcasing that they're getting stronger and stronger as the time passes.
Zion with 3 eliminations already shows that this team is not a team to be reckoned with. Zoro Ark, still relying on Oscar. He's got the Nikita for the SMGs and Thiva for the revival, and Joseph to add in a tad bit of extra speed. Whereas Hemo on the other side, from the side of Black Flag Army, who have been silent for a brief period of time now, the snipers are still going to rely on their same set of characters. Yes, you're going to still have the Skylar. He's got to be paired up with Moko, Moro, and Joseph. And, Moko, Moro, and it makes things so much more easier. Raphael, I'm sorry.
Yes. The silent shots are always going to be the one key factor which can destroy the entire team. But here's the thing. I can see Ultra Instinct. They're up to something really good for themselves as Gyan Gaming. They're launching themselves inside the circle in order to get the advantage towards the armory section itself. Alongside get some weapon upgrades as well. But before they could reach there, Shubo has been taken care of.
Yeah, Shubo gets taken down. I don't think so. That's got to be an issue for the side of Gyan Gaming until and unless UI immediately decides to pounce upon them.
Oh.
Yes, Zion on the other side is going to be stealing away that finish and elimination. And with this Gyan Gaming, they need to be careful. Zion is going to be adding up that elimination leaderboard. He's already got 4 in his pocket. 4 amongst the 5 his team has got. And that means we'll have to watch out for what kind of a support he'll be receiving from his teammates as well.
Aura Esports on the other end, they're keeping the wolf away from the door. And they do not want any kind of third parties coming in their section. They're very isolated towards the Deca Square. And there's no team surrounding them. So I'm hoping that they can also go ahead and risk themselves to exposure and then take some fights in order to get those elimination points. Other than that, they're looking pretty neat. Talking about K9, they're up to something really nice. They want to go ahead and take down the entirety of Ultra Instinct. But here's the thing about Ultra Instincts. They're very unpredictable. And in order to go ahead and take them down, you have to have your A game up. And that's the kind of gameplay that K9 is going to go ahead and showcase. The Feek, for now, just charging forward, thumping, just giving the audio cue to the entirety of Ultra Instinct in order to come down and see what's going on. And once they do, that's where the knocks and the eliminations are going to come through.
The Feek waiting for an opportunity, but he knows that he needs to have patience. Or I don't think so it's going to be easy for him as well. Binoculars being used out here just to gain information that who else is close by. Is there a chance for a third party scenario? And it seems like K9 realized that, and every single player gets into the hard cover. Duffy comes out in the open. He's got to be punished. Zoroark is going to be following up as well. Honey, a lot of job under his shoulder, but I don't think so it's going to be easy for them. But both these players are now trying to fall back, and UI are not letting it be as Tiger, the last man standing, somehow comes in. But everybody gets decimated as Zion, the solo lion, roaring through, making sure that he puts down all these players, welcomes them with open arms. But what's more important right now is these two players, they need to revive their teammate, and not only that, they also need to defend this fortress for a long time.
Oh, that's right, but a couple of players, it's not going to be easy for them to do this one. Alongside the way the teams are swarming around them, it's not looking good at all. From all 4 directions, I can see K9 being surrounded, and if this pack of wolves are going to be segregated, severed one by one, then it's not going to look good at all. K9, for now, they need space, they need a vending machine. Alongside those shots need to be accurate and on point. Shots taken, one player knocked as well, and this is just the start. But here's the thing, the man-count advantage is one of the places where they do not want to rifle up with. And K9, they're taking things very slow. Couple of knocks, and that's when they're going to think about pushing forward. But Honey and Xian, both of them are playing this thing into perfection, taking things slow alongside going ahead for those golden opportunities of revival as well.
Honey needs to be careful. The place where he is heading, we see another team trying to come into the high grounds of the very building. It's going to be Aura Gaming.
Now.
Yeah, he's going to be safer now inside of the building, but once they realize it's a solo player, I'm sure they'll try to pounce upon him. Zion on the other side. He's going to be the elimination leader with 6 eliminations already in his favor. Whereas Vintage on the other side, after that initial clash, it seems like they're taking a breather for themselves as well. K9 completely revived, and the hooligans are back in the lobby.
Oh, this is what they were hoping and expecting. Oh, lovely way to get the height advantage. Sallu. My oh my, deadly maneuvers, and Anshu right in front. Good shots taken, but if that was a headshot, it would have been something very different. Sallu, a golden opportunity missed, and Dafiq, all of a sudden, the moment he dropped down, he's been blown into pieces. So, K9, back to 3-man squad.
I mean, Dafiq, look at what the update has done to this player, before which he was playing so well in that close-range battles. But this time around, that has not been the case, as he's been taken down every single time in those close-range battles. I guess he's trying to be the punching bag as of now. And once he understands or get adapted to a better gun like M10 or M18 or even the Trogon, I think it's going to be a different ball game altogether.
The armory is looking really good for Gyan Gaming. All three of them getting the information. Alongside, nobody is able to shoot through those glass. And they're lucky to be alive. But here's one place where I believe it's going to be very chaotic. Anshu, what a lovely shot coming in from the AC-80. And with that said, there is a quick revival. Vintage, they're yet again getting the advantageous position. But here's the gong. And they need to head all the way towards the circle. Same thing goes for Aura Esports as well. How can they go ahead and accomplish this top fleet is the question. Before all of that, it's Vintage heading forward to take the fight against Black Flag Army. And Black Flag Army are the ones to not be messed around with, as they're very good when it comes to the close range battle.
Black Flag Army, they need to be careful, whereas RNX on the other side are also trying to do something similar. K9 Esports, they're losing players after players, and it seems like they're on the verge of extinction with the last man standing inside of the circle, whereas on the other side, Vintage, they need to be careful. Black Flag Army now take this opportunity. They're going to be rushing in. Hacker, very low on HP, he's going to be bleeding out. RNX gets taken down. Avjeet gets taken down. Speak about the shotguns not singing the songs of death. It's a different story altogether, as Heimu from a distance with the sniper and one player in the close range singing every single team one lullaby to send them out of the lobby.
What a lovely shot coming in from Hemu. Presence of mind on point, and RNX for now they're going to be isolated, shunned down in order to not take more shots. But on the other end, it's Aura Esports who have already headed all the way towards the circle, and they have the prime spot. Nobody can mess around with them. It needs to be some kind of confrontation, but here comes the confrontation where Hemu has been hemorrhaged upon, and RNX, they're finding their golden opportunities to go ahead and eliminate teams. 3 teams are remaining, and this circle is just looking so chaotic as all 3 teams have 4 players alive.
AC-80, after getting that buff, has been the primary weapon for Ranch. And so goes for most of the players out there. 11 eliminations, and Predator, his shots are connecting well. His shots are being rewarded continuously, as Anshu also joins up his teammate on the top of this building. But guess what? The circle is still gonna favor the side of NG. So now it's a question, how will the teams tackle this situation? NGs, they need to just hold on to their grounds. The Silver Eagles, to be specific, they're going to hold on to their grounds. They're going to make sure that they have this hard compound for themselves as well. Allow RNX and AAG to both of them go in with a head-on battle and then take advantage of that situation. RNX Ronit is now pushing forward, and Aura Esports is looking forward to take more than one elimination out of each.
Lovely shots are coming through. Aura Esports, they're not able to stand strong. Predator being the last man standing, and he needs to do the heavy lifting, in which I believe the heavy lifting soon might fade away. Silver Eagles on the other end, they're not able to go ahead and deal such kind of damage. RNX, they're the only healthy team who can go ahead and call in a sweet shop for the entire situation. Vota rushing forward, couple of knocks coming in. Silver Eagle completely nullified. Predator on top, thinking that he can go ahead and get at least a knock or 2, but I believe all of this is going to be a lost cause. Predator, shots fired, 1 player knocked, but this is not going to be that easy, as the booyah is imminent for RNX.
RNX playing it phenomenal. I've been saying this in the Mexican standoff. You need to decide who is your friend and who is your enemy. And RNX, they waited. They had that patience. One small mistake coming in from the side of Aura, where they tried to push in against the team which was having better control of the circle, is going to be facing the wrath of this one team. Yes, Silver Eagles, they were not expecting Aura Esports to be jumping on them. Using a teleporter at that high ground shows that, you know, they were desperate to get those eliminations. They were rewarded with a few, but
yeah,
the booyah, that was snatched away.
It was indeed snatched away. And like you mentioned, the 3-way Mexican standoff did not work out to be the best. Silver Eagles, they were pestered forward. Similar thing goes for even Aura Esports as well. They could not figure out which place can be contested or which place needs to let go of. RNX on the other end, they were watching all of the action going all in front of him, and right at the moment they thought that this is our golden opportunity to go ahead and get those eliminations. They went forward and they got even the booyah. Currently, looking at the way they have scored those points alongside the eliminations and the position advantage, I believe they're somewhere close to 25 or 27. So really nice gameplay is coming in from their end. Moreover, the second spot is still contested for, and I could see the way Aura Esports were playing. They were playing it to perfection. Eliminations were on point alongside even the position advantage as well. So overall, them getting a really good stand itself is a good sign, as they have initiated things on really good note on Nextera.
Now, Nextera, it does bring in a bit of, nostalgia, because K9 again gets eliminated a little bit earlier, even though they were the aggressive team in the lobby. Gyan Gaming as well, But before which we speak further, we'll look at how the cookie crumbled in the final circle, right? The final elimination, how did it occur? This was RNX. All of a sudden, there was Ninja on one building, the rest of the other on the other side. And right next to Predator, you see a teleporter, which was used by AG. And Predator also wanted to use it at the final moment. He gets closer to that, but eventually gets taken down because he was trapped at 4 different directions.
True that, and that's not the ideal situation for you to be at. And if you're there, then might as well drop in those weapons, as all of these opponents are going to swarm you down to your demise. RNX Esports, lovely total finishes, total placement points coming in as 12, eliminations being 15, total 27 points. Aura Esports following up the trail, 21 total points. Silver Eagle, they are like the ace up the sleeves, and you never know where they're going to bounce in from, but they for sure making a really nice entry for themselves. K9, 4th position with 14 total points. These are the positional advantages that they both shared. But Black Flag Army, in the midst of all of that, they could not showcase how good of an elimination game that they can provide, as their entire lineup looks to be very lethal.
I mean, look at this. Hind, Gyan Gaming, Rising Esports, all of them at the very bottom of the table. That means these are the teams to watch out for when it comes to the map of Kalahari. But when it comes to the map of Nextera, this was the man who did all the talking. Ronith, he was the frontline assaulter for the team. He was the first person to make sure, even at the final circle, he heads forward front. As the grenadier of the team, I was speaking about this, right? Why not use the Alvaro as well as the Beastin when you know your throwables are going to do more damage in comparison to the other abilities?
Well, true, and that's the kind of capitalization even Ronith went ahead for. RNX Esports, they are built as an all-rounder team, and they have every single box checked up, which is Grenadier or aka Bomber alongside Sniper, support alongside a Rusher as well. So overall, this team has showcased some really nice gameplay, and I'm keen to understand what kind of initiation the other 3 members have also brought back into the picture. Skylar being utilized, Koda, yes, gives you the enhanced vision, and it even informs upon where the opponents are. If they're crouched or prone, then you won't know where the locations are. But Oscar is one of the key characters that you can use in order to dash your way inside the enemy's arms and then take them down as well.
Yep. And also good to see that, there are some changes as well. Even though Joseph has been the primary second character for most of these teams, Thiva seems to be starting to be, looking diminished, if that's the right word. Because Thiva was one of the primary characters or primary choice for a secondary character so that it can be used for early revivals. And the new character which is catching up over here has to be Nikita for the SMGs.
Well, true. And talking about the overall team stats, good amount of damage there from every single one of them. 5 eliminations being the peak coming in from RNX. And the max damage is 2300, of course, being dished out by Ronith. So overall, a really good play coming in from their end. It's just that they need to keep the similar kind of consistent gameplay moving forward. It's going to be Kalahari. Kalahari, we all know how good the entire map has been for the snipers area of it. But talking about the overall summary of this particular map of Nextera, let's just go ahead and see all of those numbers as well.
Yep. The number of glue walls destroyed seems to be mounting as we go deeper into the day. It's got 168 now, 45,000 damage, an average amount of damage you expect from a map of Nextera. But the interesting part is a 119 meter long elimination, because I was expecting more of these eliminations to be registered in that long range, but still that close range battle seems to be the favorites for all the teams out there.
True, and this might change coming in the next map. And here's the fun fact. 119 meters was dished out by one of the players of RNX itself. So overall, they've been called in the MVP, they've been called in the team who has received the Booyah alongside the longest elimination distance as well. So all of those boxes have been ticked off alongside the amount of damage that we could see. It's not next level, as usually we see around 50,000 or near about 51, but this time it has fallen short from 5k. So I'm hoping that in the upcoming map we can see something better, some better stats, as Group E is just starting.
I mean, next map is going to be the map of Kalahari, right? All about having that high grounds, all about using your snipers for the longest shot being increasing yet again. But let's not forget, the story has been a little bit different after this update. We're going to be discussing more as we step into the deserty island of Kalahari. Do not forget to let us know which is your favorite team to attain the Booyah in this game. But Ozora, I am geared up right now because I know that this map is going to bring us a lot of surprises.
Surprises, joy, and a lot of chaos, as the grappling hook is utilized most of the time for you to get the height advantage. So multiple players are going to go ahead and get all of those advantageous positions, alongside the sniper shots are going to be imminent. So let's see, command post or Stone Bridge or Refinery, which place is going to be called in the prime spot for Mayhem.
Oh yes, the prime positions and those early skirmishes. I'm going to be looking out for it as well. But for now, the Bayfront region, uncontested confinement, having its own owners. Command post and around the Stone Ridge region and Santa Catrina is where we can see an early skirmish take place. One of the players from DYT goes in for a wide spread, and he's caught between the team Hind, and that could be a bit of a problem.
Oh, indeed. I can hear a lot of footsteps. Players rushing forward, trying to get their following loot. And alongside, you can see Gyan Gaming. They're so aware. They have their spidey senses tingling right now. And with that said, there's another fight going on. DYT, they're going up close and personal. Death being the last man standing as he's running away for the entire team's survival. Rising Esports, they've somehow managed to go ahead and get 3 elimination points in the nick of the time. Gyan Gaming on the other end, they are showcasing similar kind of a game style where they have received 2 eliminations. And Silver Eagles, for now, their wings have been clipped.
Oh yes, it's time for them to go head back to heal themselves, to bring in their best team. You know, clipping the Eagles have not been so easy. But again, there's another player gets taken down. And does that mean that Silver Eagles are on the verge of elimination? It seems not, as 2 of the other players, one of them did get revived, and the other player, he knows exactly where to hide.
I would say nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, as there's so much intel-based gameplay coming in from all of these teams. But it's alright, they're giving the opportunity for the entire team to come back. It's going to be a profit for Gyan Gaming itself, as they can go ahead and get more elimination points out of them. So it's like a fodder that they would want to go ahead and initialize with it. And Gyan Gaming, for now, as you could see in the previous game itself, they could not manage to get multiple eliminations, and that's where they're lacking. They need the confidence, and this is the place where they're going ahead and feeding themselves with all of the kind of confidence alongside the maze skills to crack it as well.
Yep. But again, the circle, it has been playing games, mind games with all the IGLs in the lobby. And there's been only one team who could crack the code perfectly. That's going to be godlike, but for now, Karma is cooking up a beautiful grenade. Will be landing to perfection. Anshu is going to be down on his knees. The confirmation might follow, but the Korg on the other side for retaliation, as Karma is going to be cooking up another one. He knows that's the best way for him to get another confirmation.
Lovely.
Yes, elimination being raked up, but that doesn't mean that he's out of danger, because RIE will now look out for revenge. They want a trade game. Team Hind playing it as safe as possible. No more throwables, making things a little bit tougher for their side.
Karma, he's taking his shots with the Bison. And similar thing goes for Toffin as well. He's rushing forward. It's a redemption gameplay coming in. And electrotherapy, he needs someone to be around, at least to go ahead and provide the support. And look at Karma. He's just going ahead and playing around with the staircase. Gets the height advantage. There he is. Now comes the confrontation. Shots fired. Bison v Bison. And Toffin, all of those shots in vain. He can hear all of the footsteps. He knows where the opponent is. But still, mind games are on point. Ultra Instinct on the other end, they have been completely eliminated. But this fight has been prolonged for a really long time. Karma, good shots followed up, but that on one unfortunate situation where he fell down, and now he's gonna regret it, as he could have easily finished off Thorfinn, and now he's gonna take the time to go ahead and knock him down as well. That one player who wanted to survive has already long gone, and he's taking a fight differently against Aura Esports.
Taking his time, re-strategizing every single time. He's not making any kind of silly mistakes, sticking to the textbook basics. And I do believe that has been adding a greater advantage to his playing style. But let's not forget that after this, the revivals are going to be much more crucial for this team as well. Team Hen, with just 2 men standing, in case they get pounced upon with a 3-man squad, and then it's going to be a different ball game altogether. But yes, Aura Gaming or Aura Esports far away are now looking forward for some more revivals, as Kaushik is going to be landing in safe.
He is safe for now. The Feek, he's out in the open, not at all afraid of anyone who's going to take a shot at him. Jaguar being so close in the vicinity. And the Feek, little does he know that there was 1 point right behind. His back is completely exposed and he might be taken down, but he's busy investing all of those token points into something or the other. Jaguar is somehow inside the compound, alive and kicking. Koda as his active ability, and he needs the information. If he uses it, he could have received 1 free point. The Feek on the other end, they've seen DYT right in front, and this fight is going to be very insane, as the position advantage was not there to begin with for the likes of DYT. As 3-3 players are pouncing at them, how can you survive that?
I don't know, man. The Feek, where we thought that he might not, be able to get that entry frag for his team, is slowly starting to unfold his true potential. We were speaking about him adapting to another gun, and it seems like Trogan has been his next favorite gun after the M590, and that's working out for him as well. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that GG are going to be bounced upon. It's going to be Shub and Mad getting taken down. Arup from a distance, all they can do is try to give the right kind of backup to take down players. Yes, there's a net shot which connects. He's going to be following up with a trade as well, as Prince is going to get taken down, and this means that Arup will have to collect tokens and immediately revive his teammates.
That's right, the person who could sit on the throne for a longer time is already long gone, and this team needs to somehow figure out what needs to be done in order to get the entire situation under control. Arup, he has brought back the life into Prince, and this team is looking 3-man strong for now, and I'm hoping that soon they can head all the way into the fight with a 4-man squad. Vintage, they have been performing really good, and looking at the way in the map of Kalahari they always activate themselves, they need to somehow bank this one into a really good start. So Salu heading all the way towards a height advantage. Little does he know that a couple of players are still waiting for his arrival.
Mammoth, the closest location to the circle right now, and that's why Vintage, they're trying to hold that high grounds to the fullest potential. And let's guess what, Ego is way too close to him, as there might be another 1v1 battle which can take place. And let's not forget the Council Hall region, where we had 2 teams fighting it out. We still can see that there are trades taking place. RIE versus AG. They've been fighting for a really long time now. Now the circle is going to make them pay for it.
For sure. It's just the second one. They're not going to be dealing a lot of damage from the blue, but this is one of the things that you have to be very careful about. What is Anshu thinking? You cannot rush forward in front of the enemy who's already holding those weapons in his hand. And with just mere couple of shots, downing and instantly eliminating the opponent has been the key factor for Aura Esports. And they are rising above in this situation. And really good presence of mind, understanding every single detail that was provided to them, whether it be audio cue or whether it be a person running forward without any weapons in his hand.
Now this circle is going to be a very tricky one, because Refinery is the very epicenter of the circle. So
It
all
is.
those teams who have snipers will now have to prioritize the high ground, and they need to be praying that the final circle does end up somewhere towards their region as well. But for now, the early homeowners of Refinery is going to be RNX as well as BFA. Not far away from this team is going to be K9 as well as Silver Eagles.
RIE back to the drawing board, thinking how they can go ahead and take this advantage of bringing back all the three players alive. But here's the thing, Kaushik is still lingering around in that area, and Rising Esports, they're not able to find that perfect balance of staying alive, as another one of their players have bitten down to dust. 5 total elimination points, and they're feeding Aura Esports multiple points, and this is the kind of confidence that they needed since the beginning, and they've received it. For now, launching themselves inside the circle, as the blue is about to give them a lot of damage. So that's a really good call coming in. But here's the thing, Urban Sky is right in front of them. This might be that one situation where all of their sins are going to be paid for.
I hope they have not sinned enough. I hope that they've sinned so less that they survive for a brief period of time. Kaushik on the other side becomes the damage king for all the hard work he's put in this game. Whereas Vintage, they're making Hind pay. And Hind on the verge of extinction. Whereas on the other side, Vintage, all that commotion is now attracted the side of DYT to concentrate their complete firing against the side of Vintage. Oh no!
Oh, good shots.
Oh no, in
good
between
shots.
all that, DYT eliminates the side of Team Hind.
That's right. Vintage wanted to go ahead and get the spoil, but unfortunately it's the height advantage who always soars high and gets the perfect amount of elimination for themselves. DYT, it's right next to the sub, and the way they're playing it, they're not being as quiet as a submarine. They're being as noisy as a construction site. So overall, a good play coming in. But here's the thing about the rotations from their end. They're taking it very, very cautiously, and outside the circle is where they're rotating from. Finally, going ahead and deploying that mushroom for themselves. Healing is on point, and Black Flag Army, for now, they have been very isolated. I want to go ahead and see some blood being spilled from their end.
Oh, come on. You're expecting action to take place inside the circle. And I feel that, you might have to digest disappointment for a brief period of time, because Black Flag Army, I think they're playing it right. They're having that control regression. They are right now concentrating on getting that booyah rather than anything else. Hemu has been the damage king. Look at that, 1,777 damage shows that even though they do not have those eliminations, it was all about trying to keep the opponents at bay as they keep control of Refinery.
Oh, indeed. Our next up for something really nice as Silver Eagles. They have been caught off guard. Somi way too low on HP, and he's running back. He's retreating as he needs the HP to be on point. Melters being utilized, being deployed at the same time. And RNX, they want to capitalize the situation and not have any players being downed of their own. So overall, that's a really good thought. But here's the thing. Whenever you go in for a fight, there's always going to be this one team who might step in for the third party.
Absolutely. But Silver Eagles, for the first time, I'm seeing this team being so, defensive in the gameplay. I do believe all of it has to be because they've just got around 0 elimination so far, and now they cannot think about, losing their players. Yes, they register 1 elimination as we speak. Whereas on the other side, Vintage as well as Aura Gaming, both these teams are playing it very cautiously. And look at the circle. It's going to be favoring the team which is having patience right now. It's going to be Black Flag Army as well as Aura. Both of these teams holding so strong in Refinery will now be rewarded with eliminations, for which they need to be prepared for the teams coming closer.
Oh my god. For a second, I thought that they're going to be digesting this entire situation. But here's the thing, Urban Sky in the midst of all of that has been completely eradicated as K9. They're on for a hunt, and they're picking each and every player from every single direction and anyone they find in front of them. So that's a really good sign. 10 eliminations strong. All they need is a really nice booyah to go ahead and complement this one. But for that, they need to contest a lot. First, head to the height advantage, and that's where they can go ahead and initiate things for themselves. And on the other end, I can see Heimu going ahead and being a bit more aggressive and taking those shots onto Royale. Sohan in the midst of all of that has been taken out as Silver Eagles. They are also here to go ahead and get the piece of the pie.
Silver Eagles, they need to be careful. They can't lose players out here, as every single player from their team is now prioritizing the circle. Staying away from the fights is a good thing, but not having enough eliminations in the overall standing might affect you in the long run. Yes, for now, they have another player close by. Ninja doesn't watch out for his back, but the kind of backup he received, Mayank is going to be surviving for a long time, as Som is going to be going in for the revival. SE, they registered their first elimination in the final circle, shows how desperate they are to achieve that booyah.
Moreover, they have been so calm, collected, and has like so much patience around them. Heimu, good shots being fired from his end, as Ronet, he has already been obliterated. Orag Esports, they're rushing forward. They also want to go ahead and understand what's happening here. Why so many shots have been taken. Height advantage, they don't have it just yet. But 11 eliminations strong is what they're looking currently at. And Silver Eagle, they might come into the radar as well. Aura Esports, they're trying to rotate around and get the information. But Silver Eagles taking shots upon the team who are already got inside the entire place. Zoroark, good knocks coming in, but unfortunately this is not going to be it. The shots are going to buzzing through. And Jod, this was a really nice initiative coming in from his end, but here's the thing, he missed from miles apart. So revivals, they're going to come in, but the height advantage, it's gone.
Oh, K9, the last man standing, is just waiting for this, glue wall to disappear so that he can do that close range assault. But Mayank is going to be singing the songs of death, sending this fan favorite team back into the lobby. And now it all comes down to the team surviving. And guess what? Apart from Silver Eagle, no other team have got man advantage. They've got 3. They've trapped at one corner of this map. And the circle is going to be shifting far away from them. RNX waiting for an opportunity to strike. And so does the side of BFA level up. He's got the AC90 for now. AC80 for now. And I believe that it's the right gun at this situation.
Black Flag Army. 1 player. Similar thing goes for RNX as well. The only healthy lads I can see are Silver Eagles. 3 players strong, somehow going ahead and folding things for the likes of K9. And that was a really good battle from being towards a height advantage and getting a couple of knocks, and later on being a complete menace in the society, has showcased that this team is capable of doing something more. Level up on top, and he's still trying to figure out how to go ahead and get at least a knock or 2. And somehow the opponent team goes ahead and helps him out in this situation. It's very dire. DYT, what can they do? They have just a couple of players. And they should also go ahead and look forward to getting those eliminations, as it is free out in the open.
Oh, what a time to cook up a grenade. What a time to damage the opponents. Jod just misses it out with a little bit. Whereas on the other side, RNX will be landing one shot before he jumps out of the zone. And due to which, now he'll have to again climb back up, making things go in his favor. DYT. I mean, patience has been the key for this player. 3 eliminations.
Oh no.
He's the flag bearer for his team. And guess what? He's going to be hiding as Black Flag Army. He's going to be pounced upon. Shots being taken, but I don't think so it's going to matter. As he gets in closer with the shotgun. It's not going to be easy. Jod is coming in from the other side. Grapple guns being used simultaneously from both the sides to move around. Level up. He's going to be tagged in. He shows his back, and then he's going to be punished. As it's going to be Silver Eagles, the calm, composed team of the lobby, who did not bother about eliminations, are now looking forward to get this game under their wings.
What a lovely game coming in from their end. Last man standing, and I believe that they know the location. George is rushing forward. Even though he's a support, he doesn't care about the given situation. Death way too low, and that one grenade launcher is going to take away his life. What a way to receive the booyah. Silver Eagle, performance being on top from the previous game to this one. The conversion has been sublime.
This is what I was saying you. I'm expecting somebody to do better, and I'm able to see that teams are slowly able to catch up to that momentum. They're understanding that the pacing of this game relies on how much they're going to survive until the very end. And all thanks to that, new update which has come in. I'm starting to love it. But I'll tell you something, Ozora. The one thing which I'm waiting to appear again in this game is the removal of that revive point. Imagine that happens, and imagine how tight teams will have to play.
Oh, very tight. But here's the thing, right? That's the kind of versatility that this game provides, and it's different from the others. So I'm hoping that they keep it the same. But talking about the way Silver Eagles have performed, I have hands down loved it. From the previous one to this one, they kept it all clean till the very end, and even had the man count advantage to take down such big decisions. So overall, I love their gameplay. K9 could not do much there. They thought about way too much to stay inside the container, thinking that this is the safe house. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Always, whenever you're in the map of Kalahari, or let it be any map, get the height advantage. It will be beneficial for you no matter what the given situation is. And that's the kind of lesson K9 has learned from this map of Kalahari.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, it's not just about you holding the high grounds. There was a team, BFA was holding the high ground for a brief period of time. It all came down to the manpower. He was pushed upon by 3 players, and all he could do is just kneel at the end of the day. So I do believe that sometimes you need to also have that manpower, because in this game it's all about survival. You need to have all 4 players to get that booyah.
True that, and that's the kind of gameplay we could see coming in from Silver Eagles. They were currently sitting on top, and I believe they are sitting on top with the kind of performance they've already showcased. And the previous one, they were second position, and now they're at the first prime position. Moreover, they have even the booyah as well. So overall, 12 points are given just like that. Overall performance so good. But other teams, I'm talking about the way the performance have come through. I could not see much of Ultra Instinct alongside Young Gaming going ahead and showcasing the kind of chaotic start they already initiated, but they could not do much in the midst of the time. So the end game needs to be on point, and these are the final moments where we can see what went right for the likes of Silver Eagles and what went wrong for Black Flag Army alongside DYT.
Now, DYT, they knew that, they can't take this fight. They knew they had the man disadvantage. What they did at last was trying to survive. And that is going to be giving them the top 3 spot. For now, it's going to be Silver Eagles on the very top with 19 points, following up closely with just, 1 point difference is going to be K9, whereas Black Flag Army, they're going to be equalizing things with 11 eliminations.
Wow. K9 Esports, 12 total eliminations, 11 from Black Flag Army, and 7 coming in from Silver Eagles. Yes, the entire play has been very isolated, very remote, and very low-key. So I would say Employee of the Year. Moreover, Aura Esports, we could see a really good gameplay coming in from their end as well. Total 12 eliminations. They kept their guns blazing till the very end. And here's the thing. They always kept that smoking gun in their pocket. They saw the opponent, bam!
And I believe that most of the teams who are relying on those eliminations right now are being rewarded well. Whereas, speaking about the MVP, we have got Lexo or
Lexos.
Lexos. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Lexos. Something unique. He's going to be the Skylar ability user or the Skylar character user with that AWM. He's done a good job. Again, the same combination being used by all the snipers out there, Moko, Moro, and as well as Raphael. And I believe 2,213 damage is no less than being phenomenal in this game.
True that. And his work was for dealing damage, and he dealt it like a boss. So Lexos, kudos to getting the MVP. Talking about the way the entire team has performed, I have seen this team since week 1, and they have been low-key very isolated, very remote. And when the time comes in right, they come in as a really nice force to be reckoned with and get the booyah, get the positional advantage. And that's what they keep waiting for. As you all can see, Jod, Somi, they have been performing so well alongside Mayank. Lexos, of course, being the sniper, he has dealt a lot of damage. But overall, the kind of composition that this entire team rocks is the fortification. It's the support. It's the kind of rush gameplay that they can portray at the very end. Oscar, Tatsuya, both of them lethal when it comes to close range. So those kind of performances we did see. But here's the thing. they always fall shy with the amount of damage that they deal.
I mean, another interesting, thing which we saw was Luna is starting to be used by a few of these players. We have been speaking about it, the fight or flight ability, which she can activate at times. It converts into speed boost and all. So I would want to see how well the newer players are going to be using it to their advantage. But yes, Jod, 1,397 damage has been one of those primary damage dealer with his teammate.
Well, true. Longest elimination distance has changed. The statistics are looking pretty clean. 136 meters is to be precise. But talking about the total amount of glue walls being destroyed is around 105. And these numbers will keep increasing as the time passes by. Total knocks being 95? Okay. That itself speaks volumes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, let's not forget that after this, we're going to be looking at the point standings to understand what has happened so far when it comes to the overall standing. Aura Esports are going to be standing atop in just 2 games done and dusted. They've almost reached 40 points. That means from here on, they can concentrate on reaching the 100-pointer, whereas the teams from Vintage Esports and below will now look forward to survive for the longest time possible.
Longest time alongside getting the eliminations. I do understand survivability is really good and adapting to the situation is amazing, but here's the thing, they're falling shy of eliminations. I can see the eliminations at around 6:4. 6 being the placement points for the likes of Urban Sky and 4 being the eliminations. That itself speaks volumes that you need to somehow start doing better in the frag department. Else things are not going to fold in your way and you won't reach towards the top 6. That just means one thing, Arka. Elimination.
Yep. And I hope to see more eliminations, more of, such rapid gameplay, such bombastic gameplay coming in from all these teams out there. But yes, for now, fortune favors the brave, and those teams who have got the maximum eliminations are the team on the top of the table. We have been speaking about this, right? This group is well balanced. When you have teams who know how to balance between that position, placement points, as well as, elimination point, they are the teams to survive for the longest time possible.
And I'm hoping that they can go ahead and do this to perfection as they need the survivability alongside those eliminations as well. Primary aspect is to get the confidence. So let's see how well they can go ahead and perform in the upcoming maps. As we take a small little break, do not go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. We are witnessing a very gruesome Group B match where all the teams that have positioned themselves in the top 6 so far don't have many points to differentiate between them. All the other teams who are in the bottom 4 have only single-digit points. And with only 4 games remaining in the day, these teams really need to step up. What do you think is going to happen next, Tanya?
Well, the scoreboard is pretty clustered. If you talk about position 1 to position 5, it's only buffer of 7 points. So I do believe that each and every team has to bring in a A-tier game to at least escalate themselves in the podium. Sure, the fighters for standing up in top 6 position, but what about the bottom half of the leaderboard? So they need to make sure that A-tier will be short. They need to go for S-tier something to climb up until 38 points.
Exactly. And so far, 38 points just seems to be the most achievable target. But as when the games continue, the cutoff will become higher and higher. I mean, I believe that the cutoff will end up becoming somewhere at around 55 to 60 points based on what we saw in Group A. So that's the target teams should be aiming for. But then again, this is just what we saw in Group A, right? This particular Group B could be way more aggressive. The cutoff could be much higher. So yeah, if the time to wake up is here, then you better get your coffee up. You better get your sleeping pills off and be ready to fight everyone.
Well, talking about Group B, I wasn't expecting so much of Aura Esports taking the initiative for immediate crash landing and stuff like that. But it is the final few days, and instead, it's the day for final few maps remaining to get qualified towards the league stages. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 on the map, on the grounds of Purgatory, the map within 3 islands.
Yeah, and let's see whether the space between these 3 islands becomes a treacherous pathing which players get stuck in. So far, I see that the map is quite decently spread out with the flight path going all the way from the northwestern side down towards southeast. Not a lot of contestants in the early segments. Team Hind and Silver Eagles along with K9 on the westernmost island. Do I see any drop clashes? I believe there might be a drop clash between Black Flag Army and DYT unless they decide to go towards Lumbermill and Fire Brigade away from each other. Brasilia occupied by Aura Gaming, but north of Brasilia, you've got Vintage Esports already in a little bit of trouble. They managed to get the first knock onto Ego, but can Urban Sky continue this fight with just 3 players?
Vintage Esports deciding to switch their landing points. They usually land on Moat House and now crashing into some other team. And this is the price that they are paying for. They lost a player, and Vintage Esports are trying to get some sort of information. If the switch of the landing is going to help them, is only 1 elimination point. I don't know how the rotations are going to function for them, but talking about Urban Sky, they look pretty safe, and there comes the elimination on the other side of the map, which is from Team Yan Gaming. I personally feel, Crips, that switching the drop point has definitely given them a better point. As soon as I say that, the tables have turned. One of the players, which is Hacker from Vintage Esport, has been taken down. Sure, the player is coming for the rescue, Avijit, but the rescue is going to take a lot more than delay.
Yeah, so Vintage Esports, they get 2 elimination points, but they lose 1 player. Now, luckily, plenty of vending machines are at their disposal if they manage to survive, but Gyan Gaming are hot on their heels. They're about to clash against Ego once again. He just got his feet on the ground, and he might just be buried 6 feet under right away. Doesn't have much to his name. Uses the dash to get into the other yellow compartment. I don't think there's any way out of here now. The best that he can do is keep himself alive and hope that his teammates can rescue him. 1 MP40 in his hand. He tries to spray it down. Plenty of damaged belts, but in the end, the inevitable happens once again. Yan Gaming find him. They eliminate him.
Yan Gaming, a good way to start the map of Purgatory. Not on the southern land though, that is where they usually take their drops. And now this time they are on the go, they are on the move, they are on the rotation, and they are picking up fight while taking these rotations, which has always been the key play style. And now they have realized that they need to buckle up, level up to match the force of the teams in the top 6. And talking about Team DYT, which did not have a good start in previous few maps, but finally on the grounds of Lumberyard, we do see Black Flag Army sharing the grounds. Mad Max has got the information, and Black Flag Army, they're not looking for to have a fight here. They're trying to pave their way backwards, and yes, they have successfully evacuated themselves, and they are the refugees now.
Running away from this battle just for the time being. I do believe DYT is still keen on fighting them. In fact, they were even using their glue wall melters on a couple of walls which are inside the lumberyard. Big warehouse, obviously no players behind them, but DYT don't know about that. Black Flag Army, on the other hand, they have just deployed the binoculars and they might just know that there's players in the vicinity, so this fight just seems inevitable. Black Flag Army was still keen on staying near this warehouse. They just went around the other side. And now that both the teams have used their binoculars, this fight just seems inevitable. My only concern is if they drag this fight on for too long, they might just get third-partied.
Right now, if you have a look at the map, we do see two teams. Zone is also shrinking in. So they need to either decide that they want to pick up a fight, or they need to make sure to bring in whatever they have and rush it inside. Instead, they are looking for the gatekeeping strategy. Fence will be the only mode of cover for Cyber, realizing that isn't enough in Team Hind. You're talking about third party, and here Team Hind intervenes the fight between two teams, using the bridge up in the open, and they have got the vehicles to move out of sight, but will they be able to successfully move out of the lumber mill? Level up, Ash.
Uh-oh.
They all have been spotted, and it's going to be death picking that elimination point. Ash is out, but sure, vending machine nearby, they will be able to revive the teammate.
Yeah, and that, living up to his name, gets the first elimination for his team. But he's also guarding the vending machine, so in case Black Flag Army want a piece of this spy, they will have to go through DYT once again. Or they can relinquish this area, get back towards any of the other POIs in the map, and then use the vending machine over there. One of those players has already captured the dockyard, so this could be problematic since he's alone. Elsewhere, central towards the map, you've got Ultra Instinct fighting against Vintage Esports, and Avijit has no cover. His glue walls are being shattered by the Skylar Riptide Rhythm, but still using the movement and the Bison, he manages to get the knock onto Yuno, finishes him off as well. The remaining members of Ultra Instinct cut their losses short, and Tiger flies away. Vintage Esports up at 5.
Heading towards the Arsenal chamber to upgrade their weapons, to upgrade their armors, and also collecting some tokens on the way, because tokens are way more valuable. They value the time and amount of the players that you can revive. And Aura Esports also nearing to this Arsenal chamber. There might be a fight just igniting between Team Aura Esports and Vintage Esports, but right now Team Black Flag Army, they are choked in the zone. They have to pave their way towards the center of the circle, and Team N playing edge to edge. This is the typical play style. Well, I would personally want to see what Aura Gaming is up to as of now, because they were pushing now, which is against the usual play style of Aura. I mentioned it a little while ago that usually Aura Gaming is a team where they want to land and then crucially initiate, and the fly, okay, the grenade, I thought it was going to bounce back, but it did not.
Oh, but this fight needs to end quickly. Rising Esports make quick work of K9. And this is amazing because they only lost Reflexer. They have finished this battle just in time because Team Hin might just converge upon them soon. And they're using all their Oscar dashes to hurry up towards the vending machine once again so that they can get their player back online. Meanwhile, the fight that you spoke about, the one you were really excited to watch, Vintage Esports versus Aura, here it is in full swing. Even using the healing weapons to get their teammates back up at full health is really good from Vintage Esports. 6 eliminations so far, and these guys are performing quite well. They needed this performance boost quite desperately. Otherwise, they would not have been able to make it into the top 6. Aura Gaming obviously enjoying one of the top 3 spots, have not much to worry about. But Vintage, they have a lot to gain from this one.
Well, if we have to talk about one team that I'm concerned about, K9. Where's the K9 who were the dominant one during the week 1 of online qualifiers? They are not able to deliver what they have already delivered. Are they not consistent? Or the team switches that has taken place has taken the toll on their play style, because their drop points, their rotations are not exactly functioning that they were supposed to be. And they have done it once, so it shouldn't be a cause of concern furthermore, because they got eliminated with no points at all. And talking about the circle, Crips, it's a hard shift.
It's a very hard shift. It's going to be a very hard rotation as well because the landmass is still split evenly between the two islands. So Team Hind, while they enjoy their position towards the edge of the zone, should be able to keep Rising Esports as well as RNX. But then again, RNX have plenty of room in Marbleworks to make their way inside. Aura Gaming, on the other hand, they now have their sights on Yarn Gaming once again. They managed to get one knock, but I think Matt should be able to get the revive in quite quickly. Even Prince coming in from behind should be able to provide Overwatch. Plenty of blue walls at their disposal. Mad healed up once again. Could be knocked, but Kaushik just about lets him pass. Using the glue walls once again. This time they have achieved hard cover. So Aura Gaming, they've missed their opportunity. They had a lovely knock, but it seems like they will not be able to convert it into an elimination.
Aura Gaming deciding to just move away from this fight. They do not wish to continue to fight against Yan Gaming. They managed to destroy the vehicle, so rotations are definitely going to be a little tougher. Near to the train tracks, Aura Gaming are trying to pause near the riverbank, and they're trying to gain the information as well, because they want to make sure if there's anybody trying to just enter the mainland. And for now, it's only Team Hind, both on the different end of the river. Let's see if there's going to be a crossfire happening against each other. Sure, Aura Gaming has got a good cover for themselves, and Team Hind got a control over a bridge, and Karma is having control over the watchtower with the sniper that he's having. So I believe Team Hind is having a good amount of pause until the circle takes a shift.
Yeah, and Team Hind have a pretty good position. They even have eyes on Rising Esports. They're not firing just yet. They're just waiting for their chance, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. And you can see that it's calling to them. It's beckoning their name, and now finally the shots are being taken. Anshu gets healed up, but he's still quite open in the vulnerable. He's still quite vulnerable in the open. And Rising Esports, now that they've discovered where Hind is, do they actually want to challenge this one? I mean, they can delay this fight at least for the next 19 or 20 seconds, but eventually they will have to fight against Team Hind if they want to make it to the zone, because it's shifted towards the mainland once again.
They have got the information with the usage of binoculars. Team Rising Esports, they're looking forward to move away. Look at Marbleworks. There's again a team pushing up against them. This time it's not Team Hind. There's a different team approaching. Right, Marbleworks is highly contested by Team US, Black Flag Army. They are fighting the zone, and they also have to fight against Black Flag Army because they have to make a move towards a circle. Glue walls will only be the point of cover. Ego will be able to spot level there, taken down. Will the elimination be confirmed? No. The player will be revived on the course. Ninja will use his AWM to get some points on his name, and Urban Sky using the inhalers, getting the cover, and then in which direction will they fight? Because Black Flag Army are trying to push in against them, and the only difference they have is one team is in the zone and the other isn't.
Yeah, both the teams, they're just trying to desperately get to the zone. Obviously, Black Flag Army have a bit of an advantage since their positioning is slightly more ahead than Urban Sky, currently winning the race. And they're making the lives of Urban Sky also just a tad bit more difficult. But now with this launchpad, they should be firmly able to secure their lead. Got a nice little rock for cover. Isn't really too much to work with, but honestly, this is all that they can ask for at this point. Aura Gaming, on the other hand, enjoy a lovely central position near that edge of the riverbank. RNX, though, in quite a lot of trouble. They were trying to come up from the southern island, and now they will be fighting DYT. And DYT already pushed away Black Flag Army, so they have a couple of eliminations to their name, but obviously they would want more. Ronet finds the angle, leading the charge while he's got the healing bonds activated with Cassie's ability. Tanu trying to hide behind that blue wall will be discovered. Death a little too late to the trade. Uses the dash and lovely shot onto Wota. Should be able to confirm him as well. One more elimination point, and the grenade launcher is blocked by the glue wall. Lovely deployment. And Sohan, can he actually find him? DYT official finally go down. But I don't believe RNX got that frag. I do believe Hind might have stolen that away.
Team Hind also faced one of the knocks through the snipers from the other side of map. For now, Team Hind 5 eliminations strong, and they are trying to enter the circle. But how will they? Aura Esports are strongly, firmly trying to gatekeep. On the other hand, Team RNX fighting the zone. They're healing up and the perfect gatekeeping opportunity and 4 free points. Do they have the launch pad to just escape out of this battle, or they do not? That only time will show us. But talking about the circle, we do see Aura Gaming as well as Silver Eagles having a good control over the circle. Whereas if we talk about Gyan Gaming, they are the late rotators. Black Flag Army made the move, still fighting out of the zone. Ash struggling a little too bad. There's no way he can heal up. He will be eliminated. Level Up and Cyber also struggling. There will be Riptide Rhythm used against it to take down all the glue walls available. And Urban Sky having the upper hand here to win this duel, to win this fight. And Level Up will be put down to sleep with the connection.
Yeah, and that's not a pleasant sleep. It's going to give you nightmares. Cyber 420 has a nice little face-off against Ego, but it's kind of a losing battle because Ego is all alone. Black Flag Army have already sent the rest of their members a little ahead. So can he actually find this frag against Cyber? They both are just rushing each other now. Tatsuya Dash used. The dual melter doesn't really help, and Black Flag Army are out. Nice survivability from him, but elsewhere, it's Gyan Gaming who started clashing against Vintage, and Gyan Gaming will not be able to hold on much longer. They're down to their last 2 players. Prince does get back up. Can Vintage actually clutch this one out? RNS and Avijit will succumb under the pressure, but both these teams get finished off. It's Aura Gaming who land the last shot. They have the last laugh, and both the teams end up going down. It's a massive 4v4 battle between them and their opponents on top of the hill. They need the height advantage. They use the jump pads to get across. Can they actually get this advantage though? Because Silver Eagles soaring above them still have a tiny bit of cover, still have a little bit of zone advantage. Can Aura Gaming overcome all of this?
The 2 teams who decided to have the center of the circle are the only survivors right now. If you talk about the number of players, Aura Gaming have got 3. Silver Eagle also 3. It's the fight of the equals, 3 versus 3. As soon as I say that, 2 players are already down on the knees and Silver Eagles will be eliminated. Aura Gaming capturing this booyah on the map of Purgatory. They were strong on number 1. Now they're even stronger.
Aura Gaming clip the wings of the Silver Eagles, make them plummet down to death. And amazing performance from them. They did not just get the booyah against Silver Eagle, they also managed to score a bunch of eliminations against other teams, stealing away their points and batting up their stats even further. If I'm not wrong, they must have received like some 13, 14 eliminations maybe, and that's a big number combined with the 12 points from the booyah. That's gonna propel Aura Esports towards the upper echelons of this table.
They look very stable for now. It's already halfway down. 3 maps already done. They have affirmed their place on number 1 position and continued to do so. Talking about the teams who were in the final circle, they had a good read on the zone clips. They were the only one who were able to enter the circle, hold their position until they were the only 2 teams left. But somehow Aura Gaming moved out of the circle, Aura Esports to be precise. They moved out of the circle. They used their launch pad and then they gained the upper hand advantage by gaining the verticality, and then they just rushed in, and all they had to do was show their firepower, and they achieved the booyah flawlessly.
Exactly right. Silver Eagle had like 1 win condition, and that was their height advantage. The moment you use those launch pads, you take that away from them, leaving the Eagles powerless, their wings absolutely unable to support their weight, unable to support their flight. And then all that Aura Gaming had to do is shoot down a bunch of sitting ducks, which don't really resemble eagles. So great stuff by Aura Esports. But I am noticing this pattern that Silver Eagles, Aura Esports, all these teams are consistently getting into the top 2, top 3 of almost every game. And that's going to create a massive disparity between them and the rest of the teams.
Well, if you try to summarize this game, Aura Gaming already had 11 elimination points where they did spot Somi. A good connection with VSK. He was able to get that elimination points on the trade count. It was Silver Eagle's job using Woodpecker, getting some eliminations players down, but it was only one player down at that point of time. There was 3 versus 3. Kaushik was holding a grenade launcher, which came of no use because enough of weapons were already introduced, and Aura Esports with total of 14 elimination points and a good balance of 12 placement points, 26 in total, and NG Silver Eagle 15 points, Yan Gaming just 1 point away and on position 3. But what happened to K9 Esports still remains a big question mark for me. They were the strongest team in the week 1 of online qualifier stage.
Yeah, and they're just simply unable to handle the pressure right now. Even Ultra Instinct, for that matter, had some really good rotations during the week 1 of the online qualifiers. Now they just seem to get caught in these awkward positions and they just cannot maneuver out of them. DYT Official and Black Flag Army, they had like an agenda set against each other. They clashed against each other in Lumber Mill. Of course, Black Flag Army managed to get away, but it did not really net them much of an advantage over DYT. It's a rare miss from RNX Esports because we are used to seeing them in the top 3. It's like one of those rare occasions where they are not in the top 3, which is also fair. They've still got plenty of opportunities to make a comeback and stay in the top 3 as well. But once again, all credit goes to Kaushik, the grenadier of Aura Gaming. He's got the perfect loadout to get a lot of grenade knocks. He's got the A124 as well to make sure the enemies can't use their abilities. And that combined with the Alvaro and Beastin is going to lend him some extra nade lobbing power.
This is the second consecutive map where we are seeing the Bomber taking away the MVP title, and this time for Aura Esports. Previously it was for Team RNX, and it was clean one as well. Let's have a look on the Booyah team stats to summarize about what active skill were they using and also the passive one to get the exact information what was their play style. Kaushik, we've already had a look on it, talking about Predator. Skylar, Moko, Maro was used alongside Advin. On the other side, if we talk about Anshu, the Chrono, and it has been quite a while that we do not get to see this, and it's good to see Anshu using it alongside Joseph and Ford being used for the late rotation. Sure, Aura Gaming did not go for the late rotation, which is their usual play style, but keeping it safe, rather sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Chrono, and very few players pick up J-Beebs, but hey, you see Anshu using it. Another ability that I see that hasn't really been a part of the standard sniper set is the Suzy ability on Predator. Generally, people just use the passives of Amara, Moko, and if I'm not wrong, Raphael, if they're the sniper of the team and they're using the Skylar. But he picks up Suzy for some extra cash, and I respect that playstyle. I respect the fact that Aura Esports are heading more in the direction of getting elimination points for themselves. And you take a look at the stats, all the stats say the same thing. The team contributes quite equally. Obviously, Kaushik way above his team in terms of damage numbers, but still plenty of eliminations on Predator as well. And I would say in terms of just pure brawling, this team contributed quite equally. There's no one particular carry, even though Kaushik has way higher numbers than anyone else.
Well, we'll also have a look on the game summary. Total 61 elimination points were distributed, and there was an equal amount of squad wipe happening, rather allowing them to revive over in time again, which is good, where you want to make sure that we are the ones who are going to live up to top 6 teams. Total knocks 83, total damage 42,497, and the longest shot connected was 155 meter, which is huge, and only 120 glue walls destroyed. Now, Crips, that is very less as compared to other maps where Purgatory is the map where you have the support of only soft covers.
Exactly, right? And 120 is quite low for a map like Purgatory. I definitely would have expected at least 180, maybe even 200. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen in Alpine. Hopefully we get to see plenty of glue walls being destroyed over here. That being said, the longest elimination, 155 meters, is also quite impressive in Purgatory. But up next, we're going to go to a very pretty map. It's going to be Alpine. And while the map is pretty, the storyline for some of these teams is looking quite ugly. They are in dire straits because the top 3 teams just keep soaring ahead of each other. And if you remember what happened in Next Era, it was these 3 teams. It was RNX, Silver Eagles, and Aura Esports. Those 3 teams were alive in Next Era as one of the first teams, as the final 3 in the first map. And then they are the only ones who keep on dominating all throughout. So it seems like there is a big disparity between the top 3 teams and everyone else. Even between the teams who are safe and in the top 6, there's still a long way to go between them and the top 3, clearly defining the skill level of this lobby.
Well, I would also want to add up to this. I wasn't expecting so much of aggressive plays here because we have seen each team playing in the previous week. So I was expecting that there will be more of a survival play, but the teams are outshining whatever skills that they are having. Right now, the teams are ready to just jump in. First of which, in my mind, is Vintage Esports, who is switching the side and also winning those duels. Ladies and gentlemen, Purgatory is over, but the next one is going to be Alpine, for which I'm pretty excited to see which teams are going to crash land in TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's get Alpine on the way. We're going to be taking to the skies. The Susano flying over the skies of Alpine, and the teams start dropping in. It's going to be a pretty evenly spread out flight path, which starts to its stadium, ends at Snowfall. And I am once again looking for any potential off-drop clashes. Urban Sky down towards the south in Vantage, safe. Black Flag Army in Stadium, again, safe. K9 have Blue Will to themselves. Potentially might clash against Ultra Instinct if they decide to leave Fusion and then get fighting. But here we have it in base camp. It's DYT versus Vintage Esports. And at the same time, you've also got Team Hind. It's a 3-way battle, Tanya. This is gonna be super interesting. Sid walks out. Mad Max right in front of him, uses the dash to get the angle, but he can't find him. Leaves him at 1 HP. Abhay surviving by the skin of his teeth will finally be found by Sid, who, even Sid will go down along with Abhay, and they were both found by Noor. Noor, his name literally means light. Can he be the light that shines bright for his team? Can he keep DYT alive? Because Death has already died. The Noor also falls to the ground, and Vintage Esports now want a piece of the pie. Salu, double peeking alongside his teammate, will get the better of Noor. And they've got 2 eliminations, but now all of a sudden, they can't find anyone.
Well, Vintage Esports it is. Once again, switching their drop point. Not willing to go towards the dock, but on the base camp and getting those 2 elimination points. And the team to suffer here was DYT. Last man standing. Still, there's a ray of hope where he might be able to revive and get his team back on foot. On the grounds of Garrison, here we spot Rising Esports. Anshu is going to take down Prince. Immediately, Arup will also be suffering here. And will he be confirmed? Mad nearby, trying to deliver a lot of damage to Mad. Mad will be spotted, taken down as well. Now it's all down to Shuvo. He has to deny this fight. He has to survive for his teammate. Will he be allowed? No, will be the answer. Aura Gaming interfering this battle and putting a full stop to Gyan Gaming's journey on the map of Alpine.
Yeah, but Aura Gaming came in at the nick of time, sealing that finish away from Rising Esports. RNX are also in the vicinity, so this could turn into a very ugly 3-way battle if these teams are not careful. In fact, both Rising Esports as well as RNX have a bit of a split because Anshu from Rising Esports is far away from his team. Meanwhile, for RNX, Ninja was far away. I do believe that he's going to join his team now, so this should be a fair 4v4 fight, unless Rising Esports actually want to go for a split. Sohan finds his skull, and Thorfinn is put 6 feet under.
RNX versus Rising on the grounds of Garrison again. One play already down. Ronit is also down. Will he be revived? Is going to be the question. And here comes a push from Soham. Is it going to be productive? Yes, it is. He's going to get that elimination points. Ronit will not be revived for there. They are going to wait for his elimination and then revive him through the vending machine. No, he was saved. He was revived, which is pretty good because he doesn't have to lose the loot that he procured in the way.
Yep, and you also get to save all that coin, which is going to be quite useful for you. They've even deployed the UAV just to make sure that there's no other teams around them. And for now, they won't spot anyone, but they might just run into NG Silver Eagle if they continue their way up north towards Snowfall. Back down here, towards the coast, you've got Black Flag Army and Urban Sky. Oh, these teams have been clashing against each other since last game, and they kind of ruined each other's matches. But will Urban Sky actually engage them? They don't have Brownie, lacking numbers. Would be a nice time to go ahead and res your teammates before you pick up another battle against Black Flag Army. And Black Flag Army too will promptly avoid the fight for the time being.
Black Flag Army moving away, and it's going to be Urban Sky trying to collect some tokens, and they haven't had the account opening yet. No, not even a single elimination points. Riptide Rhythm used against Silver Eagles, and the player is up in the open, to which Wota will take the advantage and also confirm one elimination point for his team. RNX with 5 points, trying to get whatever loot is available on the loot crates. Vehicle just around the corner, and DYT official gets eliminated. Starting off picking up fights against Vintage, who changed the drop points, and now DYT will suffer hard. Two teams eliminated right now. 10 still within the lobby. Garrison still held strong by Silver Eagles. RNX trying to head towards the snowfall area.
Yeah, and Vintages was really kind of ruined their day by changing their drop locations, and they've been doing it quite often. Right now, Vintage is in advantage, almost poetic, but K9 Esports have found new forces of trouble. It's Rising Esports this time. Thorfinn was just finished off, and even though he's been rezzed back up again, he's gonna die to some other team. He just simply cannot catch a break. Not having a great day, not having some great time over here. K9 Esports will find that finish, and they secure Forest Red to themselves. No other team next to them. The Zone will eventually drag in Ultra Instinct and the remaining members of Rising Esports, but I think it should be still fine. I do believe that Rising Esports can get their members back up, and I think they already have done that. Thorfinn is back already. They got the vending machine to its fusion, and that should bring them back up at a 4-man squad.
The 9 on the grounds of Forest Red, they look pretty safe, and there's nobody nearby until and unless Urban Sky tries to make a move exactly towards Forest Red. Are Urban Sky ready for that? Because by the time they are making a move, there's one more team waiting for them, which is going to be Rising Esports. Now that might be very painful for them to just enter, because right now they had a fight, they lost the players, they revived, and again trying to go on the move, which should be punishable usually. They've got the vehicles to make this move and rotation as early as possible, and they're trying to play it safe or edge to edge. But is the edge safe? That's the bigger question here, because I do see one more team just around the corner. It is Team UI.
UI versus US. They will dazzle you, that's for sure. Okay, puns aside, Ultra Instinct. Is that Instinct actually telling them that they are in danger? They definitely heard Urban Sky get into that vehicle and come towards the bridge. So now do Urban Sky turn back, or do they continue pushing through? They know that this is a trap near this bridge, and battle is very easily avoidable. They do not need to go ahead. And even for Ultra Instinct, they can avoid this if they want, but why would they? Why will they? Because Triger slashes his opponent down. Of course, Ishan can be picked up again. There's really no danger yet, unless Brownie also goes down, and in that case, Urban Sky is going to be in a heck of a lot of trouble. Ultra Instinct, at one point, they were trying to avoid this battle. They can obviously go around this area, and after just securing one knock and no finishes, they will disengage. Yeah, that car is kind of smoking. You really shouldn't step into it. But that's a risk they're willing to take, and Ultra Instinct have bigger fish to fry. Rising Esports are on their heels. Hush does go down, but Reflex, he was trying to provide some backup. Ishan from far away snipes him off. And now I think Rising Esports have bitten off a bit more than they could chew. They did not realize that this was such a messy fight. There were still two teams around them.
Aura Gaming on the grounds of Garrison. They have got few more elimination points in their pocket. Aura Gaming is just not stopping yet. They are going to make sure they dominate the lobby. Silver Eagle Somi is trying to hide for as long as possible, and Aura Gaming is on the hunt. Somi is found well hiding there, and two players just push against him. Somi low on HP, and it will be a confirmation for Team Rising Esports, not for Silver Eagles. It was a quick switch happening. Vintage Esports starting the fight and still continuing strong with 5 elimination points, and also vending machine nearby. Coming towards Somi, he is placing the landmines. Will that landmine deliver the damage that he's deciding to know will be the answer? He is decimated, and Aura Gaming still stands strong with 6 elimination points, and on the grounds of Garrison, there's nobody to push Aura Esports out of their own circle, out of their own location.
Yeah, and they're enjoying the northern periphery of this zone. Nobody else to challenge them. I do believe a couple of members of NG Silver Eagles who were just red were trying to land in Garrison, but George just decides, nope, this is not a good spot to be in. RNX now discover the drone. They know that there's some team around, but do they know exactly how many? Because they only believe that Team Hind is nearby. Little do they know that just south of them, even K9 Esports are about to take positions north of Forest Red. More UAV sent, more of them destroyed. Anti-air, anti-information warfare being, just displayed over here. But RNX, will they be able to hold on to this area? They've got a nice little compound with the monster truck manufactured cover, the towers, and this high ground. They really enjoy a good vantage point. But the worst part about having a lovely position is that everyone else wants it. Uh-oh. Ultra Instinct once again in trouble. They already had to disengage in a fight against Urban Sky, but now they're gonna go up against another team, which is Vintage. Meanwhile, Black Flag Army is pummeling down Rising Esports, and these guys are just not having a good day. Thorfinn has been killed like some 3 times, and they just keep on raising their players back up again and again. Ultra Instinct, we did speak about them trying to get into the zone, and Vintage Esports was just passing right by them. But Vintage fly into the zone, leaving Urban Sky to straggle behind and run in.
Ultra Instinct have made sure to enter the circle, at least safe from zone damage. Nearby Team K9 is just waiting for any team to enter, and they get the elimination points. Ultra Instincts on the grounds of Forest Red looks safe. The circle is also going to take a shift. It looks pretty congested for now, where Ultra Instinct on the edge of the snowfall, and Vintage Salu with the arm that he's possessing, and also the Skylar ability will be deployed. He gets the perfect pixel connecting shot. There's no way he can be revived, and it's a second point, elimination point for Salu. A perfect timing, perfect utility, everything on time worked wonders for Salu.
Yeah, that's what happens when you got Moko equipped. Glue balls won't keep you safe. Zoroark trapped in this house along with a bunch of glue walls. It kind of feels like a coffin. It feels so claustrophobic. The moment it pops, Sohan will be right on him. Another glue wall deployed, and at this point, he's just trying his level best to delay the inevitable. But Rondit comes in, and the captain lands that final shot. RNX pat their stats up by getting up to 8. And now they do have a pretty nice area for themselves. Up on the high ground, have some hard cover. Nobody else towards the southwestern part of the circle. So they enjoy this space, which nobody else can take away from them. I can't say the same for Rising Esports, though. They've given away more points that they have. And at this point, the last few edges of militia areas are under their control, but not for long. Dafiq also goes down, and that's the end of K9 Esports. They lose their lives against Ultra Instinct. Much needed points for Ultra Instinct. They really needed a little bit of a stat pad. But how do they get ahead of this? They've got RNX on their south. They've got Urban Sky towards their north. And all 3 of these teams are holding the peripheries of the zone. At least Urban Sky is in a bit of danger because Aura Gaming is right behind them, and they don't know that yet. But now that Kaushik strikes, Ego goes down, and Predator also opens fire. Urban Sky in a lot of danger. They had no idea Aura Gaming was coming in from behind them from outside the zone. And Ultra can see all this. They are very, very tempted to take some shots. But it seems like Aura Esports will not be able to take down Urban Sky. They defend their skies. They defend their ground. Reflex, last man standing. And finally, Rising Esports has been put out of their misery. I mean, they were just surviving from res to res, keeping their players alive, spending all their coin on just getting their players back up. Eventually, will be put to rest. And now we have the top 7 teams. All 4 players alive for everyone.
For the first time, we are seeing Team Aura Esports getting early elimination. Sure, they did not had to interfere in that sort of fight where they paid the price of getting eliminated. K9 Esports getting eliminated on 10th position. Now, it's a bad day for them. Team Hind will be only team who is having a good control over the circle. If you look on the eastern side, there's going to be Silver Eagles also holding a compound, but which is outside the circle. There's only one team, RNX, is trying to stop the entry of Team Vintage Esports. They are making sure of to deliver all the damage, not only by the zone, but also with the leads that they are showering against them. And there's no way they can run up in open and deliver the damage except for the launch pads. Where are they using the launch pads? Which direction are they going? Are they going to be safe once they use that? That will be a long question here, but they're going out of sight. And look at Ronit. He's trying to go back to get that kill. And Ultra Instinct will be the next targets for Team RNX. But on the counter, Vintage will step up and take the players down.
Yeah, so both Ultra Instinct and Urban Sky in a bit of danger as RNX try to descend upon them, but RNX need to watch their backs because Vintage Esports might just want a piece of the pie. Luckily, Vintage Esports are now focusing on Black Flag Army, so this is the clearance for the Urban Sky players. This is the savior. Ultra Instinct move right in from the grounds below. Ego in the middle of them gets smoshed. Brownie caught in the crossfire. Swarupun Yuno with that double rush will be able to hold their ground. Yuno uses the glue walls, gets his teammate back up, but so does Ego and Brownie. Before they can even heal up, Brownie will be finished off. Ego surviving by the skin of his teeth goes down. It's all up to Ashes, and he will burn to ashes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This Tiger will have to roar louder than anybody else if he wants to keep his team alive. And luckily for him, nobody else can focus on him. Oops, I said that a bit too soon. RNX are right next to him. Sohan was down, but he's gonna get pressed back up. Tiger just using the glue walls to keep himself safe, but Sohan finally puts him out of his misery. And NG Silver Eagles are out. 4v3. RNX versus Team Hind. The team that was in the center of the circle since the longest time versus the team that has been the predator of the lobby. Once again, look for their prey.
RNX and Team Hind share on the rooftop and one within. RNX's one player is quite too far. It's a 2 versus 4 affair right now on the close range, and Sid is already down on the knees, and Abhay going in, trying to revive. Leaves no room of opportunity for the revival. Jaguar, Karma down on the knees, so I'm trying to end Team Hind as early as possible. It's all down to 1v3 situation. Abhay trying to survive for as long as possible with the shotgun and with also the character skills that he's investing, but Team Hind will get eliminated, and Team RNX taking away the booyah. Their rotations delivered them, which was much necessary. Wota, Ronit, Sohan and Ninja did a commendable job in this particular map of Alpine.
RNX Esports get their second booyah, and that is just absolutely incredible. Team Hind had such a lovely position, but they just could not hold on. And we already spoke about them enjoying the center of the circle. What they really needed to do from there was pad up as many elimination points as they could onto all the teams who were trying to make their way into the zone. They failed to do so, and RNX capitalized on it.
And RNX they were very strong on week 1 as well, but they are continuing to show their progression. And the fight that they took right now, it was not only against one team. If you have a look on the different part, they were fighting, they were using the dashes to enter the fight where teams were down on the knees instead of using the throwables, because it was very easy elimination points. They could have cooked a nade, popped it there, but no, they made sure to go in person, dash in there, getting those elimination points, and then they dash back and go on the rooftops where supposedly Team Hind had a better position. They were holding the compound for way too long, but Team RNX had better plans there, and they made sure to get this booyah, which was very interesting story for them.
Yeah, and in the last 2 games, we've seen the teams who won booyahs completely negate the zone advantage which another team was holding by just using their launch pads and getting in there quickly. I mean, the only advantage of the team that has the compounds, has the zone advantage, is that they can gatekeep everyone else. But that entire gatekeeping formula is taken out of the equation the moment you introduce launch pads.
Yes, and they are using launch pads to go to the reverse side. They are ready to tank a little bit of extra zone damage to deny that fight, which worked very nicely for a while, at least for Vintage Esports. But then Vintage Esports had to fight 2 teams at a time, and also they were very low on resources, because by the time they were using all the heal kits for just surviving for as long as possible. But how did Team RNX win the booyah? Let's relive the moment.
Let us indeed relive this moment. As you can see, RNX landed on top of the roof of this house. Vota tries to find that shot, and he actually finds a double onto Jaguar as well. And that was the shot that turned the tides, because as soon as Sohan went in, nobody else could really contest them. And I believe Abhay must have died to a landmine, if I'm not wrong. That also is really cool. When you know your opponent is trapped in a tent, just barricade up the other sides.
Team RNX Esports with a total of 29 points, out of which 17 are elimination points. And if we talk about the double-digit eliminations, Vintage Esports stays strong here. Sure, they couldn't reach in terms of surviving till top 3, but they come into top 4 because of their playstyle and switch of drop locations. Team Hind surviving until top 2 and balancing the placement and elimination points, they've got 17 points. And there's a tie between Ultra Instinct and Vintage Esports of 15 points equal. Urban Sky tried to deliver a lot. Unfortunately, it was entirely different from whatever they were favored for. They weren't able to be productive. May it be zone, may it be rotations. And talking about other, one name that comes to my mind is Yarn Gaming Esports. They went empty-handed.
Yarn Gaming Esports, I really thought they had a promising start, especially in the previous game, because they were getting a bunch of eliminations to their name. This time, they just fell flat on their face. K9 Esports, well, at least there's no surprises over there because they have been struggling all day, and with only 2 games remaining, it's going to get quite difficult. Rising Esports, though, while they have 6 eliminations, they ended up donating way more points than they ended up getting. So yeah, this too was a bit of a bummer for them. But let's take a look at the MVP, and it's going to be none other than Sohan using the Oscar as well as the Joseph and Tiva. 4,261 damage. That is just ridiculous now. In the last 2 games, we've been seeing bombers get the MVPs, but finally a rusher steps in.
Well, finally, we get to see a different set of play style that is working, and they also use Nikita in the mix, which is way more valuable. Let's also have a look upon Booyah team stats about what other active skills and passive skills were invested to win this sort of a massive Booyah. If you have a look at Vota, he's going in for Koda for the information Tiva for early revival, Nikita again, and talking about Ford, well, the longer rotations now makes all the sense with the character abilities being involved. Talking about Ninja here, Skylar was used alongside Moko, Maro and Rafael. A long range battle was taken very wisely from Ninja because he required all the information which was provided by Moko as well as Advin, and Roneth with Cassie, which was obviously the support role and the much more electrotherapy which was needed to heal the teammates.
Along with the Alvaro as well as the Beastin, he is all set to be the support healer as well as the Grenadier for the team. Although, I must say that even though Sohan is using Nikita, I mean, the most used weapon was M590, which even after the nerf seems to work really well in the hands of Sohan. Good for them. RNX continue their onslaught and farm up a bunch of eliminations. Let's take a look at the overall standings of the game as well, because these guys alone have farmed up so much damage just by themselves. I'm starting to think the overall damage in the game must have been about 50,000, but apparently nope, capped out at 42.
And there were only 15 revivals happening with total of 63 elimination points. The teams did not allow much of revival, whereas total of knocks were 85, which is massive. 1,386 of total damage in the map of Alpine, and the longest shot coming in is 124 meters. Glue walls still restrictive preps. They're not reaching the marker of 150, 160. Week 1 was entirely different from what week 2 is currently. It's not about how long you survive. It's about how do you survive, how do you pick up the fights, and how do you make a move in the maze created of blue walls.
Yeah, and clearly RNX are very, very proficient in navigating through that maze of blue walls. Let's take a look at where they stand, because after the double booyah, they must have jumped up to the top. Yes, they are at the top. Only 1 point behind Aura Esports, though. Aura Esports, having been way more consistent and having a lot more eliminations, still hang on in the top 2. But we finally see the disparity between the top 3 teams also increase. NG Silver Eagle now at 55, followed closely by Vintage Esports, who've been having some stellar eliminations this entire series. 55 and 54 for them. Then a steep drop of 8 points towards Black Flag Army, and then another steeper drop towards Team Hind at 35 points. So right now, throughout the games, we've seen that the cutoffs have been somewhere around the 55 to 60 mark. Team Hind, even though they're in the top 6 now, have so many people just snapping at their heels. K9 at 34, Urban Sky at 32. They are so close to them. They don't probably need to worry about DYT Official, Yarn Gaming, Ultra Instinct, and Rising Esports for now, but all of this could change in Bermuda and Salada.
Yeah, there are 2 more maps remaining, and if they are able to bring in that sort of a game, which is a game changer or maybe leaderboard changer, for now, Team RNX and Aura Esports have firmly made their way stronger in the progress of qualification. Talking about NG Silver Eagle, they tried to deliver a lot, but I believe they fell short in the map of Alpine. Vintage Esports are buckling very strong by retaining their 4th position and so-called for Black Flag Army. They also survived very strongly, but then at the end of the final circle, they were captured by 2 different teams, and there was no other way they could have gone. But they gave their best fight possible, and they are still in top 5.
Yep, and I hope that they can stay over there because this game is going to get even more intense in the last 2 games. Ladies and gentlemen, we will return with Solara and Bermuda after just a tiny break, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. You guys are watching the intense Group B matches in the second phase of online qualifiers. So far, we are done with 4 games, and all 4 of those games were quite intense. Now, in the last 2 games, the things are gonna heat up even more because only 6 teams will make it to the league stage. And in the last 2 games, everyone's gonna be making a mad dash into the upper half of the score table. Joining me for the last 2 games is gonna be Lucifer. And Lucifer, you guys have been watching this from the sideline so far. What do you feel about the game so far, and what do you think we'll see in the last 2 games?
I think at least in Group A, we were having a little bit of an idea of which teams are on the climb who are getting points. But here in Group B, it is very confusing. Like the teams like K9 as well having a downfall after an elimination of TSG. Now I'm worried for every team, irrespective where they are, how wonderfully they played in week 1. Week 2 is completely a different scenario. I was writing names down like Rising. I was writing names down like Hin. I was writing DYT, even Ultra Instinct. But all these teams somewhere have been having a little okay-ish games, but I'm not too sure what happens in this last 2, Game 5 and Game 6 scripts.
Yep, upcoming game is gonna be Bermuda, followed by Salada. One of the newest maps and the oldest maps of the game are gonna be played now. Now we'll see which team has truly adapted to the new meta. And even though the update has, landed a couple of days ago, that's not enough time to get used to what you've been doing for the last few months and deviate away from that old playstyle. So let's see how these teams are able to adjust themselves not only to the new patch but also to the state of the current lobby. We are going to hop into the game, ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon. And Bermuda is going to be absolutely dangerous.
I'm happy that it's Bermuda before we jump to Game 6 because it would give everybody an even ground compared to the previous games that we had. Every team has an opportunity. If they miss out here, I think it's done for. I think even Rising has an opportunity. Ultra Instinct also has an opportunity. Even Gyan Gaming, unfortunate for their situation. I think in their week 1 performance also, it was one of these last few games that they started grabbing points. But a team which has completely surprised me is going to be Aura Esports. After how we saw their qualification here, they're already sitting at the tippity top. Let's see if somebody is going to look forward to that similar chase as we jump down to Bermuda. The last 2, the penultimate before we end Group B.
And the fate of these teams and their journey in the TEZ FFMIC 2025 hangs in the balance as we drop into Bermuda. Plane path's going to be starting towards Bullseye, going down towards Sentosa. Will leave plenty of opportunities for the northwestern part of this map to be left uncontested by many. You can see Silver Eagle spreading out over Observatory and Graveyard. Even a little bit of Catalystwa, but Lex just flies away from there as he sees Vintage Esports, also spread across Shipyard, the Dam, and the outskirts of Catalystwa. Bhimasakti Strip occupied by Gyan Gaming, but take a look at Clock Tower. Oh my god, that is populated. Rising Esports also present over there along with Aura Esports. Meanwhile, just towards the southern part of Peak, you have RNX, the lobby leaders, currently up against Hind Esports, and they draw first blood.
In cannot have these dismissals. If this continues, it's going to be a problem. They're at the edge. That's not going to be a benefit. We've been speaking about this. Teams managed to grab a couple of placement points of the last few elims in that last game of Solara. This game has to be crucial. They have to keep an eye out. And teams sitting on the top, they will just keep eyeing for a lot of points, and that's what Aura is doing. DYT, they also need to make sure that they grab a lot of points here in Bermuda. If they don't, it's going to be a problem. And that's why Urban Sky, they're doing it against the likes of BFA, who are sitting a tad bit comfortable in that top 6.
Aura Gaming, they find that he was going alongside the sides of those brick walls. Instantly taken down, has got no way to hide. And DYT is a bit trapped because they've got Anshu behind them, so multiple angles present. But here comes the surprise. Noor can be the shining light for his team. His M4 ringing true. Mad Max and Noor might just be able to secure one finish, make it second, as even Wind Smoke goes down, reducing the numbers of both these teams to 2.
Waiting Kushal quickly cut this loss and then back off. They got those 2 eliminations. It's going to be an even exchange. Vintage on the other end. clearing their position and taking control of things, grabbed 3 eliminations in their name. And Brownie being the leader in charge for now, for Urban Sky with 3 eliminations on his name. That tells of how crucial these last few games are. Urban Sky now managing to look forward to in the last person of BFA, that's Black Flag Army, and an early elimination for Black Flag Army means this is cutting close, Crips. So close that this last game, before we end Bermuda and when we jump there, it'll be utter chaos and complete fight on just even a single point here and there.
Oh my goodness. Yes, while the battle is going to be even more intense, I do feel bad for Mad Max. DYT is running out of opportunities, and if they are relegated down to the second last place in this game as well, that kind of reduces their chances of qualifying through. Same can be said for Black Flag Army, who at one point used to be a pretty well-renowned name in the upper echelons of Indian Free Fire Max circuit. They were a tier 1 team at some point, but now they just seem to be out of their element. And some might even say that out of their depth.
I think it's just the competition that we are seeing here, Crips. Like teams
so
have
intense.
turned a page which nobody's wondered. They thought this could be going in their favor, and it's not.
It really isn't, man. I mean, it's gonna be a harsh wake-up call for some of these teams. A sobering reality, if you may, but for now, the only people who want to manifest this reality, or rather manifest these dreams into a reality, are RNX, who once again just seem to be ruining Team Hind's day. Sid down. Karma in no position to trade. The moment he fires Drone, it puts up another glue wall. So Karma's position has also been discovered now. Jaguar was towards the low ground, so he should be able to get the teammates back up using the vending machines. But that's what happens when you've got the Moko. You get hit once, and no glue wall will keep you safe. Abhay also goes down. Jaguar with his Wukong trying to just outposition Vota, and Sohan finally forced back into his human form and goes around the warehouse, hoping that Karma will be able to provide him some cover from at least this angle, but that again doesn't ring true. RNX not only managed to bring on it back, but they also get 2 eliminations.
Karma, he's going for it. He's also countering the fight against the likes of RNX, grabbing eliminations, if any, he could find, and he's found 2. Which is again okay-ish, but cannot get knocked. This is expensive. Thankfully, Sid, he's decided to back off, and he's already gone in a different direction to revive his teammates. But these points that even Hind lose in a fight against teams like RNX means a lot of points given away. Top teams taking away, meaning top teams keep getting confidence in every game. Right, as now getting confidence seems like it is Rising Esports against the likes of Urban Sky. They were the early warfare team with a lot of eliminations that they were able to grab, especially also eliminating BFA. But Rising Esports, they're also a team who need points, but they get counter-knocked. Reflexer was able to deal only 1 knock, but instantly traded to an elimination.
And while Urban Sky seem to be in a little bit of trouble, Ultra Instinct have managed to dwindle their numbers down to just 2. Even Anshu almost fell. It's just Thorfinn left, who's the healthy player. Does manage to finish off Ashes, so that could be nice. Gets his teammates back up as well, but Anshu gets plucked out of the sky. Dropped down to the ground. Take a look at this. This could be dangerous. Tiger repositioning. Does he have angles onto them? Because Yuno's coming in close. And as long as Yuno and Swaroop manage to cover each other, they should be in the clear, because this warehouse is heavily under their control. Reflexer once again drops back down. It's a super revive, so he's got a P90 to fight with. But can Rising Esports manage to hold on? Swaroop now finally goes in. He knows that Thorfinn, it's kind of isolated over here. They both are just using their maze of glue walls to keep themselves safe. But Thorfinn lands the shot with the M590. One more player comes in, and Thorfinn almost pulled off a 1v3, but Yuno finally puts his killing spree to an end. Can he get his teammates rest back up in time? Nope. He does go down himself, but at least Swaroop and Patlu are here again. And Ultra Instinct keep on reviving each other, keep on surviving. Urban Sky tried to get a piece of the pie. They thought that they would be able to third party between this fight of Ultra Instinct and Rising Esports, but Urban Sky were wrong. Luckily, they didn't commit all their forces to this fight, so they can cut their losses short and walk away with 3 members alive.
Not the same story for Rising Esports, because Reflexer, who decided to get himself back, jumped on the roof. And that position is already revealed. Arvon gave away his position, the binoculars, and Tiger is waiting for an opportunity. The three teams that fought here at Mars were the three teams who needed points in the bottom 6, and Ultra Instinct seems to have made a better day out of it. Swaroop made a quick jump, did spot the player but couldn't land where he wanted to pick that player off. Reflexer, Ultra Instinct's clear instinct is to eliminate this last survivor, and Reflexer knows he has no opportunity to make a getaway. If he does, hopefully he has some jump pad, a launch pad that works in his favor, but for now, that's not going to be working.
They will clearly have to change up their tactics, change up their approach. Here's another team that's in a bit of danger. DYT getting chased to no end by Vintage Esports. Uh-oh. Rising Esports have been eliminated though, and that really puts a dent in their standings. Not much that they can lose at the bottom of the table, but they could have at least tried to make that comeback, and now even that possibility cannot be entertained. Vintage Esports, though, cleaning up shop towards the other end of the map, are doing really well to repel away invaders like Hind Esports and Gyan Gaming, who have now just entered Catalyswa. Avijit kinda alone over here. His teammates on top of the hill can provide him backup from far away, but will Avijit be able to get in a position where he should be safe? He can't even use his Alok Awakening yet. So in case he takes damage, he will not be in any position to negate it. Nades being cooked. Alok Awakened ability once again available, so in case he takes some damage, he should now be able to reconvene and recompose himself before he can fight. Jump shots attempted. Avijit doesn't really fare well in that situation as he gets overwhelmed by Mad. And instantly, RNS pops him back into the vending machine. They recognize that his teammate is in danger. They recognize that Avijit will not get away from this spot. So, Vintage Esports, they prepare for the worst. They prepare for the revive once again.
And they've backed off Crips. Like, as soon as they understood that fight is not working in their favor, the circle shifted and there's another team that's Hind. They decided that we're going to just cut. We're not going to continue this battle. And Gyan Gaming, this is a crucial game for them. Hind as well. Somehow they dodged the previous fight, but right now it seems like Gyan are ready with all the bullets that they have in their arsenal, and they're going to put all the players of Hind down. They've taken 2 down. One player using the launch pad did make a quick getaway, but I'm not too sure if he survived. And another player a little away from his teammates is moving a little north. He doesn't want to involve himself in this fight. And Gyan Gaming, the crucial points that they need for qualification, they are getting it. But K9, they also need points, but they're fighting with the top team such as RNX. Zora are trying to make a quick getaway. It's not working. He's looking super low on health, and Ronit with a 1v1 challenge. And K9, they have been eliminated. This is not looking good. K9 with Ziyan, the highest fragger, the MVP on the team after week 1, and a team which is now looking like they're not going to qualify.
From the upper ends, from the absolute tippy top, they fall. And oh my goodness, when the Giants fall, the ground quakes. Imagine being the MVP and then falling in a position where your team cannot even get into the league stage. That will definitely be a disappointment for the likes of K9. But then again, they were clashing against RNX, the team that is now turning out to be the chosen ones. Aura Esports, they really want to take down Ultra Instinct over here as they land right in their lap. All 4 of their players landing near the cell phone towers. But hold on, Butler delivers a disgusting shot. That's Kaushik down. Windsmoke tries to rescue. Seems like all that kicking is not gonna work. Tiger finds Anshu as well. Aura Esports are in shambles. They're falling like flies. The revives come through, but Windsmoke and Predator are also low. There's really no chance for them to get back in this fight. Can Windsmoke, using his heal drone and Sephi, somehow hold on? He's getting pressured by all 3 of them. And Ultra Instinct take out one of the most favorite teams of the lobby. Aura Esports bite the dust.
Ultra Instinct have channeled their true inner coach strength, which was necessary so far. And with Urban Sky going out, Ultra Instinct have a little more opportunity to move north, along with DYT official also out. This is so big for Ultra Instinct. This game could be their savior, could be their access to that top 6. Vintage, who were a tad bit comfortable right now, caught by the likes of RNX. You have to wait and watch if that's going to be trouble. But Jaguar on the other end, who had revived his teammates, they're still getting trouble. Team Hind, It doesn't seem like there's anywhere they could call themselves a safe haven. They're just being belted with bullets from various different teams.
Exactly. Abhay can't even make landfall, and this is the second Hind player that's been plucked off from the skies. RNX have just transformed into an anti-air battery right now, and they are battering the likes of Hind. 2 revives in 2 seconds, and both of them went completely useless. RNX up at 16 eliminations. Are you serious right now? This is just the 4th circle. They're gonna farm up a 20 elimination bomb by the end of just the next circle alone, let alone the end of the game. And they've still got good control of peak.
Surprised that RNX or any other team here in week 2, they've not surpassed that 18 plus eliminations. This is how tough week 2 has gotten.
Yep. Lobby gets intense. Competition gets even more intense. And what seemed to be a cakewalk in week 1 will be a nightmare in week 2. Jaguar at least finds that last surviving member of Vintage Esports, getting at least that one more point to his name before he's eventually hunted down by RNX, who just really want to clear their backlines for the time being. They don't want anybody lingering in their backlines. No ghosts, no prisoners. They just want to bury everyone 6 feet under. Hell, given the way how impatiently RNX has been playing, this probably won't even be 6 feet under. They'll just dig him a shallow grave. They don't have time to dig 6 feet.
Yeah, they're just looking for quick eliminations. They're grabbing all that's possible. Big damage coming in from RNX, but Ultra Instinct, this is a crucial game along with Gyan Gaming. But look at this team that is NG Silver Eagle. They are so silent as an eagle itself. They only decide to dive once they're ready to act on their prey. And that's what these big predators are doing. NG Silver Eagle, if they pick an opportunity again to find a booyah, it is going to be a lot of points missed. And points missed as I speak is Team Hind eliminated. Water provides what a knock and elimination to Team Hind.
Once again, Team Hind falling victim to their own success. They tried to get into the zone way earlier than everyone else, and they end up paying the price for it. But take a look at Team RNX. They're chasing Gyan Gaming to the ends of the earth. They go around the circle from the right-hand side so that they don't get targeted by Silver Eagles. And now Gyan Gaming are trapped in between Silver Eagles and RNX. These guys are in the meat grinder. But take a look at RNX. They take a step ahead. They send one of their players ahead to get an angle onto the members of Silver Eagles. And RNX, Ninja, he's going to stay as the vanguard, the backline player, so that he can provide cover from afar. Lovely shot by Vota. That's a double knockdown from him. Sohan and Ronith both rush through. They're navigating between the glue walls. Somi tries to take cover, but Vota's Oscar Dash destroys those glue walls. And RNX are up at 22 now. Still 4-man strong. Gyan Gaming are falling like flies. Even Ultra Instinct wants a piece of the pie, so they get the last laugh. They get the finish onto Mad. And now it's a 4v3 battle. Vota going in from the left-hand side. You've got Sohan on the right. Can they crunch this team? Swaroop loses the 1v1 against Vota, and Ultra Instinct will fall. RNX are unstoppable. 3 booyahs on the trot, clearly establishing dominance.
I think we lauded a lot about Godlike in week 1, right? So RNX are like, hey, I know we only got 1 booyah during that week 1 performance, but as the lobby gets tougher, that's where a true sparkle is going to show to the lobby and everybody watching. And unstoppable are these players. We were just talking about not surpassing that 18 plus eliminations, and RNX are like, yeah, that's going to happen right now. This is going to take place in Bermuda. And Ultra Instinct, an opportunity that they had, Gyan Gaming, an opportunity they had, all ruined by the likes of NG Silver Eagle, and NG Silver Eagle also gets swept off by RNX. Such a mammoth of a squad this is, Crips. I don't know what to say, but I think when we are getting closer to these league stage after completing our week 2, it is going to be an all-out brawl, which we can't even comprehend right now.
Exactly, and at this point, RNX, I don't know if they are brawling or they are farming, because these guys are just treating everybody else like cannon fodder and using them to pad up their stats. 26 eliminations in one single game, that too on a heavily contested peak end circle. That's just ridiculous. I mean, they end this game so quickly, we did not even get to see the last few circles. We did not even get to see that last shift. They just ended everybody. They take control of the peak for themselves. They clear their backlines. And in the final fight, while they're still busy chasing Gun Gaming, they have a couple of their members dedicated to keeping Silver Eagles in check. They're already thinking like 2 steps ahead of everyone else.
I mean, we talk about strategies, right? But when we go into this final shot, RNX, they were playing a bigger game than just strategies. This was like actual chess in another dimensional world with multiple moves ahead. You can't even think about what RNX are going to do next, but they've already done it.
Exactly. Like, these guys are playing chess when everyone else is playing checkers. They are in a whole different league. They're playing a whole different game.
38. 26 eliminations, which we already spoke about. But this is week 2, day 1, and when we are closer to qualification, Crips, that's when they pull this trick out of their hat. 38. And look at the second best team is at just 22.
I mean, yeah, sure, the quadruple booyah from Godlike was really impressive in week 1, but doing a triple booyah in week 2, which is a much harder lobby, no more farming teams over here, no more teams who are just donating points to everyone else. Here, it's much more difficult to pull it off. And these guys are not just holding their ground, they are pushing everybody else away and claiming it all for themselves. 38 points. I mean, a 30 bomb itself is a big enough deal. 2 more finishes, and these guys would have been the first team in the TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup to breach 40 points in one single game. That would have been a record.
I'm so worried. Crips, this is not looking easy now, especially for K9, who are already on the verge, balancing themselves on the seesaw. Now with only a single point, Black Flag Army with 0, Rising Esports, they needed a lot more, Urban Sky as well, DYT with just 10, Team Hind as well. I don't know if it's going to be enough when the overall standing comes through, when these teams decide how much points they need to grab out of Solara, which is not at all going to be an easy one, but making it all easy is going to be what a player he is. Wata07 MVP, 11 eliminations, 3,518 damage. I mean, what? We just saw Nancy doing the most outrageous clutch today, but then this player says, what?
Yeah. And he's got 11, man. That is ridiculous. I mean, we've seen higher numbers of damage, right? We've seen one player pull off 4,200 something damage. Sure, the damage might not be that high, but you know why it isn't? He doesn't need a second chance to finish off his opponents. He gets those eliminations. He gets the confirmations. And he's using Coda of all abilities. It's not even like an ability which will help you hunt super high. It doesn't even give you all that crazy crack movement like the Tatsuya dash or the Oscar dash. In fact, none of them use Tatsuya. That's insane. They're still using Coda and Cassie. And the sustained raids are just incredibly good from Ronit because he can keep his teammates alive with the Cassie's electrotherapy and then also use Beastin and Alvaro to blow his opponents to smithereens.
I think this team, I think we would need, when we go towards the league stage, I'm pretty sure, Crips, we're going to take out all the chapters of what they've done in week 1 and week 2 individually per game. Then we get an idea of what exactly these people are trying to do. And oh my god, look at this damage.
Almost everybody.
So far,
exactly.
Nobody's done this.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen a couple of players. Yeah, we've seen a couple of players do 4k damage, 2k damage, while everyone else in their team is like somewhere in the low 1000s. Here, almost everybody's at the 3k mark. Even Sohan, the guy with the lowest damage in the team, has 2.8. I mean, which is incredibly close to the 3k mark. I mean, wait, do the math. 12,000 damage across these players alone.
Yes, and how casually we're seeing the lowest is at 2,800.
That's a ridiculous benchmark to set. So out of the total 50,000 damage in the lobby, you're telling me 12,000 damage came through from Team RNX? Bruh.
Yes.
I cannot believe these numbers. Something is up, man.
And in a game which was so crucial for all teams who were looking at their bottom end, because the difference, right, from when we look at the position before this game concluded, Bermuda, the difference was just around 15 to 20 points at max to get to the top 6, which is easily attainable by the top 5 teams in every map. And them taking out 38 out of 5, meaning already taking away two half of those points in their favor. 84 eliminations and they have half of it, RNX. Why are we only talking about RNX? We have to be worried about the teams qualifying, but RNX have taken everything. The spotlight, the game, the name, everything in FFMIC 2025 right now in week 2.
I mean, do you think that they can get another booyah in the last game? That would actually put them on the same level as Godlike Esports with that quadruple booyah record. I might even place them a little higher because week 2 is much harder than week 1. Solara is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. And with this last game, everybody else is on death row. The teams who are not in the top 6 risk ending their journey in the TEZ FFMIC 2025 today itself.
Last and final game. We saw the penultimate. Now it's time for the ultimate showdown here for Group B. At least Group A, we had a certain idea of some players, some teams, because there was a major difference between, I think, the 11th and 12th to the 5th and the 6th. But here, from that 12th spot till the 5th and 6th, we still have a chance for every team to make it back. And surprisingly, K9 is in that mix. A team who ended up in the second highest number of total points in week 1, right now in the radar of elimination and so close to qualification and elimination that even TSG did not manage to make it through, tells us this is not going to be easy. This last game, especially being Solara, and we saw similar performances from Godlike when it was Solara. When they played in week 1, they were right out on the gate, getting themselves in those eliminations and got themselves the booyah as well. Did not allow any other team. As we jump to this last Solara, who is going to get the booyah? Who are the top 6 and the bottom 6? The only ones making it to the league stage. The question will be answered once this game has been concluded. It is Solara.
We take to the skies alongside this really fast-paced tiny map. All the slide tracks making it much easier to third-party everybody, and that is gonna give teams like RNS and Aura Esports a much more aggressive fighting stance because they can get around that much faster. Black Flag Army absolutely not taking any risks as they spread out across the aquarium and Bayside. You've got K9, they have Studio to themselves. No real danger yet. Particularly at Silver Eagles, they're splitting up across Studio and the hub. Vintage Esports also splitting up. They've sent RNS away from their team while they are about to do a drop clash against Urban Sky in Waterfall. But it's really Rising Esports that we need to keep an eye on. And while they're somewhat towards the center near the archway, they are going to be in a lot of trouble if they don't get out of here soon because the teams will converge upon them and they really need those points. Imagine dominating week 1, but then now being towards the bottom side of the entire scoreboard. That's definitely not the kind of expectations you wanted to set for yourselves. Sky though,
only problem
they
right
find
now
Vintage.
Urban Sky and Vintage.
Yeah, instantly eliminated. Urban Sky Ego gets first blood. But Vintage Esports knew what they were signing up for when they went in for the split drop, and the moment he's eliminated, one of his teammates plugs him into the vending machine, brings him back.
The trouble's not done. The elimination's grabbed, but it's not from the likes of Vintage. Rising here, this commotion from afar, and they decide to jump in. They're making a move out of archway. And with this, Vintage is like, hey, wait. This is our advantage. This is our chance. Rising is the team and Urban Sky are the teams that are looking forward for points. Not Vintage. Vintage should be okay in the clear because they were already looking themselves in the top 4. And after making a good game on Bermuda, they should be okay. But look, it's so close as Hacker wants an opportunity to hack across the players. Ishan spots, thankfully. But the battle and the duel. He's down to half of his health. Pushing in with the Vector. Hacker. He knows he wants this. He's trying to take it and he does. Ishan's down. Urban Sky losing points and players down to their last surviving ashes.
This is some really nostalgic stuff. It's been a while since I've seen Akimbo Vectors and Akimbo Pistols being used by someone, let alone a team which is pretty good in terms of keeping themselves in the upper echelons, right? Vintage Esports don't need to worry about much because they don't have much to lose, but if they keep the pressure on, they can really ruin Urban Sky's day and Rising Esports day as well because they're just simply not willing to get out of here. Meanwhile, Team Hind are up against K9. Now, this is yet another team which is in a bit of danger. Oh my god, they're just about to get away. Are they going to chase them on the rail tracks?
I don't
Would
think
be
so.
really
I mean,
nice if they
this
follow
is a
them.
different side of K9.
Yeah. I mean, we don't really see them shy away from a fight.
Exactly. This is what I'm thinking right now. Now, if this happened when K9 were at the top 5, top 4, right? Instantly, they would have turned around to fight against the likes of Team Hind. And now, they just brush off those bullets. They back off. But a hit list being activated. One being used. NG Silver Eagle. Wait, one player, my young. It's going to be tough for him to survive this. K9, they need every point right in front of their eyes, and they're able to grab it, Crips. They managed to make do with every 1 point matters in their favor if K9 want to qualify. This is the last game.
Yeah, but they need points in abundance, and one single point won't really do much. They need to go berserk in this game. Same with Ultra Instinct. They need to go Super Saiyan over here. They need to activate all their Ultra Instinct settings, which Goku had probably inspired them, and use it to fight the final bosses. Silver Eagles trying to get away. Somi with the glue walls manages to make a fair bit of distance between him and his hunters. But Ultra Instinct, they don't seem too keen to follow him.
Oh no, Reignite the official and Team Hind. Both the teams who need point death is down. Team Hind very aggressive. They've knocked even Mad Max, who was a level above them. And his teammate who was behind, and I think Jaguar spotted it because of the glue wall and chasing him, Tanu. He puts Jaguar down. This is crucial. Sid and Karma taking a fight. Tanu trying to drop them all one after another, but Sid puts them down, and DYT official in big trouble. But somehow, Mad Max and Noor have made it out. In the meantime, K9 also managed to grab their second point. That is on NG Silver Eagle, and this time, the instincts of the K9's hungry point fight is happening. They are going for a chase.
Yep, and they're chasing down the members of Silver Eagles. Bird hunting, jot down. Can they get the confirmation on him? Yes, they can. Honey secures the finish. Vintage Esports, though. On the other end, they might just get into a fight against Team Hind. UAV won't really spot Team Hind, so that's fine, but they should be able to see them fly across the sky. Now, Team Hind isn't really in that much danger, right? I mean, sure, they're not exactly at the tippy top, but they still have a much better chance than teams like DYT and Rising Esports.
Do that.
So they must maintain that advantage.
Yes, they have to, but they cannot bank on it completely. That's all Team Hind has to right now play a smart game. But trying to play a smart fight right as now is going to be BFA. Along with Aura. They did manage to find a knock, but not the elimination. The teammate is close. Anshu, he spots Level Up, chasing him right now. I think that's going to be trouble for Level Up, and yes it is. Anshu puts him down, grabs those eliminations, putting everybody down. And Aura Esports, they are showing us what has changed in their nature in Week 2. Complete different page that they've pulled out in this Week 2's approach.
Yeah, and why wouldn't they? They've already qualified. They are not in danger. They might as well use this opportunity to strike terror in the hearts of their opponents who they will clash against in the league stage. You know, just garner a bit of a bad reputation so that everybody trembles at their sight. RNX2 are on the same page, you know. They're going to take all these bounties. They're going to take the hit lists. And right now, the one person who is in danger is Arup. I don't know how close they are to chasing him down, but I know for a fact that Gyan Gaming needs all their players alive if they want to get into the league stage. Ooh, Ishan, 3 HP, just about manages to survive by the skin of his teeth. Even the Riptide Rhythm doesn't really affect him as he can get across, but he can't get the heal off in time, and Salu gets him.
Salu is the last man, I mean, in these areas where his teammates were rotating. So, Salu left behind. Again, what Vintage is trying to do here is just grab as many points as possible. If a team wipe, they're going to be even more happy. That's just a lot of points in their favor. Just securing, solidifying their position, which already looks great. But that is not the same ring for Urban Sky. Every point, just like K9 we were speaking about, matters. UAV from K9 being used. DYT official getting tagged. K9 waiting for the right timing because they know they've suffered losses whenever they've taken fights, even though they know they're stronger. It's just been that scenario. But a scenario being created right in front of BFA by Vintage. A 1v1 fight and an exchange. And RNS is the last man standing, and he's instantly back to the vending to revive his teammates.
Yeah, so Vintage will be able to get one of their players back up online, but DYT are in the thick of things over here against K9. Both these teams desperately need points, so this is a death match over here. Winner takes all. I don't think there's a lot of escape opportunities over here as well, but the moment I say that, K9 get out of there. Some of the teammates use the jump pad to get themselves on the top of that rail slide, but can they actually make it across? The Feek dies. Zoroark in a bit of trouble. Can his glue walls keep him safe any longer before he can even switch down to the other track? Tannu has managed to finish off the Feek, so there's no real chance of him coming back. Elsewhere, it's Ultra Instinct who've eliminated Rising Esports. That should conclude their journey in the TEZ FFMIC. But maybe K9 doesn't have to suffer a similar fate. Maybe they can get across. Can DYT actually finish them off? Or will the zone eventually claim them? Because they have to travel a long way in.
Xian's the last man standing. He's instantly revived the Feek who got knocked and eliminated a while back. K9 not looking their best. This is not the strength that we saw previously, and DYT official, they know what's at their end. Hitler still being used. Aura on the chase of Team Hint. They're so close. This tells of what they are on the hunt for. 10 minutes of the game we are getting close to, and Rising were the first team to be eliminated. Unfortunate for Rising Esports, their chances of qualification have gone right now. But the other teams who are still looking forward to, the other 5 teams are on the hunt. They're on the chase, and this game could go anywhere. The circle is right now so small, but there are so many team scripts who are still playing outside in the zone, taking and tanking the damage. They're playing for survival, and they're playing for a hint of that league stage success if they qualify.
Exactly. They've all got the dreams of the league stage on repeat. Vintage Esports, though, ready to welcome Jod into the circle. That's not a really nice welcome. Not very friendly of them. But then again, this is not a friendly game, and all these teams are just desperate for points. Vintage Esports keep farming. Luckily, Silver Eagle don't have much to lose, and they're towards the southern part of the zone, so they should be quite safe. But while Vintage Esports get all their players back up, they also have their target set on Yarn Gaming, and now this is a team that is in danger.
Double takedown.
The other team that's in danger, Black Flag Army, they too are being targeted by Aura Esports. So all these teams are in way too much trouble. Aura Gaming, they just seem to be indiscriminate. They're shooting at everyone that they see. Anything that moves, they're gonna target it.
It's like target practice for them, right? Because they're already at the top.
Exactly.
They're nothing to be worried about. Take fights in all directions. That's all. Point and shoot. They've been doing that. Trouble lands for every other team. Oh, RNX is out, meaning now teams could maybe take a tad bit of a breather, because they've been the highest in the lobby to take away points. Now there is still an opportunity to grab some. But Aura Esports, they're the second best in this lobby, and they eliminate Black Flag Army.
Yeah, he really thought Proning would keep him alive, but Aura Aiming, they leave no stone unturned. They find all the stragglers, and they eliminate Black Flag Army. Jod will be finished off, but it's okay. Somi instantly gets the res on him. No real problem so far. They've got a compound where the vending machine is still available, but now they need to get into the zone, and when they do land in the zone, they will be right between Aura and Team Hint, so that is not a pretty place to be. Meanwhile, Ultra Instinct in a bit of danger as DYT are launching onto them. K9 will try to take pot shots at them. And K9 had lost a lot of their players early on, so it seems like all of them have, gotten back on the ground, and they've got weapons to play with. They should be fine. Even Xian isn't in too much danger. They can instantly res him. Thiva coming into the rescue, and they exact revenge by getting the kill onto Tannu. More points for K9. Finally, a game seems to be going in their favor with 8 eliminations to their name. But is that going to be enough, though? They have a mountain to climb, and they've just taken a couple steps in the right direction.
Last player, Mad Max, is in a tough spot, gets spotted, and that should be the end for DYT official. K9 pushing as much as they can. But as you rightfully said, is this going to be enough? Xian, he's not having a great day. He's at 1 elimination in this game, and it's not the success that we've seen from Xian as we spoke about earlier. But Honey, he's having a good one. He spotted the likes of NG Silver Eagle. Jot instantly knocked and picked up that elimination. And K9, they're hungry for a lot more. 4 on Honey himself. That pushes them to a total of 10 and 11 eliminations. Somi, the last man standing, eventually will be cleaned off by the likes of Vintage. We are down to our last 7 teams and getting closer to the final few fights.
Uh-oh, Aura Gaming have arrived on scene and Vintage Esports are in a bit of danger. Avijit thought that creating a cocoon of glue walls would actually help him, but it really doesn't, as Windsmoke gets the elevation. It's all up to Hacker. Inside that yellow container, Windsmoke will find him and pump his guts full with the Trogon, leaving Aura Gaming in a lovely position with 18 eliminations. Another team descends upon them. Ultra Instinct from the skies are here to claim their pound of flesh, and they get Windsmoke. They wipe out Aura Esports. 18 eliminations on Aura, and they finally bite the dust. But what matters more is that Ultra Instinct with 12 eliminations might just be able to make it through.
They might just, all these 5 teams right now fighting are the teams fighting for qualification. None of the top teams are going to be there, and K9, they subject Gyan Gaming to an elimination. Full team swept off. They were at the edge of qualification. Now any teams in these 4 pick up points will be able to qualify. And Ultra Instinct, they've already started. Xion, the last man surviving, not having a good time. Ultra Instinct, with all the flames they were able to drop, brings it down only to Xion. But on the hindsight, there is Team Hind, who have survived by 2 players. Their position not known, but Ultra Instinct, their instincts from the previous game have been channeled to a position of qualification, and they're not stopping from there on. They've been continuously finding the frags, and right as of now chasing the likes of Team Hind, which Ego has already spotted.
Urban Sky, survived by just Ego, really needs to keep himself alive more than trying to get those finishes, but Hind, they are done dirty. Ultra Instinct get the finish on them, and Ultra Instinct already have knocked out Urban Sky. Oh my lord, I feel so bad for him. They thought that they would be able to get the elimination onto Urban Sky, but they were just done completely dirty by Ultra Instinct. Now Sid running for his life, hoping that they don't find him before they find Xian. And luckily Xian will get 9 placement points at the very minimum for K9. But that's all she wrote for him. Unless he pulls off the impossible, unless he pulls off a 1v4, it's highly unlikely that they will relinquish the Booyah to him. Great performance by Ultra Instinct, stepping up when they need the most. In the dying embers of the Group B matches, they find their flame and they set the lobby ablaze.
I'm worried, Crips. So damn worried that I'm not too sure which teams manage to make it, which teams miss out by barely any points. Gyan Gaming, right before this, they were almost at that threshold, but right as of now, things look wavered. I'm not too sure. This game was so intense. This game was at its best and the peak, Crips, because the last 5 teams, the last 4 teams, all of them were on the hunt of qualification. None of them had confirmed.
Exactly.
That tells us that this is one of the best fights that we've seen. Yes, we saw RNX picking off back-to-back Booyahs. We saw Godlike performing insane. But these are the teams on the top. These performances will put us completely in awe towards the league stage finals and even the grand finals. That's where it's the surmount pressure for those titles. But right now, it's about qualifying to the next stage for the hunt of the title. And these 5 teams in this last lobby tells us that anybody still has a go towards that league stage. But Group B matches are done, Crips. All the deed that they could do, done.
Yep, and now all they can do is wait for the overall standings and figure out if they've qualified or not. It's such a fitting end to the Group B matches because all the top teams were out of that last game and the only people left were the ones who really needed the points. They were all really desperate for every single elimination point, every single advancement in the placement points. And when it comes down to brass tacks, when all the cards are on the table, when you have no choice but to go all in, it brings out a wild side of these teams which you probably have not seen before. Like, if you told me that Ultra Instinct would be going and dropping against Aura Esports, just literally invading the yellow container, I would not have believed you 2 games ago. But let's take a look at that final fight, because Ultra Instinct's time to shine is here. I also do feel bad for Ego because he did so well to knock Abhay down, but he didn't even get that finish. It was stolen away from him. And now, if Urban Sky miss out by like 1 or 2 points, this little point steal will hurt him so much more.
Yeah, I mean, they channel things right in the last two games. The previous one, they couldn't get a booyah. Nonetheless, they were able to grab a lot of points. I think they ended with around 21, 22 points in the previous game. Here, they pushed it a little further and got to that threshold of 30, which we generally see, which is a good one for any team picking up a booyah. 18 points on the elimination. Next comes in is K9 Esports. They have 14 eliminations, 23 points. Aura Esports, not something that we have to eye out, but they also took 23 points out of this lobby. Urban Sky took 16 in their name. Team Hind at 15, but I'm looking at Gyan Gaming, who just went out with 8 points. I'm worried for Gyan. I'm worried for Team Hind. I'm worried for Urban Sky. I don't know where this game is heading, because Rising, we spoke about them. DYT official as well. This last overall standing, but we have to go to the entire MVPs, Booyah team stats, and then only we'll have the final unveil for you guys to know your favorites, have they managed to qualify. But before that, let's jump into Swaroop. And yeah, I think there is something that happened to Ultra Instinct, and after that nobody's been able to shut them down.
No, I'm not
6
sure
eliminations, 1700.
I don't know if I saw Swaroop use Auto before, but take a look at this. He's got Koda as well as Auto, 2 information gathering characters. This kind of means that, I mean, I could be wrong over here. If he had this equipped right from the get-go, that would be a completely different story. But if he switched out his character abilities specifically for the last game so that they could go for an elimination-hungry game, then this would be a completely different story, because it's been a while since I've seen anyone use Auto and Koda at the same time. So clearly this guy wants information about where his enemies are so that he can hunt them down and farm those elimination points.
Everybody from his team, I think similar approach, as you could see all their passives as well, right? Completely giving you an idea that they were ready for the fights that they wanted to take when we see Joseph on their end, and teammates if they get down, because 3 of their teammates have Tiva, which tells us that they're looking forward to faster reses coming through. And again, from there on, with Alvaro, with one of their players, and Beastion, Patlu will be looking forward to being the Grenadier and was doing his just job. And Tiger, always helping them out from afar with his sniper, taking players down one after another. And Steffi as well tells us that they were able to make sure that any throwables coming at their end were able to stray it off. But what a play! Tiger, I was thinking with that Skylar and him being a sniper, he will have around somewhere 2000 damage, which generally is resonating with his teammates, but it's at 4075.
And I love seeing, these big numbers every now and then. We saw like some 4,200 before this. Now we see 4,075. It really makes me happy to see a sniper rack up so much damage that he has more assists than eliminations, because he's providing cover for his team from afar. But then again, we haven't seen that consistent 3k damage across all 4 members like we did in the previous game. But good for Ultra Instinct. This was a much needed win for them. And even though they don't manage to dominate most of the lobby, because the total damage 56,000, way higher than last time, we still saw them go for a bunch of more fights than they normally would. Even the knocks, you can see that they're 118. It's been a while since I've seen a game where there's more than 100 knocks. 96 eliminations. That is just ridiculous in a game which barely has any teams. This is like double the amount of players that exist, so you can tell how many revives were being used in this one.
I'm surprised, especially sitting at 56,000 damage, right? We are seeing 96 eliminations that teams were able to revive, but towards the end of things, it was just team wipes that we ended up seeing. And therefore, even though the eliminations are on its highest that we have seen ever in a game, tells us that this is just an incredible show coming in from every team in this last and final game of Solara, coming to the end of Group B. But what does the overall standing say? It is K9 who missed out 2 points. They're at 58. Urban Sky, they managed to push the furthest, but Gyan Gaming, Black Flag Army, they've been pushed out. Crips, that's gonna hurt.
I mean, we already knew that Rising Esports and DYT officials were struggling a lot, but Black Flag Army were in the clear for the longest amount of time. And towards the end, it's teams like Ultra Instinct who make that one last leap which propels them into the top 6 and into the league stage.
Ultra Instinct have managed to grab around 50 points in the last 2 games respectively. Incredible show coming in from there, and that is the reason they've made this jump. And I think I have to salute Team Hin, because that was a team which was struggling in all fronts, whether it be fights, whether it be survival, but somehow, Crips, at all times, they were able to get towards the top 4. And look at this. This is the only team that I could see having the highest placement points compared to their eliminations, 31. And that was the main reason they managed to make it to the top 6 and qualify, along with the likes of NG Silver Eagle, Vintage Esports, Aura Esports and RNX Esports. Congratulations to the top 6 from Group B. You make it to the league stage, and now we have 12 teams. But the action is not done, Crips. There is still one more group, that is Group C, with their 12 lot who will be fighting tomorrow to see which is the best 6 who make it to the league stage. And we have our best 18 cut to half from 36. Only 18, Crips.
Yup, the competition has already gotten so much more intense. I can't even imagine the amount of superlatives I would have to use to describe what the league stage feels like if this is the level of intensity right here in the second week of online qualifiers. We will have Group C matches tomorrow as well. I don't know what kind of disparity we'll see between the teams over there, but over here in both groups A and B, we saw that the top teams managed to get more than 100 points, but the teams who barely managed to qualify were hovering at somewhere around the 50 to 60 mark, indicating that there is still a lot of chaff in this wheat which needs to be separated. So yeah, a lot of these teams will end their journey in the TEZ FFMIC tomorrow as well. Some hearts will be broken, but some people, their names will be immortalized in the Free Fire Max circuit in India.
Heartbreaks have already been done. I think, Crips, after watching Group A, Group B games, TSG was the most aggressive team when Week 1 ended. When we go to K9, they had the MVP fragger. They had the best total points. They ended up in the 2nd spot in Week 1 and now they're out. That's the biggest heartbreak that we have had, but as you rightfully said, some teams will immortalize their names, but it is the major heartbreaks that we've already had here in Day 1. What does Day 2 have for us in this Week 2 games? It is going to be Group C for tomorrow, but that 12 lot is not going to make it out. It's only going to be the best of them, the best 6, but who is it going to be? All unveiled tomorrow, but until then, you guys keep playing Free Fire Max and we'll see you tomorrow's action. Take care. Good evening.